On ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer.
I have the honor to lay upon the table the annual reports on the Access to Information and the Privacy Act of the Auditor General of Canada for the year 2015-2016. This document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from a number of my constituents in northwestern British Columbia calling upon the government to initiate a national palliative care strategy. They have great concerns about the physician-assisted death legislation that has been now, well, since the induction of this petition has now passed through many stages of Parliament and in the Senate. They're concerned about the dignity of life. They're concerned that Canada still lacks a palliative care strategy so that we may care for our aged in their time of need. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any petitions? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise today to present 2 petitions. The first is from petitioners across Canada calling on the government to pursue investigations to determine the illegal use of live or robocalled calls in interfering with Canada's electoral process in the 2011 election. Mr. Speaker, as well, I have petitions from across Canada calling for our government, in interest of protecting pollinators in this continent and elsewhere, to ban the use of neonicotinoid insecticides. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Votation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply.
Committee on Electoral Reform, standing in the name of Mr. Cullen.
Monsieur Cullen, appuyé par Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Dubé, moves that a special committee on electoral reform be appointed to identify and conduct a study of viable alternate voting systems to replace the first-past-the-post system, as well as to examine mandatory voting and online voting. That the committee be directed to issue an invitation to each member of Parliament to conduct a town hall in the respective constituencies and provide the committee with a written report of the input of their constituents to be filed with the clerk of the committee no later than November 1, 2016.
Into account the applicable constitutional, legal, and implementation parameters in the development of its recommendations. Accordingly, the committee should seek out expert testimony on these matters. That the committee be directed to consult broadly with relevant experts and organizations, take into consideration consultations that have been undertaken on the issue, examine relevant research studies and literature, and review models being used or developed in other jurisdictions. Qu'on demande au comité de mettre
That the committee be directed to develop its consultation agenda, working methods, and recommendations on electoral reform, with the goal of strengthening the inclusion of all Canadians in our diverse society, including women, Indigenous peoples, youth, seniors, Canadians with disabilities, new Canadians, and residents of rural and remote communities. That the committee be directed to conduct a national engagement process that includes a comprehensive and inclusive consultation with Canadians, including through written submissions and online engagement tools.
Composed of 12 members, of which 5 shall be government members, 3 shall be from the official opposition, 2 shall be from the New Democratic Party, 1 member shall be from the Bloc Québécois, and the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. That changes in the membership of the committee be effective immediately after notification by the whip has been filed with the clerk of the House. That membership substitutions be permitted, if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114.2. That with the exception of the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, all other members shall be named by their respective whip by depositing with the clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee no later than 10 sitting days following the adoption of this motion. Que le comité soit présidé.
That the committee be chaired by a member of the government party, that in addition to the chair, there be 1 vice chair from the official opposition and 1 vice chair from the New Democratic Party, and that, notwithstanding Standing Order 1063, all candidates for the position of chair or vice chair from the official opposition shall be elected by secret ballot, and that each candidate be permitted to address the committee for not more than 3 minutes. That the quorum of the committee be as provided for in Standing Order 118, provided that at least 4 members are present, and provided that 1 member from the government party and 1 member from an opposition party are present.
All of the powers of a standing committee, as provided in the standing orders, as well as the power to travel, accompanied by the necessary staff, inside and outside of Canada, that the committee have the power to authorize video and audio broadcasting of any or all of its proceedings, and that the committee present its final report no later than December 1st, 2016. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Very well done, Speaker. C'est mon plaisir partager mon temps.
It's my pleasure to share my time with my honourable colleague from Belleuil-Chambly.
To speak to this motion. It is lengthy, but it is important for many reasons because of all the issues that parliaments face, that governments face, whether it's the economy, whether it's the environment, First Nations, international relations, war and peace, all of them rest upon the foundation of our democracy, which is how Canadians vote. Governments in, how they vote governments out. And what we have talked about with a motion New Democrats have put forward here today is to begin a process in a fair and constructive way to allow us to come to a fair and constructive result for Canadians, to modify in an historic fashion. Mr. Speaker, we have not to this point ever altered our democracy, the way that we change the way that Canadians go forward and express their hopes and wishes, ever to this fundamental nature, as was the commitment from the Prime Minister that the last election would be the last one run under the unfair first-past-the-post system. New Democrats have long advocated for this position, as have our colleagues from the Green Party. We believe that this is an opportunity that we must take and we must get right. The essence of what New Democrats have proposed, and we put this to the government and to the public back in February, was to construct the committee that is charged with this historic task, to construct that committee based essentially on the will of Canadians. So to take the results of the last election, which was just 8 months ago, and construct the committee based on what Canadians expressed their desire for Parliament to look. And be I so bold, Mr. Speaker, as to suggest that a good electoral system would also be somewhat proportional in that it would reflect the will of Canadians. And this is the case in most successful democracies around the world, that they use some element of proportionality in their voting so that when a party acquires approximately 20% of the vote, the House of Commons, their parliament, is made up of about 20% of people from that party. If a party gets 40%, then 40%, and so on. What we have right now under First Past the Post is a system whereby this majority government, the previous majority government, and many in our past were able to essentially attain 100% of the power while only acquiring less than 40% of the support from Canadians. And that's of those who participate. So when you actually look at the broad section of Canadians writ large, it can actually come down to 25% or less of voting age Canadians voting in a government who then acquire 100% of the ability to pass whatever legislation they want. And they can do that in sometimes somewhat draconian manner by instituting the closure on debate, by shutting down committees, by using quite a bit of force in the British parliamentary system, the Westminster system that we've adopted. Now, the idea at its core for us is to include a notion of sanctity in what we're doing, to include a notion that no one party in this place can act unilaterally when changing our voting system. We think that would be a very bad thing. There was some precedence in Canadian history that our tradition was to never change the voting system. The government would never attempt to change the voting system in any fundamental way without the support of another party in Parliament, because we don't want those changes to be partisan in nature, in a sense favoring one party over another. Canadians would look upon that with suspicion, and I would offer that when the previous government, the Conservatives, moved they called fair, we called unfair Elections Act, they moved it without the support of any other party in the House, and in fact sought to, in our view and the view of many Canadians, disenfranchise very particular groups of Canadians from voting by requiring new voter identification that Elections Canada said was not necessary. That was an unfortunate breaking of precedents. We don't want to repeat that again. The government, this new government, has said that they don't wish to go down that path. The committee, as we've proposed it, would ensure that that would not be possible, that the original proposal from the Liberals in striking this committee would have allowed them to have a majority of the seats on the committee, therefore a majority ability to pass through any reforms that they wanted, without the support of any opposition party. The committee, as we've constructed it, based upon the will of Canadians, would require the parties to work together. Now, I know that might be a radical concept, Mr. Speaker. There's often a lot of division and partisanship is a part of the House of Commons. It is a part of electoral politics, and if done well with passion and integrity, can be to the benefit of the country. But partisanship, for its own sake, often undermines good ideas, often undermines the integrity of this place. And what we hope for and what we've constructed in this committee is to allow other parties, to require other parties to seek support from one another, to say that no one party in this place has all the right ideas for the solution, for the problems that we're seeking to fix, that the challenges that are in our electoral system will be fixed by us collectively together. This is what Canadians want. This is what we believe Canadians need. And the committee system that we've put forward allows us that. Because if the process is fair, it greatly improves the chances that the outcome will be fair. If the process is skewed and biased, then unfortunately there's too great a chance that that outcome will also be skewed and biased. Now, there are so many groups across the country that have been working diligently, some of them for decades, on improving our electoral system in Canada. I'm thinking of Fair Vote. I'm thinking of Lead Now, of the Broadbent Institute, of Dogwood, of Oz, even columnists from the Globe and Mail to Andrew Coyne to other left-wing radicals, as the Conservatives like to say, have been long urging us to evolve our electoral system into this century, even evolve it from the last century. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that there is an opportunity in front of us to do something novel, to be innovative, to be courageous about the way we go about this conversation, to in a sense, while recognizing our own interests in this conversation, to put the interests of Canadians first, to allow Canadians to have a greater voice in this, that the committee would seek to hear from traditionally underrepresented groups, First Nations, women, young people, people living in poverty, people with disabilities, who have often, and almost in all cases, in every election we've had, been dramatically underrepresented at the polls in the representation that we have here in the House of Commons. Now, there's no silver bullet in this conversation. There is no perfect voting system out there that will achieve all things for all people. We understand that. But certainly we can improve on a voting system that was invented before we invented the light bulb. Improve on a voting system that allows 39% of voters to produce 100% of the power, and to diminish when voters go into the ballot box and they're told they simply have to vote strategically. They have to not choose their first choice, they have to choose their some second or third choice in order to stop the thing that they most fear. We believe that when voters step into the ballot box, it is an expression of hope for the future. is their will for the future. It is something that they want to express to themselves and to their neighbors and their family, what they want to see in the world, what kind of government they would like to see. A good electoral system, a good voting process allows that connection to be much stronger than what we have here today. Now, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned before you took the chair that I'd be dividing my time. Thank you very much for that update. A number of years ago, I represent northwestern British Columbia, an incredibly beautiful and powerful place, and one of the great advantages I have in this honor of representing Skeena Bulkley Valley is I often get to attend First Nations events, ceremonies, traditions. And at one event, I was with the Haisla in Kitimat, and during the course of this very long feast, it was a very important feast, a naming feast in which a number of Haisla were acquiring important names. One of the elders got up to speak. And slowly, as he was progressing through his comments, one after another of other Haisla from his house group got up to stand very quietly, respectfully behind him. And by the end of a certain amount of time, there must have been more than 100 or so folks standing behind this elder, and I turned to a friend of mine who's Haisla, and I said, I don't understand fully what's happening here, what this represents. And she said, well, in our tradition, when his house stands behind him, what they're saying is that all the words he speaks, it is as if they have spoken. The commitments he is making, they also make. And I often think, what if we held that type of tradition here in this place? That from all the parts of this country that we represent, with the divergent views that we represent, that always and first and foremost, we sought to represent the voices of those who stand behind us. Those of us wishing to express the best of ourselves, the best of this country. I think that would allow us to avoid some of the traps we fall into as politicians, as members of Parliament, where that high road is so hard to maintain, that road of speaking with integrity, as our friends and our families and our neighbors would like to speak with, and do speak with, because that's at the heart of what this country is, a conversation about respect, about differences. The committee process we put forward today, and the eventual result in a better electoral system, is an effort to honor that, to respect the very best of this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
I want to thank the member opposite for his comments and for his efforts in bringing forward the opposition motion today. In his comments, he talked about the need for parties to work together on this issue. I couldn't agree more. I think when we're working on modernizing our electoral system and taking advantage of this opportunity to bring our electoral system into the 21st century, it's going to require the input and participation of all parties to get there. And so I commend the efforts of the member today to try to move this process forward. I'm interested in his comments. He talked about the importance of the committee reaching out to constituencies that aren't traditionally engaged, people who feel disenfranchised currently within the existing system. He talked about seniors, the disabled, Aboriginal people, people that we're not seeing voting in large numbers, young people. I'm wondering his thoughts about how the committee might reach out to some of those groups, might engage them in this process and ensure their voices are heard.
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Ajax, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his comments and his efforts over the last number of months in trying to work as we do as parliamentarians, as I do with my colleague from the Conservatives, my friend from the Greens and the Bloc, to attempt to move this forward. One of our challenges it's been a number of months, and the way electoral reform needs to work is with some sense of urgency, simply because Elections Canada needs to have in place, well before the next election, any changes that are coming to the voting system in order first to inform Canadians and also to conduct the vote fairly. To a specific question about those groups that are not often reached by parliamentarians in traditional politics, I think the use of social media, I think the use of reaching out, certainly the committee has to travel. The committee has to get out of Ottawa, get out of the bubble, and hear from Canadians, and not just those with a vested interest in a voting system, but those who care to participate more fully in our democracy, a number of the groups that he and I both just mentioned. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Member for his speech today. Now, I do have one question, and that is, during his speech, he said, the heart of this country is conversation, end quote. And then just in his answer right now, he said that we need to get out of the Ottawa bubble and we need to hear from Canadians. I couldn't agree with the member more. We absolutely need to hear from Canadians. And so, in my estimation, the best way to hear from Canadians would be through holding a referendum. This seems like a way that we would be able to hear the voice of every single Canadian across this country from coast to coast to coast. And so I'm curious to hear as to whether or not the member would agree with this. Would he see the value in holding a national referendum?
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, and I thank my friend from Lethbridge for her comments. And I very much appreciate the sentiment under what many Conservatives and many others have called for around the referendum, which is, I think at its core, Mr. Speaker, a question about validity. Is what's produced valid, and is it seen by Canadians as valid? And a referendum is one instrument that can be used to validate or reject a proposal that's put forward by Parliament. The challenge that I would put back is that there is a notion of mandate. When governments get elected, as the previous Conservatives were elected, whenever they move forward on a promise that was made in the election, they would say, we have a mandate to do this, didn't take it back to referendum. Nor did the Conservatives go to referendum when they moved their changes to the Electoral Act. So it's a little strange now they're asking for it. All this to be said, I think if the process is sound, if Canadians see it and feel it as valid, then the energy around referendum may shift. I've mused about this at various times because referendum often face the challenge of the fear of the unknown. People will reject an idea when they don't understand fully or worried about what its consequences might be. That there could be a notion of running as New Zealand did, for example, running a new electoral system for a couple of elections, and then giving people the option at that point to say, we don't like what this has done for our Parliament, for the way we work. We'd like to return back to what we had before is, I think, a valid option that other countries.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for bringing forward a motion today that allows us to talk about how we can begin a process as we intend to continue a process in a nonpartisan way, seeking what's best for all Canadians. And I want to put to him that in his motion he suggests we'll be looking at research. There's an astonishing amount of research that allows us to understand that changing our voting system isn't a matter of opinion, but there's solid empirical evidence. And I'm going to suggest that this research by Arndt Libhart, 36 democracies were surveyed. And he came to a conclusion. He's a professor, by the way, at the University of California, San Diego. His conclusion is that those democracies that have consensus-based, such as proportional representation voting systems, actually have a better record with, quote, regard to effective policy making and the quality of democracies compared to majoritarian systems. So I put that to the member. Can we bring such experts to the committee?
For Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Many members of Parliament have come to this place with some of their own experience and opinions, and that we have to value. There have been 10 major studies from the Law Society on down in Canada looking at electoral reform in this place. And all 10 have, and these are the most significant ones, have all recommended systems which require proportionality. One came out STV, others had a mixed proportionality system. One of the things we've also learned from that research, both globally and looking at countries that would be comparable to Canada, is despite rumors, the facts show that there's actually an increase in stability when you move to a proportional system, and there's a more direct, I believe in a direct link, by the way, Mr. Speaker, between constituents and members of Parliament. I think that's a principle that we want to maintain, something in which people can always rely on who to call to complain or to congratulate, as happens from time to time, when seeking their member of Parliament out. I think that's an important element that we should maintain.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for presenting the motion so well and agreeing to share his time, of course. Today we're talking about a topic, and I'm just going to make an admission by way of introduction. When I started out in politics, I thought this was an issue that ordinary people weren't very interested in. When you go door to door, you often hear people talking about the economy, health, and education. The same topics keep coming up, even things that aren't federal jurisdiction, but things people are concerned about. But I was surprised, agreeably surprised, pleasantly surprised. I think it was in 2013 when the Conservatives presented Bill C-23, which made major changes, sometimes very problematic changes to our electoral system. I was interested to see that there was an interest not just in the Ottawa bubble, but in our constituencies as well. So residents were knocking on our riding doors. They were submitting the doors of our riding offices, and they were submitting petitions. They were very concerned about this. And I realized, Mr. Speaker, this is not always the top priority, but democratic reform is a priority. People are interested, and we're talking about making fundamental changes here to the way that we elect our members of parliament. And because they're major changes, we're in a situation today where the Liberals, who are now in power since October 2015, they're proposing a change to the status quo, and in so doing, of course, this is fundamental to our democracy, and people care. They're interested in how this is going to happen. Unfortunately, to date, what the government has proposed hasn't been what Canadians would like to see, because it allows the party in power to decide unilaterally how we're going to proceed with such an important change to our democracy. What we're proposing today, Mr. Speaker, is very interesting, because the minister has repeatedly said what's important is to hear what the opposition has to propose. And she said she's open to those proposals. Well, so much the better, Mr. Speaker, because here we are today with a proposal that we hope the party in power and the minister will support. It's a proposal to change the way the committee is made up, for a change that's so important to our democracy. There has to be the support of at least one opposition party. The way the motion is currently drafted, the Liberals will have an absolute majority. They can proceed unilaterally, and they can decide what the ultimate reform is, because in all likelihood, the Liberal majority would, after it made it through committee and into the House, the majority of here in the House would probably approve it. So this motion today would change the composition of that committee. And that composition would reflect the percentage of the popular vote in the last election. So it would give our Bloc and our Green Party members a vote on the committee. And it would force the government to try to seek out a consensus in making this change to our voting system, our democratic system. And Canadians would be more likely to support the final proposal, knowing that it was a much more representative and proportional committee that recommended the reform. The work of this committee is very important. It's our opportunity to get out of the bubble in Ottawa, and the minister suggested that MPs consult individually in their ridings. I'm not saying that's unimportant. Obviously, that goes to the very heart of our work as MPs. We go door to door, we consult, we receive petitions. That's our daily work. But that doesn't replace the work of Parliament or the work that a committee could do. So we're in a situation, Mr. Speaker, where, for example, the composition of standing committees normally is set by the standing orders. And the Liberals are saying, well, we're just following the usual procedure. But that's based on what they themselves have called a false majority. And so if they truly want to seek out consensus and hear from the opposition parties, they shouldn't use their false majority to stack the committee. That's very important, Mr. Speaker. A committee, as opposed to an individual MP, has the ability to call witnesses, to hear from experts from all MPs. My colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands quoted from an expert who'd done a study. That's what a committee does. It gets to the bottom of what the experts think. Myself, my constituents, we have our knowledge, we have our expertise, we have our opinions, but that can never replace the kind of consensus building that can come from consulting other MPs, experts, ordinary Canadians on a committee. That's how you build a consensus and come up with something representative of what Canadians want with their electoral system, and something that would truly represent the desires of Canadians. And it's important, Mr. Speaker, because we're talking about, we have a first-past-the-post system, it comes from centuries ago. It's centuries old. That doesn't mean it's bad, but we have to always keep looking at how our system is designed. Americans, look what they're going through right now. A lot of people are following that. Their system comes from a time when delegates were sent because you might have been a farmer and you didn't have time or the resources or the ability to travel and attend a convention. So delegates were sent to choose a candidate for president, Republican or Democrat, what have you. But now people realize that with technology, with our ability to travel more easily, the borders between states are thinner, if I could put it that way. So it's easier to travel. So in the U.S., they're thinking maybe we should change our ways of doing things. And it's the same here in Canada. We have a system that's been around for a long time. Originally, there were only 2 parties. Now we see that there are several other parties. We have 3 recognized parties here in the House right now, 5 parties who have members here. So we're in a situation where we're entitled to ask questions, and it's important when the government stands up. I understand sometimes it's a little bit in bad faith, but when they say that they have 60 or 65% of Canadians have voted for a party that proposed changes or reforms, I know that some of my conservative colleagues are going to say there's nothing wrong with the status quo. Well, they can take part in the conversation, all the more reason for them to support our motion, which would give their voice greater weight at committee. Those who voted for them will have more influence on the committee. That's why our motion is so important, Mr. Speaker. We want everyone to be heard, all MPs to be heard, so that we can truly hold a conversation, a genuine conversation. We mustn't be afraid of change, Mr. Speaker, but you've got to get that change right. We have to make sure that while making changes, that we don't exclude people whose voices are perhaps not quite as loud. Their voices and their votes should have the same clout as everyone else's. And when the Conservatives made changes, those changes affected some people disproportionately. People who in the past tended not to vote or had trouble voting. So when you make such important changes, you have to hear from everyone first. You have to make sure that you've come up with the right solution. It's better to get this right, Mr. Speaker, than to try to do it sloppily and only realize after the fact that it was done wrong and democracy will suffer. That's why I support my colleague's motion, and I would encourage all members to support it. It's our voices that are at stake. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've read the text of this motion, and I appreciate the comments from the 2 members opposite. I've read the text of the motion. In principle, I agree with the concept. My concern is this. Both of the speakers have talked about listening to Canadians, doing consultation, making sure we express their interests. One of the speakers said that members need to work together, which is a novel idea. I've only been here for 8 months. I'm still sort of idealistic. I think we do work together. My concern is this motion is essentially to change the structure of the committee. We can't forget that the NDP campaigned on a very specific reform, which doesn't require consultation. So my question is this: is the NDP now prepared to entertain other alternative systems rather than the one they campaigned specifically on in the election?
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I'd like to reassure him I've been here for 5 years. He's idealistic. I'm still a bit idealistic, so he won't necessarily have to give that up overnight. Now, when it comes, this motion has to do with the work of the committee. It's true the NDP has a proposal about what would be the best voting system, but this motion really just deals with how the committee will work. Proposals, good proposals, can come from all parties. But what's important here, what we're talking about here, is we're not trying to predetermine the result of the committee's work with this motion. We just want to make sure that when a proposal is brought forward, that at least one other party has to support it. And this way, all parties will be heard. We want the committee to reflect the proportion of the popular vote for each party. So let's do this and try to achieve a consensus in this way.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member that just spoke, I find it kind of ironic that a couple days ago we were discussing Bill C-7, where their party was very emphatic that the RCMP could not have a secret vote. Yet one of the first parts of their motion is that they have a secret vote to elect a chair. And I do not understand why it's good for them and it's bad for our government agencies that's recognized worldwide why they can't have a secret vote. So maybe the Alberta members can answer that question for me. Thank you.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We mustn't mix things up. The ability of workers to unionize and the motion we're talking about today, it's a bit like saying that we vote by secret ballot, but here we're talking about, well, I think this is apples and oranges, Mr. Speaker. What's important here, Mr. Speaker, is for the committee's composition to make it possible to seek out a consensus and hear all MPs, all parties, and to force the Liberal Party to get the support of at least one other party, especially because this change is so fundamental for democracy, like how fundamental it is for workers to be able to unionize. The honourable member for Bécancour, Nicolette Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have another question for my colleague. I listened to him carefully. I found it very interesting. I'd like to know, when the committee finishes its work and has to come to a conclusion, should that conclusion be the subject of a referendum for all Quebecers and Canadians to vote on? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that's one of the goals of this motion. Perhaps if there's a consensus on the committee, Canadians will be more likely to support the ultimate proposal. The question of whether or not to hold a referendum is an excellent one. The minister can decide. Maybe that's the way to go. She can decide. But at the outset, what we're hoping is that if the committee can reach a consensus, that might make it unnecessary to go the way of a referendum. But what we want, for starters, is to have a committee that can deal with this issue so that when the decision is made, it can be made with the consent of at least one opposition party, and so that each party, all 5 parties, can have a vote, including the Bloc and the Green Party.
Before we go to resuming debate in the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Democratic Institutions, Members have noted that there's a lot of interest in participating in the questions and comments period today. I suspect perhaps because of the subject that's before the House. We'll do our very best to get as many members included in that as possible. I might just add to honourable members, if they can keep their arguments succinct, that will of course give more members the opportunity to participate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the Minister of Democratic Institutions. Mr. Speaker and honourable members, I rise today to speak about the establishment of a special committee on electoral reform.
Mr. Speaker, I think very important, because if we're going to move forward on the issue of electoral reform, as I mentioned earlier in the question I posed, it's essential that we work collaboratively, that we listen to one another in this place, and that we find room to move together. There really is a historic opportunity for us to modernize our electoral system. We've had the same electoral system since Confederation, and while the world has changed around us, the way in which we vote has not. And Canadians increasingly, leading up to the last election, have said that they want to ensure there's a better way that their voice is heard, that they're better enfranchised in our system, and that they're given a stronger voice in our democratic process. In fact, in the last election, more than 60% of Canadians voted for parties that said that the next election, the one that will happen in 2019, must be under a new system, and that the last election should be the last one that we have under the existing system. And when we think about that opportunity, we think about the opportunity to create a better system, it's informed by a world of choices. The reality is Canada is one of the few nations in the world that continues to exist on a first-past-the-post system. Most of the rest of the world has evolved to other systems, and I think demonstrated that there's a greater way to engage citizenry in the electoral process and ensuring that they have a voice. You know, I'm struck as I get an opportunity, as I'm sure all members do, to go into classrooms and to talk to students about our voting system and about their rights as voters, the enthusiasm of grade 5 students in particular. There's probably no one more excited in this world about our democracy than grade 5 students. And slowly, unfortunately, as they get older, we seem to lose that. By the time I talk to grade 10 students, they're not as tuned in. They don't believe in as much their ability to impact change in the world around them. Fundamentally, we have to change that. We have to ensure that that enthusiasm carries forward and is felt by the entirety of the citizenry. And that's why this issue is so important, because whether or not we're talking about the economy, we're talking about national defense, we're talking about the environment, or any issue that is germane to this institution, what underpins it is that we represent the people that sent us here. What underpins it is that the people who vote feel that the system that they're participating in reflects their will, that they're given proper and fair voice in that process. And that's why it's so important that we take this opportunity to modernize this institution. The work of the committee specifically, Mr. Speaker, is going to be challenging. The committee is going to have to travel across this country. It's going to have to engage with every corner of this country, and it presents a really incredible opportunity to ensure that Canadians in this dialogue are included in a meaningful way. I talked earlier about many of the groups that have been traditionally disenfranchised in our process. People who are young, the seniors, disabled, Aboriginal Canadians. Many different groups that have found that the system that we have currently doesn't give them voice, or something that they feel disconnected to. And I think there's opportunity as committee works and listens to Canadians and to these groups and engages them to recognize that there's not just an opportunity to change our voting system, but also to take a look at other issues, whether or not those issues be mandatory voting or electronic voting or other means that might meaningfully engage Canadians. And I hope in the process of dialogue that we also take an opportunity to look specifically at those groups that are disenfranchised and ask the hard questions about how we can ensure they're better included in our process, even if that change doesn't necessarily always reflect a differing policy. It can be simply differing approach. The role that will be taken by the minister who's been leading this file and myself will be to reach out to those groups as well and to engage on a pan-Canadian basis, to work and listen with the committee. And I think one of the things I can't emphasize enough is that it's going to require the participation of every member of this House. not just in the conducting of town halls or listening to their constituents, but also in the debate that's going to occur, either directly in committee, and we are excited that all parties are going to be represented at that table and going to be not just parties that are recognized in the House, but those that are not recognized in this House, given the opportunity to have voice in that process and participate, because that process of input, I think, is going to be essential to us getting the result that Canadians are going to see is going to demonstrably improve their system. I also think, Mr. Speaker, that there's an opportunity through this process for parties to be able to form exactly what the outcome is. And frankly, today is an example of that. I commend the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley for bringing forward this motion, for seeking a way for the parties to work collaboratively to try to move this process forward. And if we're going to be successful, compromise, working together, finding middle ground is going to be essential to getting us there. And so it's the type of goodwill that I think is essential to demonstrate in this process. And as we move forward, it's the kind of change, it's the type of work and collaboration that is going to make change possible. Mr. Speaker, we're entering into the 150th anniversary of this country. I could think of no better time than now to seize this opportunity, to modernize our institutions, to give Canadians a stronger voice in their democracy. I'm excited for the debate ahead. I'm excited to work with all members of this House, and I'm very excited to see what this committee is going to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. One of the arguments I want to get back to is something I've heard before in this House, that sort of 60% of Canadians voted for parties that wanted to do this. And I think it's important to recognize that the NDP had 38 pages of promises in their policies, and you guys had more than 20. So I would say it's not really accurate to assume that people voted specifically for those promises. And I think from a fact and evidence-based point of view, you'd have to take into account that in many of the other referendums that have happened in this area, people have not voted to abandon the first-past-the-post system. So I wonder if the member could comment on that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm not sure how to respond to the notion that people don't vote for the policies of parties that they put forward. I think the reality is that in an election campaign, parties posit what changes they're going to make. The changes specifically with respect to the electoral system were made very clearly, certainly by our party and by others, that the last election will be the last one run on a first-past-the-post system. And when I reflect on the types of ways that changes were made to our electoral system previously, for example, the Fair Elections Act, or so-called Fair Elections Act, where there were no form of consultations whatsoever, where we saw broad and sweeping changes made without any sort of consultation, without engaging other parties, without engaging Canadians, that's what we have to move away from. And I think today, the type of spirit of cooperation, of working with other parties, of being able to find that commonality is exactly what Canadians are seeking. And I would say when I hear from my constituents, they have an expectation that I keep the promises that I make to them. And this was certainly a significant one in the last election.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's somewhat passing strange. I hear from Conservatives and they say, well, Canadians voted for you on this, but not that. That the idea that what a party, any of us, put into our election platforms shouldn't become a mandate if we're fortunate enough to win election or become members of Parliament. My belief is that politics is a relatively simple matter. You run on a set of promises. If you're fortunate enough to get elected, you then seek to enact those promises. So with more than 64% of the members of Parliament who ran on the promise to change our voting system, to then suggest that there isn't a mandate in Parliament to change our voting system is more than highly selective. It's somewhat almost borders on cynical. My question is this for my friend, though. One of the concerns that's been raised is about the full participation of all members who do sit on the committee. I think certainly the member from the Bloc who will be there, the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, participation is good. One of the things our motion does, though, is allow them to vote. Comment is good, asking questions. Those are all things that we all do as members of Parliament. We sit on committees. But the real truth of the matter, the real test of the matter, is when a proposal comes up to do this or that a member of Parliament sitting on a committee can actually vote. This is something that we hope the government is open to, because to simply include members but without that notion of being able to cast a vote seems a lesser position for any member of Parliament that takes that seat on that committee.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Sure, and maybe it would be helpful if we could get from the Conservatives a list of promises that they feel that the constituents were listening to when we made them and a list that they weren't, so we could know which ones we were criticized for keeping and which ones that we shouldn't keep that we made. It's a little confusing. But I do want to say on the issue that the member raised for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, absolutely. There is an imperative need to hear from all parties in this House to ensure that they're given proper voice in this process. I know the minister will be speaking after me and that she has some comments on this, but I think the spirit of what he said, the spirit of ensuring that all parties have a voice and are heard at the table, is an important one, and I thank him for the motion he proposed today.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Infrastructure I need to put in place first, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And thank you to my Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I am pleased to rise on debate on this House on the opposition motion put forward by my Honourable NDP colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking in this House on this traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples for some time now about the importance of listening to Canadians and working across party lines to find solutions to the challenges that we face. Despite the skepticism expressed by some, I do believe that it's possible to be both partisan and to find common ground. I do believe that respectful cooperation is possible. It is in this vein that I wish to congratulate my honourable colleague on this motion. I believe it can allow us to move beyond a discussion about process and begin a debate on the substance of electoral reform. The motion before this House contains the key elements of the motion the government previously placed on the order paper. It confirms that the most appropriate way to consult Canadians is through the establishment of a special all-party committee with representation from all parties in this House. As elected representatives, it is our responsibility to give a voice to our constituents and in general, and more specifically to those who have been unwilling or unable to participate in the past. The NDP motion is also consistent with a number of the fundamental components of the motion I placed on the order paper on May 10th. There are consistencies in terms of mandate, the nature and the scope of national consultation, engaging this entire House, which means all members, regardless of political stripes, an emphasis on inclusivity, especially to underrepresented groups by reaching out across our diverse society. I welcome so much common ground on these issues. The NDP motion, however, suggests that the membership of the committee deviate from the standing orders in two fundamental ways. First, it seeks to provide a vote on the committee for both unrecognized parties in this House, the Green and the Bloc. Mr. Speaker, it's always been the government's intention that both parties be included in this national consultation. I believe, and this was outlined in our motion on May 10th, I believe that members of these parties have a great deal to contribute to the debate, and I've been persuaded that an additional way to demonstrate our commitment to inclusivity is to break with tradition and have both the Bloc and the Green as full voting members. Means that the government will not have a majority on the committee. And hopefully this will assure members that the government comes to this process with an open mind. Second, the NDP motion seeks to shift the committee from having a majority of government members to having a majority of opposition members. Mr. Speaker, some may argue that replacing a government majority with an opposition majority puts us no further ahead. The fact is that such an argument misses the point. The issue is that every member, regardless of party, must combine their partisan perspective with meeting the important need that Canadians have to improve the electoral process. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, we need to do politics differently. Who has the committee majority has never been my key priority. However, ensuring that Canadians have the opportunity to participate meaningfully in the electoral reform process is, and the proposal before us will take us beyond a debate on process and begin discussing the substance of electoral reform. In that spirit, Mr. Speaker, the government will support the motion's provisions for the party distribution on the committee. Mr. Speaker, there are two items, however, that are missing from the motion that I believe must be included. The first is the set of principles outlined in the motion I placed on the order paper on May 10th. I believe that our discussion of electoral reform must be guided by fundamental principles and that they need to be part of shaping the final proposal. Second, the importance of dealing with the issue of ensuring that the proposal put forward is seen to be legitimate by Canadians. This is consistent with my view that the government will not proceed without the broad support of Canadians. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, I believe the mandate of the committee needs to include recommending to the government the best method of ensuring that any proposal has the full or broad support of Canadians. With all this being said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move, seconded by the member for Ajax, the following amendments. So the motion be amended by A, adding the words online, adding after the words online voting, the following, and to assess the extent to which the options identified could advance the following principles for electoral reform. 1, effectiveness and legitimacy, that the proposed measures would increase public confidence among Canadians that their democratic will, as expressed by their votes, will be fairly translated, and that the proposed measures reduces distortion and strengthens the link between voter intention and the election of representatives. 2, engagement, that the proposed measure would encourage voting and participation in the democratic process, foster greater civility and collaboration in politics, enhance social cohesion, and offer opportunities for inclusion of underrepresented groups in the political process. 3, accessibility and inclusiveness, that the proposed measure would avoid undue complexity in the voting process while respecting the other principles, and that it would support access by all eligible voters, regardless of their physical or social condition. 4, integrity, that the proposed measure can be implemented while safeguarding the public's trust in the election process by ensuring reliable and verifiable results obtained through an effective and objective process that is secure and preserves the vote secrecy for individual Canadians. 5, local representation, that the proposed measure would ensure accountability and recognize the value Canadians attach to community, to members of Parliament understanding local conditions and advancing local needs at the national level and having access to their members of Parliament to facilitate resolution of their concerns and participation in the democratic process. B, by replacing the words November 1st, 2016 with the words October 14th, 2016. C, adding after the words engagement tools the following, that the committee be directed to study and advise on additional methods for obtaining the views of Canadians. And D, replacing the words notwithstanding Standing Order 1063, all candidates for the position of chair or vice chair from the official opposition with the words all candidates for the position of chair or vice chair. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members to support this amendment, and I look forward to the debate in this House moving forward. Thank you.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley if he consents to this amendment being moved.
Mr. Speaker, I not only consent to the motion being moved, but welcome it very much and thank the Minister for her hard work on this file. Let's rock and roll.
Very good, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. Then moved by Ms. Monsef, seconded by Mr. Holland, that the motion be amended by adding after the words "online voting" the following: and to assess the extent to which the opposition, or the option identified could advance the following principles for electoral reform: 1. Effectiveness and legitimacy. That the proposed measures would increase public confidence among Canadians and their democratic will, as expressed by their votes, will be fairly translated, and that the proposed measures reduces distortion and strengthens the link between voter intention and the election of representatives. 2. Engagement. That the proposed measures would encourage voting and participation in democratic process, foster greater civility and collaboration in politics, enhance social cohesion, and offer opportunities for inclusion of underrepresented groups in the political process. 3. Accessibility and inclusiveness. That the proposed measures would avoid undue complexity in the voting process while respecting the other principles, and that it would support access by all eligible voters regardless of physical or social conditions. 4. Integrity. That the proposed measures can be implemented while safeguarding public trust in the election process by ensuring reliable and verifiable results obtained through an effective and objective process that is secure and preserves vote secrecy for individual Canadians. 5. Local representation. That the proposed measures would ensure accountability and recognize the value that Canadians attach to community, to members of Parliament understanding local conditions and advancing local needs at the national level, and to having access to members of Parliament to facilitate resolution of their concerns and participation in the democratic process. B. Replacing the words November 1, 2016 with the word October 14, 2016. C. Adding the words engagement tools the following, adding after the words engagement tools the following: that the committee be directed to study and advise on additional methods for obtaining the views of Canadians, and D. Replacing the words notwithstanding Standing Order 1063, all candidates for the position of chair or vice chair for the official opposition with the words all candidates for the position of chair or vice chair. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'd like to thank the Minister from Democratic Institutions for her work, and my friend from Ajax, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his engagement in close contact on this, because it's in my fundamental beliefs how Parliament ought to work, where there are proposed ideas, there are opposition ideas that then merge with what the government has suggested, and perhaps from time to time an improvement over the original proposal. I'd also like to recognize the member from Elmwood-Transcona who first came to me and suggested that making the committee up based upon the views of Canadians in the past election was an intuitive and fair way to go about the process of changing our electoral system. A, it was valid because it was not views of any parliamentarian or any party, but the views of Canadians that constructed our committee. And B, because it allowed the process itself to be fair and then hopefully the results to be fair as well. So I thank him very much for his innovation, and we should always look to new members of Parliament for their views on things. Specifically to the Minister, I very much appreciate her comments about not having to talk about the process of getting to the process, that we could actually get to the substance of the matter about our electoral system that lies at the very heart of our democracy, the heart of this institution, and the heart of this country, the conversation we can have about how to best and most fairly represent Canadians and their hopes for the future. It's my sincere hope. I know we've heard some comments and concerns from my Conservative colleagues. We've heard some comments from my colleague from the Bloc Québécois and my friend from Sandwich Gulf Island, the Green Party, that we can arrive at a consensus here today, that we can achieve some sort of step in the right direction. I think such an indication and a sign to Canadians would be one that would be quite hopeful. This debate to this point has been about the process. It's been somewhat and naturally antagonistic, which is okay, Mr. Speaker. That's what politics is sometimes. But what is her hope at arriving at such a similar consensus, so that at the very first step that this committee takes, this historic opportunity that we take together, starts on the right foot, starts in a way that the partisanship is lessened, that the collaboration and collegiality is enhanced, and that Canadians can have a renewed faith that what comes out of this process will be something representing their hopes and views for the future as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his work in this question. Mr. Speaker, we were elected by Canadians to listen to their needs and to cooperate in this place. This is how we govern. He's right. Up until now, this conversation has taken away from the substance of electoral reform. It's time for us to combine our partisan interests with the needs of Canadians and work together to make sure that their ideas, their aspirations, and their needs are reflected in the reforms that we eventually introduce in this place.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quick question. Is the minister open to a referendum, yes or no? The honourable minister of Democratic Institutions.
Speaker, today is about beginning the process of bringing the parliamentary committee together and having them review the options available. The next step will be to review the proposal based on what we've heard from Canadians while the committee's been doing its work. And the third step, Mr. Speaker, will be finding the appropriate way to engage Canadians' buy-in for the process. That particular aspect, Mr. Speaker, is now included in the motion so that the committee may determine the best way to gauge Canadian support. I look forward to working with the party opposite to make sure that all Canadians have an opportunity to be part of this important dialogue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to take very long. There are a lot of questions, but to the honourable minister and to the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for putting Canada above partisanship and working so hard to craft a committee that can earn the legitimacy and the trust of Canadians. I look forward to working on that committee, and I ask the minister if she can indicate when we can actually, assuming we can get this motion through as quickly as possible, when in her mind we can begin work as a committee.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I do believe that her contribution to this committee will be invaluable, as will be all members of that committee. The hope is that today we engage in a constructive and respectful dialogue about this particular motion, and that we take the opportunity to think constructively, contribute meaningfully, and vote on this particular motion. We're hoping for unanimous consent on this, Mr. Speaker. As for when the committee can begin its work, as soon as the respective parties have put forward names for the members they wish to see on the committee can begin the exciting and important work of reaching out to Canadians and hearing their ideas about what electoral reform this House could introduce.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, rather. I'm just making sure I've got my timer here. I won't be splitting my time. There's so much wrong with what's going on today that I'll need a full 20 minutes. Mr. Speaker, first of all, will there be unanimous consent? Absolutely not. There was not unanimous consultation. The minister who makes a fine line about the need to work together did not work together with us. She made a deal unilaterally with the New Democratic Party. Or maybe it wasn't unilateral. I don't know. Perhaps the Bloc and NDP were in it. I have no idea because the Conservative Party was not involved. So let's all work together on a deal that we worked out behind your backs. In all honesty, Mr. Speaker, that kind of disrespect is not the way to begin a discussion. As well, Mr. Speaker, this motion, as it was originally worded and as it is changed, is fundamentally flawed. I do not blame my colleague from the New Democratic Party for that. I blame the government for that, and I will explain what is wrong with it as I go through my comments. Mr. Speaker, the first thing to say here is that the mandate of the motion, the mandate of the committee, is in practice identical to what it was under the original government motion number 5. Its timeline is varied only slightly, and it is one of 3 consultation processes. Very important fact. There's 3 consultation processes. One is this committee. The second one is town hall meetings, which are to take place in some unspecified way and produce results which will be collated in some unspecified way and dealt with by the government in some unspecified way. And finally, there will be a 3rd consultation process, not yet announced by the minister, although she announced that she would be announcing it way back in the middle of last month. Then the government will take all this information and will do with it as it sees fit. The minister has not moved an inch from her position that once this committee is finished acting, the cabinet will exercise its monopoly over making a decision. All right. So the purpose of this committee was and is to put in place a part of the Liberal election promise, which I will quote, although I scarcely need to, the Prime Minister quotes it every single day in the House of Commons, which said, "We are committed to ensuring that 2015 will be the last federal election conducted under the first-past-the-post voting system." It goes on to say, "We will convene an all-party parliamentary committee to review a wide variety of reforms such as ranked ballot, proportional representation, mandatory voting, and online voting. This committee will deliver its recommendations to Parliament. Within 18 months of forming government, we will introduce legislation to enact electoral reform." So the problem with this promise is that it was a promise that the Prime Minister was not entitled to make. No one summarizes these things better than Rex Murphy, who said the following, and I quote, "The Prime Minister's dramatic declaration before the election that it would be the last under first-past-the-post was not a pledge that he was then or now entitled to make. Changing the way in which Canadians vote is not within the competence of a candidate or a Prime Minister." Rex Murphy goes on to say, "The power of the citizens' vote is the DNA of our democracy. It is not, then, in the Liberals' power to alter the mechanism, play any parliamentary games to choose a new system without consulting the voters in a referendum with clear language on what they, the voters, prefer. No referendum, no change." The real purpose of this committee, Mr. Speaker, because this is not a legislative committee, we are not dealing with a piece of legislation. The real purpose of this committee, Mr. Speaker, is to fritter away time. Now, I came to the conclusion in mid-May, following the minister's announcement, that its sole purpose was to fritter away time so as to preclude other options. Let me read what I wrote in an op-ed in the Ottawa Citizen on May the 18th. I said, "Naturally, the structure of the committee was widely panned, but the real problem has nothing to do with whether or not the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands gets a vote on the committee. By now it is clear that the purpose of the committee is not to find conclusions, but rather to run out the clock. The longer the Liberals delay, the narrower the range of options for electoral reform. First to vanish will be the ability to move to any system that involves riding redistribution. This will remove from the table the electoral systems that were proposed to voters in PEI in 2005, in BC in 2005, and in Ontario in 2007. Only the single-member preferential ballot system, which the Prime Minister has indicated to be his favourite all along, will be left as an alternative to the status quo. Then, with a bit more time, the option of holding a referendum on the Prime Minister's preferred option will also disappear. Nothing that I said on May the 18th is changed by the current proposal, Mr. Speaker. And I am very much regretful that my honourable colleague from the Democratic Party did not see that he is falling into this Liberal trap. Mr. Speaker, just to repeat, if you go back to the Minister's May 10th press conference, she is very explicit. The recommendations, whatever they are, from this committee will be sent to the Cabinet. The Cabinet will decide. Now, I didn't write this down, but I believe that's a direct quote. The Cabinet will decide. So the decision will be made not by this committee, not by Canadians at town hall meetings, not by this mystery process the Minister hasn't announced yet, not by any combination of things. It will be made by a series of Liberals in a room where only Liberals are present, where no minutes of those meetings are available. They will be available in the year 2046, after the 30-year Cabinet secrecy rule falls away. So a secret group, a non-inclusive group, will be making a decision, and of course, it will be in their partisan interest. They have total discretion in this regard. Now, I've been maintaining since last December that the fix is in. Nothing here changes that. Nothing takes away from the ability of the Liberal government to do a version of what occurred in Australia. Wonderful country, I used to live there. What occurred in Australia in 1918? I want to read to you, this is from a paper I wrote in 2005, in which I warned of the dangers of pursuing this kind of legislated change or parliamentary-based change to an electoral system without having a referendum as a safeguard. Here's what I wrote. Australia provides the best example of how this can happen. Here is how the Australian Electoral Commission describes that country's shift from first past the post to AV. AV is the preferential system that the Prime Minister prefers, by the way, to its lower house. And now I'm quoting directly from the Australian Electoral Commission. The Commonwealth Electoral Act was comprehensively rewritten in 1918, and the new Act, among other things, introduced alternative or preferential voting for the House of Representatives. That's their equivalent to the House of Commons. This was in response to the rise of the Country Party in the aftermath of the First World War and the consequent prospect of the loss of seats to Labour through a split in the non-Labour vote, end quote. In short, Mr. Speaker, I'm returning now to I'm quoting myself now. In short, a governing party with a majority mandate realized that a clearly defined change to the electoral system would suit its own partisan interests, and therefore it enacted that change. And now if I depart from my text, I can add, and it worked, it won them the next election. Returning to my text, Mr. Speaker, Australia repeated this process when it introduced STV to its Senate in 1948. This time, it was Labour that was in power, but facing imminent defeat, recognizing that the electoral system, the existing electoral system, would exaggerate its decline in popular support, and not believing that it could win the coming election, the Labour government enacted changes to the electoral system that it concluded would help to consolidate its parliamentary power base in the Senate, end quote. And the last part of my quote, I'm actually quoting from a paper on how Australia wound up with its current electoral system, both the Senate and House of Representatives. Now, the argument that is being presented as to why this is okay in the absence of a safeguard like a referendum, the argument that's being presented was initiated by my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, and now it has been accepted by the government, at least for the purposes of this committee, is that you have legitimacy if you have the support of at least one other party. Those are words that I think my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley will live to regret. That one other party, in the end, I think is unlikely to be his party. I predict that it will be the Green Party, that the Liberals will cut a deal with the Green Party member. That still won't give them a majority of votes on this committee, but who cares who has a majority of votes in this committee? Its purpose is just to rag the puck for 6 months before the decision gets made by Cabinet. That is what is going to happen, Mr. Speaker. And to say this is a travesty of democracy is an understatement. But let me make the point that the support of one other party is insufficient to legitimize a profound change, an epoch-making change, a de facto constitutional change to the way a country operates. Look, remember back in 2008 when the Liberal Party, we had an election, the Conservatives won. The Liberal Party, the New Democrats, and the Bloc Québécois got together to form a coalition government. And we got to watch how the people of Canada reacted to that. In the end, they backed off because of the fact, and they could have defeated the government. They backed off because of the massive public opposition to changing our government without an election. A de facto constitutional change from a Westminster system to the kind of system that we see in some countries that have proportional representation, like Israel, for example, where governments change regularly without there being an intervening election. Canadians did not want that kind of change. Now, maybe if we had a referendum on, I'm not sure how one would have a referendum on that kind of change, but maybe if we had done that, had a referendum, people would have said this is becoming legitimate. But that never happened. They simply tried to impose it on Canadians. Canadians did not want it. And there was the support not of one other party, but of two other parties. So the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that having the support of some of the parties, even having the support of all of the parties, is insufficient. There have been cases where everybody, all the parties, agree to something and it still gets voted down in a referendum, or at least where no party is in opposition and it still gets voted down in a referendum, indicating that the people are not on side. And the only answer we ever hear from the government on this issue is, well, the people are wrong. The people are too stupid. The people are too ill-informed. The right people aren't turning out at elections. Referendums are not inclusive enough. This has been the minister's answer all along. Well, referendums aren't inclusive. Apparently, she just chooses to ignore, for example, the referendum in 1995 in which a high turnout, a 92% turnout, is what saved this country. The reason this country still exists is because of a high turnout in a referendum. But she doesn't care about that. She cares about the inclusiveness of a decision being made in a cabinet room where only Liberals are present and only Liberal partisan interests will be considered. That's what she cares about, Mr. Speaker. Now, returning to the issues here. Given that this issue is effectively all about how to rig the next elections so the Liberals can win, I want to go through and explain exactly how this is going to work, Mr. Speaker. Here's how it's going to work, Mr. Speaker.
Highest voter turnout.
So, Mr. Speaker,
I just want to remind both sides that I'm getting on in years and my hearing is not what it used to be, so with the distractions making it hard for the Speaker to hear the honourable member and his speech. If you don't mind, whisper amongst yourselves as you can and don't scream across the hall. Thank you. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, preferential ballot in single-member districts, the system that the Prime Minister has preferred from the start, from before the last election. He has, I think I can accurately say, dissed every other system. He condemned MMP as being too confrontational. He has condemned first past the post repeatedly. I'm not sure, I haven't looked to see if he's dissed STV in the same way, but anyway, he's talked about the wonders of single-member preferential balloting, and well he should. Eric Grenier, a young pollster in this country who publishes some very interesting stuff, produced a report indicating that in the last election, the ranked ballot system would have given the Liberals 224 seats. To be clear, what's the complaint about the current system is that with 39% of the seats, the Liberals got 39% of the vote, the Liberals got 54% of the seats. Well, under a ranked ballot in single-member districts, if we assume that the second preferences of voters, as stated to another pollster, Nick Nanos, are accurate, the Liberals would have translated 39% of the vote into 73% of the seats. Wow. Right? But, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear about this. That is not the reason why the Liberals want this. They want this because they anticipate, and well, they might anticipate, given the way they're managing the economy, they anticipate that they will not win 39% of the election or the vote in the next election. They anticipate they'll win less. And so the question is, how do you translate 35% of the vote into a majority of seats? Well, Mr. Speaker, you do it by means of a preferential ballot. If you're the Liberal Party, this only works for the Liberals because they are the party of the centre. They attract second preferences from other parties. You design a system so that with 35% of the vote, you can still win a majority. And I tell you, if this system is in and they get 35% of the vote, they will win a majority. But better yet, because the votes are not being counted as percentages anymore, that will all be hidden. Mr. Speaker, seeing as we're giving ideas to the Liberals who claim they have no opinions of their own on this subject, I think disingenuous that they claim it, let me suggest a further thought. I made this point at the Manning Conference a couple of months ago. Look, there's different kinds of preferential systems. There is what's known as optional preferential. That's where you can mark down as many names or numbers as you want in your ballot. There are 6 candidates running for, say, Speaker of the House of Commons to use a preferential system that actually exists and that I, in fact, designed. You can rank 1, 2, 3, and just stop. Your ballot is live as long as one of your preferences is still on the ballot. There's another system. It's called mandatory preferential. This one's even better from the Liberal point of view. This one says if you don't mark off every single choice, if you don't fill in every single choice, your ballot is considered what they call informal or invalid. Now, if you do that system, Mr. Speaker, anybody who fails to fill out every choice, including the ones they really don't like, has their first preference tossed in the garbage. And we know that, again, this is thanks to Nick Nanos, another pollster. On Election Day, he asked voters who their first, second, third, fourth choices were, or if they had no second choice. And he found that 16% of Liberals had no second choice, 10% of New Democrats had no second choice, 13% of Greens had no second choice for the Bloc, 15% had no second choice, 46% of Conservatives had no second choice. So now we could engage in a massive advertising campaign, try to explain you have to vote for everybody, but if even 10% of those people didn't get the message and you spread that 10% across the parties, the effect would be that many Conservative candidates who win a majority of first preferences, who win more than half the vote, will still lose. That is actually a very realistic scenario, and I don't think it is realistic to assume that only 10% would fail to get the memo. So if the Liberals are looking for ways to steal the next election, optional preferential does the trick. If they're looking for ways to steal every election, then I would seriously recommend to them the mandatory preferential I just described. So, turning to a referendum, Mr. Speaker, what is the reason for having a referendum? It is not. I want to make this quite clear. Check my writings on this subject. You'll see I have not been a defender of first past the post. I've been a defender of democracy, of referendum for deciding this issue. Let me now read from a paper that I wrote back in 2001 on this subject. I said, in advocating a referendum, just to be on the safe side, the existing first past the post system should be included as one of the alternatives which voters could select on a preferential ballot. I was actually saying you should have a preferential referendum which you choose between all the different options. This would ensure that even if the designers of the system had done their job poorly and selected a range of entirely unacceptable options, the worst that would happen would be that Canadians would return to the status quo. Mr. Speaker, this is not the worst option available under this system. The worst option is that the governing party steals the next election, just as the Australian government did in 1918. That is an outrage. It didn't destroy Australia as a country. It reduced its stature as a democracy. That is the danger we're facing here. Do I think that the Liberals are trying to steal every future election, as one reporter asked me? No, I think they just care about the next election, frankly. But they are trying to steal the next election. And let me say something else, Mr. Speaker, in my last remaining minute. Anybody who thinks that it is constitutional to design a system that has the exclusive purpose or the primary purpose or even a partial purpose of disenfranchising some Canadians, because that's the point. It's not about which party benefits, it's about which voters are effectively disenfranchised through the choice of a system which has predictable results. Anybody who thinks you can do that and not violate Section 3 of the Charter, the part of the Charter that says that we all have the right to elect members of Parliament, is very, very naive indeed. I hope that the government has thought through the constitutional implications of the road they are going down, the road they have been going down since they adopted a year ago, I guess next week, their election platform. They are moving to very dangerous, very unconstitutional, very undemocratic ground. The Canadian people, I think they will discover, will not stand for, and it doesn't matter whether they have the support of one other party in the House of Commons. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech on this topic, and I'm happy to ask him a question about the idea of referendums, because that's the main discussion that he's interested in having here on electoral reform. So I was wondering, considering that the Referendum Act allows the Government of Canada to hold referendums on constitutional issues for any changes to the Canadian Constitution, I was wondering whether he felt that when it comes to our electoral system, does this come under the Referendum Act, which clearly stipulates that referendum questions have to be on constitutional issues. So does he think the Government of Canada would even be empowered to hold a referendum on a question of electoral change? The honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Speaker, the answer to the member's question is under the current wording of the Referendum Act, the government would not be able to hold a referendum on this question. In other words, it would be appropriate for the government to update the Referendum Act. It needs updating for other reasons too. There's for example, no financial constraints on how much you can spend on either side in a referendum. But they would have to be changed, and I would very much recommend that. In fact, I have been recommending that for some length of time, so I'm glad he raised that point. The Referendum Act needs to be updated. As well, you need to have 6 months, according to the Chief Electoral Officer, in order to ramp up for an actual referendum. So both of those things should be on the government's agenda right now. The minister left. It's a shame, because I wanted to ask her a question. But perhaps
I just want to remind the honourable member, and he's been here long enough, I think he knows that we don't refer to whether people are present or not, or members are present or not.
Actually, I saw somebody saying cheap shot. I actually genuinely forgot that. I was so incensed. But I take the speaker's point that was quite right, quite wrong to make that point. Let me make this point. There's some sort of vague language in the new mandate of the committee about, which sort of implies but kind of doesn't imply that it might be, they could say a referendum is one way of doing it, or they could say, no, referendums are not on the plate, Canadians don't want it. I would have simply liked to ask her that question. But if they are saying, if they are implying that referendums are potentially a way of dealing with this, and they have said that in the past, she said that in the past, then they need to be updating the Referendum Act, or else it reveals that what she's been saying is simply disingenuous from the start.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a question to the member opposite. And I have to preface my comments by saying this. After 18 years in public service, as a mayor, as a regional councillor, I've always taken a full responsibility and appreciation to listen, to learn, to react accordingly to the residents that we represent. And of course, that's our job. To make decisions based on referendum somewhat allows us not to do our job. And I think it's very imperative that we stand up and we listen, we learn, and we act accordingly. So my question to the member, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that, do you not think that instead of governing by referendum, because we can do that with any decision that we're attempting to make, would it be more appropriate that simply put, you do your job, you listen to the people that you represent, and of course you communicate their concerns, their thoughts, with any issue, including this one, to the House, and of course to try and set policy for the future of this great nation of ours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Canada held a referendum in 1898. We held on prohibition. We held one in 1942 on conscription. We held one in 1992 on the Charlottetown Accord. I'm suggesting that we hold one in 2016 or 17, I guess, on electoral reform. If the member thinks that 4 referenda over the course of more than a century is too much, then he and I just disagree. I'll just add that 73% of Canadians, according to a poll taken a couple of weeks ago, also disagree with him. They believe that this question should go to a referendum. So, and just to finish this thought, Mr. Speaker, there are certain issues. Canadians clearly believe this. There are certain issues that are of a de facto constitutional nature. They change the way our country operates. They affect our fundamental rights, such as the right to vote. And it's clear that, I think as a consequence of the Charlottetown Accord vote, and as a consequence of the referenda that have happened in Quebec on separation from Canada, that there's developed a culture in Canada, a widespread belief. It's part of our political culture now to believe that on constitutional or de facto constitutional issues, referendum is the only way of conferring legitimacy upon the changes that are made. So I would respectfully disagree with my honourable colleague.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his incredible knowledge of this issue and his articulate way of expressing the needs of the House and, in fact, the needs of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, one of the things we keep hearing over and over again from the government and even from our NDP colleagues is that we need to find a way to engage with those who have been unwilling or unable to participate in the past. And Mr. Speaker, I'm having trouble identifying who that might be. I wonder if my colleague would have any input into what could be behind the idea of trying to engage more with people who they say are unwilling to or have been unable to. I find in the last election, Mr. Speaker, we had an incredible increase in people who were able to engage and were willing to engage and want to engage. So I wonder if my colleague could comment on that.
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, when people think an issue is important enough, they come out and vote on it, as evidenced by the 92% turnout in Quebec in 1995 in the referendum on secession. Clearly, at that point, people were highly motivated. They were so motivated that people were trying to vote from their hospital beds, people who normally simply would not make that attempt. But in answer to the question about higher levels of participation, it's always a legitimate goal to look at those who, for one reason or another, are left out. So people who are disabled, and there are so many different kinds of disabilities. There's visual disabilities, there's mobility issues, there are, well, I could go on and take up a lot of time describing them all. They all need to be dealt with. That's the kind of business-like manner that ought to be done by means of looking at the Elections Act. And in all fairness to the government, one of the 3 items, along with electoral reform and electoral reform is electronic voting. Mandatory voting is the 3rd one. So electronic voting might prove to be a way of having higher voter participation. I'm sure we'll have a chance to find out. But that's the way you deal with getting more people involved in voting. This is an important issue. I would be very surprised indeed if the government puts forward a good proposal and there's a referendum on it. I'd be very surprised indeed if they don't get a higher turnout than occurred in the last election. And I guarantee if they put out a really bad proposal, that we will have really high turnout in this country as it is rejected. Let me suggest, Mr. Speaker, that it is exactly the bad proposal that I worry they will try to ram through in the absence of the referendum giving the citizens of Canada a safeguard against their misuse of their pretended mandate.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, he has written extensively on this topic, and I commend the fact that historically he has always opposed first past the post, the system that the speech from the throne commits this Parliament to eliminate before the 2019 election. So quoting to the member from his article in 2005, where he wrote that the perverse results of first past the post in Canada are so widely known that they scarcely bear repeating. I wonder, since I haven't heard them repeated from the Conservative benches in some time, if he would mind repeating the perverse impacts of first past the post so we know what we want to eliminate.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
I'm glad that the member was consulting my website, where I assume is the location she found that article. And I thank her for that. I want to encourage her to read this passage as well, not from the same article, from one that I wrote in 2001. Just to be on the safe side, the existing first-past-the-post system should be included as one of the alternatives which voters could select on their preferential referendum ballot. This would ensure that even if the designers of the new system had done their job poorly and selected a range of entirely unacceptable options, the worst that could happen would be that Canadians would return to the status quo. Mr. Speaker, I'm no defender of first-past-the-post. And I've made that clear to my caucus. My job is not to defend any system or advocate any system. It is to advocate the sovereignty of the Canadian people, to say the Canadian people are the ones who have the right to decide whether to keep the current system or replace it with a new system. Mr. Speaker, it is perverse to suggest that you should have a decision-making apparatus in which we say that only the status quo is forbidden, that only the status quo can be rejected, because while it is true that first-past-the-post is not, in my estimation, the best system out there, there are systems that are far, far worse, and I've been suggesting all along that the government intends to ram through the very worst of those available options in order to rig the 2019 election. That is a scandal. It's probably unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, an opposition day goes by so quickly that I will have the duty to split my time in order to allow as many members as possible to express themselves, especially since the matter today is of crucial importance. You know, in politics, politicians have the bad habit of using the historical character too much, but if I look at my very short political career, it's only my 5th year, and in this year alone, I have had to vote on important bills such as medical assistance in dying, and electoral reform, and so I don't think I'm exaggerating to say that this time, that what we are talking about right now could be historical, and I will allow the process to move forward to see how our parliamentary work goes, but I must say that I am very happy that the government has shown its openness this morning to having the committee be more collegial, because before my career in politics, I was a teacher, and I had many discussions with my students on electoral reform, and especially as to how citizens are represented in this House. Obviously, we understand that direct democracy does not ensure that we can have 34 million people in this House, and therefore we have chosen, or Canada has chosen, to send representatives of those citizens to work and propose solutions. So we can see that the numerous ideas that have been debated today, which represent the different parties in this House, don't really correspond to the time where there were, Reds and Blues, Tories and Grits, and everything was divided along those lines. So as soon as possible, our system of representation here in this House must begin to reflect our Canadian citizens and ensure that each and every citizen who turns out to vote be reassured that their vote will count and that they will be represented in this House. Now, that is less and less true, and that, I would say, partly explains the fact that there is a fairly low voter turnout in Canada, even though it rose a little bit during the last election. It is still far below what one would expect from a democratic society who wants its population to be involved. To get to the end of this process, we must be able to propose a solution where citizens can have trust in the fact that this work will get done. And throughout this process, citizens must feel that they are reflected and heard in this process. And that is why I find the motion of my colleague extremely enlightening, because the composition of the committee that he is proposing, which would include 5 Liberals, 3 Conservatives, 2 NDP members, 1 Bloc member and 1 Green member, is part of the objective we are trying to achieve because it represents the vote, the proportion of the vote in the last election. So either we have a choice. We can, base ourselves on a centuries-old tradition where the party in power holds the majority, or as part of this committee, we can choose to move toward a system that we want to put in place, that is a representation where all of Canadians and Quebecers' ideas can be expressed, can be reflected, and where everyone has a voice. I am even more happy that the minister has decided to give a place to the Bloc members and the Green member, because it would be absurd to work on this procedure to change the election method and take away the voice of parties that have that represent their citizens, especially since the NDP motion reflects the results of the last election in terms of the composition of the committee. Now, not everyone might remember the figures, but the Liberal government was elected with 39.5% of the vote. So it would be rather surprising to see a committee that wants to move towards better electoral representation have more than that. The NDP got 19.7% of the vote, the Bloc of 4.7%, and the Green Party some 3%. So I'm glad that the minister is accepting this proposal, and I think that that is a step in the right direction because it gives credibility to the work that will be done. Now, if we came to a broader consensus, which is obviously what I would like to see, what would be changed among Canadian voters would be the way of voting. We have seen a tendency of people voting to defeat a government. So they're voting strategically. They're voting against a government that is in place rather than for a party that they want to replace that government. And it seems to me that this is also a perverse result of our democratic system. So if, thanks to electoral reform, we can succeed in providing a solution that would draw consensus and that would allow people to go to their polling station and say, I am going to vote according to my values and my principles, then that would significantly decrease the incidence of strategic voting, which really comes back to, which is really tantamount to voting to defeat a government instead of electing a government that corresponds to our aspirations. So I hope that the work done by this committee and consultations with experts and the public and with everyone who is interested in this political system will mean that we will manage to draw the broadest consensus possible, and that will allow us to say, well, this is what the citizens of this country want, and that it will be something that is more representative. Unfortunately, I would say that time is of the essence, and in order to put in place a new electoral system, as the Chief Electoral Officer said, a certain amount of time is required to make these changes. So I hope that the work will be done swiftly, that it will begin as quickly as possible, especially since some 8 months have already been lost. So I take the minister's response this morning as a breath of fresh air, a certain amount of openness, but unfortunately this could have been done much earlier, and now we will have to work very, very hard in order to put in place a system that will result in the disappearance of false majorities, because the problem with the first past the post system is that problem. Governments who are elected with 38 to 39, 40% of the vote are elected under the rules of the current system, but I would say that this clearly does not represent the popular will. When 60% of the Canadian public expresses its desire to be led by a party other than the party that forms the government, it seems to me that just those figures alone show how inadequate our current electoral system is. It simply doesn't reflect the will of Canadians and Quebecers to be represented by a system where they are convinced that their vote counts. So obviously there are some very different proposals to eliminate these perverse effects. I don't think that the ranked ballot system, which seems to be the one the Liberal government is advocating, I don't think it's the best system. I certainly hope that everyone will come to this committee with their ideas and that they will be open to the ideas of the others, so that together we can find the best system possible so that all Quebecers and Canadians will be satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
And I appreciate the many comments from the member. And I think when I reflect in terms of what's taken place over the last hour and a half, is that we have seen a significant gain in the sense that we have now before us an opportunity to appreciate that there has been what I would suggest to you a good opportunity for the opposition parties to be working with the government and recognizing that we do need to see a change in the system. And I ask, and when I say that because now the majority is not going to be a majority Liberal or government membership on the committee, and I see that as a positive thing. The question that I have to the member is, would he not agree that Canadians as a whole in the last election, based on the multitude of parties that were engaged in the last election, had collectively made a commitment that in fact we would be changing the system, that the need for change is in fact there and it's very real, and now with the makeup of the committee, that this is a positive step forward.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that even after 5 years in this Parliament, I remain optimistic and I hope that we'll find the solution together. But I remain realistic, and there are many voters who have been wanting a change in the electoral system for many years. But number one, not all parties have yet spoke out on this question during the election campaign, and the parties that did often did so using different proposals or advocating different systems. So what I fervently hope is not that we come to a majority decision on this committee, but that we draw the broadest consensus possible. So, of course, the new composition of this committee does not allow any party to have a majority, but we will need more than one party plus one voice. We are seeking the broadest consensus possible because if the committee does not have that credibility, then it will be impossible to give credibility to the proposal put to the public. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières. I'm saying that he is from Three Rivers, and that's the country of Maurice Duplessis, and who was a cornerstone of democracy. And Mr. Speaker, this is an essential question, and it affects our institutions directly. That is the election of the members who form the Parliament and the House of Commons. This is not a type of change that can be made among politicians who are just getting together to discuss things. We have to go straight to the people, as three Canadian provinces have done. BC twice, PEI once, and also in Ontario. The Canadian provinces that wanted to make a change went to consult people via a referendum. Does the member for Trois-Rivières, does he think that we should proceed by a referendum? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for his allusion to Maurice Duplessis, who had his offices right beside where mine are now. But to get back to the question, we can't be from Quebec and refuse referendums, obviously. Our history reflects that. But I think talking about a referendum now is like putting the cart before the horse. But consulting the public can be done in different ways. Obviously, I certainly hope that this House has authority in this matter because we are representing our voters. But there is also a possibility of setting up a civic committee, a committee of citizens that could work in parallel to the politicians who are working on this reform. That citizens committee could also consult Canadians, and if one day we come to a referendum, and now, which is not permitted constitutionally right now, we could ask, well, what should the referendum deal with? Should it deal with a proposal? Or if there was this broad consensus that we want, couldn't we set up that electoral reform and have a referendum a few elections later to see, once we have gone through the experience and be able to speak after having been informed? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I rise today to speak to this motion, which has been amended by the government and which seems to have received the support of all parties in this House. And I certainly hope that we will be able to rally as many members of Parliament as possible on this proposal, which will ensure that the committee that will be tasked with studying the matter of electoral reform and to make changes will have the support of all members in this House and will be able to begin its work. Obviously, something that should have been started much earlier than today, but hopefully we will be able to start this substantive work very soon.
We'll know what the committee should look like, but what we're looking at from now on is the substance of the question. That is, what kind of election mode would be most representative of the opinions of Canadians? And most representative in terms of the results of the election, of course. So I think it's obvious that we have a mandate. We were all elected October 19, 2015. We all received a mandate from Canadians to change the electoral system because the party that was elected, that got the most seats in the House, had promised that the 2015 election was going to be the last one with the first past the post system that we still have today. Several other parties had also talked about that issue in their election campaign and made commitments to changing the voting system to make it more acceptable, let's say, to Canadians who elected me in Sherbrooke. People in Sherbrooke talked to me about the fact that our voting system, in their opinion, did not sufficiently take into account each and every vote. And I think that that's a message that all members probably heard when they were talking with Canadians. It's an issue that's important, and it's often raised in our discussions of Canadian politics. People often feel that their vote doesn't count as much as it should. With a first-past-the-post system, as a voter, we often feel that our choice doesn't have as much value as it should, and that our vote doesn't have the weight that it should in the balance. So other systems are such that you feel that your vote counts much more when you go to vote, take the trouble to go to vote and express your opinion in an election. There are many different systems that could be evaluated. and proposed by the committee. But the clear thing, in my opinion, is that we have a mandate to look at the options and propose a change to our voting system. So it goes without saying that in order to proceed with such a change, we need a parliamentary committee that represents the opinions of Canadians in the last general election as faithfully as possible and represents everyone's opinion so that everyone can express themselves, not just at the committee, but have a voice in Parliament. So I'm very pleased that this proposal by my colleague for Skeena-Buckley Valley received support in principle, at least, got the support of the government, which agreed that this committee be innovative. We'll have a committee that, for such an important issue, will be innovative and will not look like every other parliamentary committee we have here. It'll be different. It'll go beyond the usual rules we have for parliamentary committees. So I'm pleased that that proposal got the support of the government, because I think if we want to change our voting system, it's important that the voices of all the parties that take part in our elections be heard. When they get members elected here, they should have a voice in choosing the next voting system. I think it's also important that we have a committee that's developed so as to help us try get the broadest possible consensus so that no one party, no one caucus get all the power and unilaterally choose the next voting system. I'm saying this with great hope. I hope we will get some consensus, and I'm modestly optimistic about the results of the committee's work, because at the end of the day, as in every other committee, and I think members are starting to be used to the work of parliamentary committees, but like in all other committees, you can conduct a study, you can examine something, you can make recommendations, you can come up with unanimous consent in some cases. You write a report as a committee and you send it here to the House. You report it to the House. The Speaker or the Chairman of the committee tables his report. But the ultimate power remains in the hands of the Government of Canada, the Cabinet, and the Executive. So it's all very nice. And I've seen this happen in other committees. It's all very nice to have a consensus, but we report this to the House, we send many recommendations, and the government then accepts one or two of these recommendations and says, we disagree with the other recommendations of the committee. That's possible too. So that's why my optimism is somewhat guarded when it comes to the result of all this, because in the end, as I think was mentioned by my Conservative colleague earlier, at the end of this whole process, the fact remains that a change in the legislation in the Elections Act is done by legislative means. And in the end, it's up to the government, to Cabinet, to propose that legislative change, a change to the Elections Act, to have a new voting system chosen. So that's why I did want to mention that I'm moderately optimistic. I have hope. I put out a call to the government and hope that if the committee recommends something to the government, that that recommendation from the majority of the committee is respected and accepted by the government. I'm doing this while saying I'm moderately optimistic and calling upon the government to do this. If there is anything that comes out of the parliamentary committee, I hope they will listen carefully and attentively, and that follow-up will be done. Because it's quite clear that we have a problem in the distribution of seats in the House of Commons. A government can govern with 55% of the seats in this House while only having obtained 39% of votes in the general election. That's an obvious problem that everyone recognizes. And it's recognized in many other jurisdictions worldwide where attempts have been made to have the least distortion possible between the distribution of seats in the Legislative Assembly and the votes expressed in a general election. It's very important that the committee look at all the options. Of course, some of them are much more effective than others in avoiding distortion and represent the votes expressed in an election as faithfully as possible and reflect that in the distribution of seats in the legislature. Some options are more acceptable than others. I hope that we will come up with something at the end that will make the House as representative as possible of the vote expressed in a general election. And what we hope to see is that the proportion is as close as possible. If you get 39 or 40 or 45% of the vote, you should get 39, 40 or 45% of the seats in the House of Commons. So I hope that this committee will come to that conclusion, or a conclusion that will make our voting system as representative as possible of the actual votes expressed and represent in this House what was said in the election by the voter. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his comments. One of the aspects of the recommendation or the motion that I really do appreciate, and I'm going to quote it, Mr. Speaker, is that the committee be directed to issue an invitation to each member of Parliament to conduct a town hall in their respective constituencies and provide the committee with a written report of the input from their constituents to be filed with the clerk of the committee no later than November 1. Now, with the exception of the change in date that's been proposed, I think that's a fantastic aspect of the motion. I would think that all members would get behind that one. Whether a member chooses to do it or not, it's completely up to that particular member. I would encourage. I'm having my public meeting on July 6th at the Maples Community Centre, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage members of Parliament to go out and have those public meetings, because we do need to get over the issue of the process and start talking more and more about the substance, as the minister has talked about, to have that conversation with our constituents. And now we have a reporting mechanism that I believe even gives it that much more importance to have the meetings. And I'm wondering if the member might want to highlight the importance of members of Parliament to be able to go out and have that possible public meeting, or find other ways in which they can communicate with their constituents and report back to the committee.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his excellent question. And about this way to encourage our colleagues to have public consultation in their ridings. That was in our motion. The date was changed in the amendment to our motion, and that was accepted. So it gives me an opportunity to encourage all my colleagues in this House to do everything possible to organize a town hall of this kind, to glean the opinions of their fellow citizens, because we have an important opportunity with this motion. It gives a mandate to the members of this House to submit a report to the Parliamentary Committee, and this will be taken into account in their discussions. So it's a unique opportunity we have as members to submit the comments from our constituents directly to the Parliamentary Committee, which will then have a mandate to read all those comments and come up with a proposal. For my part, given all the talks I've had with my fellow citizens, there seems to be a consensus that has arisen about proportional representation, but it's important for the committee to hear all the comments, and that could certainly shed light on our debate, our exchanges at the Parliamentary Committee. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, as I hear about the mandatory nature in which we'll be holding these town halls for a very specific question. I can anticipate that it's going to be, I hope, highly attended across our 338 districts. As you probably are aware, being a member of Parliament yourself, finding the appropriate space to accommodate, I don't know, 67, 70% of your constituents to come in and give their views in one single town meeting could possibly be very expensive. So I'm wondering if the member has a view to whether or not this should be coming out of members' budgets, or is this a bill that's appropriate to send to the government with respect to having these town halls?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the primary role of an elected official is to consult constituents, and if we give this opportunity to them, that's our main job. So why not do it with our own means as members of Parliament? That's our primary role, consult the citizens. So if we give them this opportunity, all members know this, we have an opportunity to send documents directly into people's mailboxes. So if the opportunity exists, the invitation is sent. We always hope for the largest possible number of people participating in such activities for consultation, but at the very least, the invitation will be sent. And I hope that in all 338 ridings, citizens will have received an invitation, will have had an opportunity to go to such a consultation meeting where they can share their opinions, which will then be transmitted to the parliamentary committee. So I encourage all members to issue the invitation and find the space necessary for all those who want to participate. Before we resume debate, I would like to remind members that there's a process. Talking to each other across the floor is not the right process. So if you have something to say, we're very cordial here. You can talk amongst yourselves to some extent, but it would be better if you were discreet for the person trying to make a speech. Talking of decorum, could you please have this respected? We do our best. I don't think we have quorum here. Okay.
Je m'excuse, j'ai mal compris.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you said decorum, but you said quorum. Indeed, we do have a quorum. So, resuming debate. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise before the House of Commons, a powerful symbol of our democratic symbols, to talk about the opposition motion about the establishment of a parliamentary committee on electoral reform with representatives from all parties. I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to share my time with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. As you know, Mr. Speaker, our government made a commitment to make sure that every vote counts. We stated that the 2015 election would be the last one that would use the first-past-the-post system. So the question arises, what kind of voting system will we have for the next federal election? As you know, the opposition motion and the government's motion on the same topic requests the striking of a parliamentary committee with all parties that will look at different systems such as preferential, proportional, online voting, compulsory voting, and so forth. The government would like the committee to have a series of principles. Determine the effectiveness and legitimacy of the proposed system, have greater commitment and engagement in the democratic process, support accessibility and inclusiveness of all eligible voters, safeguard the integrity of our voting system, and lastly, take into account the accountability of local representation. It's on that last principle that I'd like to focus my remarks. The importance of preserving accountability of the local representation. In this country, Mr. Speaker, we always had a geographic link and accountability between voters and their elected representatives. This principle shows how Canadians value their ability to elect their representatives in Parliament directly. In a 2015 survey by Abacus Data, participants had to designate the 5 priority objectives of a voting system. 46% of them indicated that their priority was to elect members directly to represent their communities. So it is very important for Canadians to elect their representatives in Parliament directly. Local representatives understand local conditions and the way they can meet local needs. They are well placed to discuss local issues and resolve them. Mr. Speaker, we all understand the reality of the diversity of Canada. That's our strength and our future. The geographic diversity, the population with different origins, its various interests, form the wealth of our country from coast to coast. But, Mr. Speaker, that diversity also presents a challenge for everyone. We have to make sure that the prospects of a remote northern location deals with First Nations, climate change, natural resources, and that all that is represented in Ottawa, just like the interests of a suburban community in the 905 belt around Toronto when it comes to carbon and transportation and multiculturalism. Our democratic institutions have to take into account the interests and opportunities of Canadians in all communities. It's thanks to their understanding of local issues that a representative can take into account local needs and achieve progress. Members are prepared to hear the comments of their constituents and discuss the most important issues for them, try to solve their problems, be it trying to help them obtain a passport or visa, or solve immigration problems, EI problems, retirement problems, income tax issues. For instance, let's look at the honourable member for Timmins James Bay, who worked tirelessly on behalf of his constituents, particularly those in Attawapiskat, in order to understand the complex local needs there and come up with the resources to meet those needs. Let's take the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who is so well aware of the concerns of her constituents and who works very hard to make sure that they are engaged and well informed in order to focus her efforts on their behalf. Those are 2 examples, but there are many others. There are 336 others. The other side of representation, of course, is accountability. It's very important that our elected officials be accountable to voters about the way they represent their interests.
Without local representation, it's hard to imagine how a voter wouldn't be frustrated as a voter when they couldn't express their satisfaction or dissatisfaction with the way they had been represented at the local level. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the ability of a voter to pass judgment on the performance of their elected official is a huge incentive for the elected official to represent the concerns and needs of the voter to the best of their abilities. Elected officials have to be held accountable for the speed, quality, and effectiveness of their responses to questions that are important to their constituents. Local representation is important, Mr. Speaker, because it bolsters the accountability between voters and Parliament, and it ensures that our Parliament takes into account the broad range of geographic, very diverse issues across this country. It ensures that a member of Parliament represents the opinions of his or her constituents on issues that come up in the House. It reflects the perspectives of urban and rural communities from east to west, and to make sure that communities, whether prosperous or poor, are taken into account here in Ottawa. It enables Canadians to call on their elected officials to account for their good or poor performance representing their constituents. There are various types of voting system that would preserve local accountability and representation, and I'm sure that the committee will take all of these things into account. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a platform that was designed to give Canadians a voice in Ottawa. We recognize that in order to ensure the smooth operation of Parliament, MPs have to be free to fulfill the mandate their voters gave them, that of representing their communities and holding the government to account. The government must always care about serving Canadians and finding solutions to problems. Preserving accountability and local representation is a principle that Canadians hold dear. It has to be one of the principles that underlies the work of the committee, made up of representatives of all parties, when this committee looks at the various voting options for the next federal election. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion to strike a special committee on electoral reform that would be made up of representatives of all the parties here in the House of Commons, with the proposed amendments by the Minister of Democratic Institutions. I look forward to discussing the future of our voting system with all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his lovely speech. This is definitely an issue that I want to speak to in terms of the composition of the committee that's being proposed. You know, I have a concern with the Bloc Québécois being given a vote on this committee. I think, you know, this is a party that is bent on the destruction of our country as opposed to improving our democracy. And so I wondered if the member could comment on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Sarnia for that question. Mr. Speaker, I'd say through you is that I'm a Quebecer. I've passed my entire life in Quebec. I believe in my country and I believe in my province. I have had the great privilege, as all of us have had, to be elected by my fellow citizens to represent their concerns here. And so has the honourable member from Sarnia. But I would also say, Mr. Speaker, so has the honourable members from the Bloc Québécois. They represent equally democratically their electors from their ridings who have made a choice of many parties to choose the representation that they have. And they have every right and legitimacy to be here in the House, to take their seats here in the House and to debate democratically the issues of concerns to them. To me, it's a fundamental right that they have, and I'm very pleased to see that the government has sought its way to support the opposition motion to allow the members of the Bloc to take their seat at this committee, as well as members from the member from the Green Party to do so as well. I think it is a welcome move. I think it's one that is a legitimate move, and it's a one that I think all members should be supportive of. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, it's an interesting comment raised from my friend. I think I understand her concern or perspective. I remember the former I can't say his name, he's still in the House, the former Conservative Prime Minister, actually echoing very much of what my Liberal colleague just said when asked about should the Bloc even have seats in the House of Commons. This was from a debate a few years ago, and the former Conservative Prime Minister, who's no fan of the sovereigntist cause, I would argue, said that the legitimacy of our election requires that we honor the representation of however Canadians from coast to coast to coast choose to elect their members. I think what we're attempting to is not necessarily setting any major precedents with the motion that we have before. We had discussed this motion with great deal about the committee construction. And how do you bring in the 1.4 million Canadians who voted for parties that are not of official party status? A lot of Canadians don't know this, Mr. Speaker, but unless you have 12 members, you don't achieve party status, therefore have no rights to sit on committee. Yet when discussing this particular debate around how we vote, how our democracy functions, it seems to me novel and different than how we talk about a transportation bill or the other issues that come before Parliament, and that we had to be novel as well in the way that we constructed this committee, not just in having them witness what was going on, but to have the views that they represent and the nearly 1.5 million people also represented by a tangible vote. So I understand the consternation. I don't doubt it. There are many that think that certain parties should never be permitted to sit in our House of Commons. But to my friend, I would ask, where does that path lead us? If only certain parties with certain views are allowed to stand and seek a seat in the House of Commons, what would that eventually lead to as a democracy as rich and robust as the Canadian one?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To thank the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley, who has a lot more experience than I do in this House and as a parliamentarian, and I think spoke quite eloquently. To his question, it would be a very sorry development for the wealth and for the diversity of our country, Mr. Speaker, if we were to not allow, if we were to start regulating who could not have the legitimate right to represent their electors, if their electors so desired to be represented by that person by expressing their vote in that manner. It's a challenge for all of us. In 1993, Mr. Speaker, I was very much an active, a political active, much younger man, and I certainly was disappointed that my province had elected not only a majority, but a pretty large majority of members from the Bloc Québécois. As a federalist, and somebody who believed in Canada, I found that very hard. That being said, Mr. Speaker, they were elected legitimately, honestly, according to all the rules, and they represented their constituencies with great honor and distinction. And I think it is a strength of our system when we allow for that diversity of views to take the legitimate right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor for me today to join in the debate, the crucial debate on our democracy. Today, we have a very important opportunity. If the government accepts the NDP's proposal to strike a committee where the Liberals would not hold a majority. That's extraordinary. It's a parliamentary committee to study various ways of reforming our federal voting system and to make a recommendation by December 1st. This is really important work, and I'm anxious to get started.
Watching our debates in this place since the Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions first put forward a version of this motion, and for a while it began to remind me of the 1969 peace talks in Paris to end the war in Vietnam, where the talks couldn't begin until they finished arguing over whether the table would be square or round. Although the issues are of really large significance to us as parliamentarians to make sure the committee will have legitimacy, I can imagine for many Canadians watching this, they're wondering, when are we going to get on with the work of getting rid of a perverse voting system and stop discussing how many members and what rights we all have. For myself, as the only member of Parliament here on behalf of the Green Party of Canada, I am, of course, here as a Green Party of Canada Member of Parliament. I'm not here as an independent. That's recognized. But as my honourable friend from Skeena-Bulkley Valley just pointed out, those of us in parties fewer than 12 are not considered in the House process as quote-unquote recognized parties. So it's a bit confusing. I'm a recognized member of the Green Party in this place, but I'm not a member of a recognized party. It is not unheard of. In matter of fact, it's quite common for members of smaller parties to be admitted to committees, particularly, and there was a time when the NDP went down to 9 seats, and in that circumstance, many members of the New Democratic Party served as full members of various committees in this place. There have been independents who've also served as full members of committee. So I had been, of course, willing to serve, because I have to say I think the work of getting electoral reform is far more important than any other aspect of the committee. But I knew that this was actually a departure from tradition, far from being an exception to allow the Bloc and the Greens a seat on the committee. In these circumstances of a commitment to an all-party committee, it really is important that it be all parties. And I do believe that it's a significant step forward for this committee, and something for which I am deeply grateful to the Minister of Democratic Reform, to her Parliamentary Secretary, and to the Member of Parliament for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, for making the case that it makes sense that all members of the committee have full voting rights, full participatory rights, and I intend to exercise mine fully, with the goal of serving the public good. I absolutely declare, and I know that given partisanship in this place, it may be hard for people to believe it, but I do think I am the most nonpartisan leader of a federal political party. I absolutely commit to having an open mind to the various forms of voting that we will study on this committee. It's critical that we have a committee that inspires the confidence of Canadians by starting out in a nonpartisan fashion with all parties willing to support the process. And I do hope that our colleagues in the Conservative Party will support this motion. We now know that the Liberals will support the motion, the NDP, it's their motion, and the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley accepted quite graciously the amendments put forward by the minister. Certainly the Green Party supports the motion, and I hope that my friends from the Bloc also support the motion. So it would be important for this committee to start out the way we intend to go, for the Conservatives to set aside whatever qualms they may have. And I want to emphasize, particularly to my friends in the Conservative Party, that it is quite extraordinary for a governing party with a majority of votes to voluntarily relinquish that majority. I don't think that should go without mention. We have a committee of 12 people, and this is the formula as put forward by the New Democratic Party, that puts this committee forward on the basis of what this Parliament would look like had we had fair voting in the last election. It's an essential point of principle. If we didn't have first past the post and false majorities, such as the false majority of the previous Conservative majority at 39% of the vote, or the false majority of our current Liberal government with 39% of the vote, if not for the first past the post voting system and its infamous reputation for perverse results, the Parliament would not have the configuration it now has. So this is really historic, and it does suggest we can go forward in a spirit of nonpartisanship, that the governing majority party has voluntarily relinquished their majority on the committee, so that it's 5 Liberals, 3 Conservatives, 2 New Democrats, 1 Bloc Québécois member, 1 Green Party member. That's a very good start. Now we have a lot of work to do, and I think the first job of all of us as parliamentarians who passionately believe that we must ensure that the Liberal election promise, now enshrined in the speech from the throne, is actually achieved. That commitment to ensure that 2015 is the last election held under first past the post, even as we go forward to study those methods of voting, those systems around the world that are far more democratic, far more inclusive, build consensus, and change the way parliaments have functioned to actually achieve better results all around the world. I think even before we go forward to start studying those, it's important to keep explaining why first past the post and any other majoritarian voting system, and that would include ranked or preferential ballots, why they so fall short of meeting the basic understanding that every Canadian has of what real democracy is. Surely, every Canadian has a right to know that their vote will count. And it's the perversity of the first past the post voting system, which says that as soon as you've achieved in some ridings 32% of the vote, in theory 25% of the vote. We've been a multi-party democracy in this parliament since around 1920. There's never been a time when you could say there were fewer than 3, 4, or 5 parties. We've been a multi-party democracy with a 2-party voting system for almost a century. That's a century too long. So what happens is when you achieve, say, 25, 30% of the vote, but you're the winner in that riding, it's winner take all. So 70% of the votes just don't count. This contributes to voters feeling if they live in a so-called safe Liberal riding, but they're a Conservative, or in a safe Conservative riding, but they're a New Democrat, it contributes to people feeling as though there's really no point in voting. My vote just isn't going to count. Yeah, everyone knows the sayings. You could run a goat in a red sweater in that riding, wouldn't matter, they'll win. You could run a dog in a blue sweater in that riding. Well, taking away from animal rights at this point, we go back to people. The reality of this is that it contributes to lower voter turnout. So it's not as a matter of opinion, but as a matter of empirical research, looking at democracies all around the world, we know that there's a significantly higher voter turnout when people realize their vote counts. The effectiveness of a vote is not in question if you're under mixed member proportional, single transferable vote, any one of a number of hybrids of those systems. So first past the post is the only voting system available to us, as well as ranked ballots, where a minority of the public can elect a majority of the seats. Now, this is particularly dangerous in a Westminster parliamentary system such as Canada's, where we actually, more than most Westminster parliamentary democracies, potentially more than any Westminster parliamentary democracy, have allowed extraordinary powers to be vested in the office of Prime Minister. Even more than in the UK or in Australia, where their parliamentary caucus can replace the Prime Minister between elections. For some reason in Canada, we've sort of aped the US system of conventions, so only members of the party can select the leader. As a result of this, in Canada, in a majority parliament, our Prime Minister can control fully the executive branch and fully the legislative branch and become essentially an elected dictator. In a system like ours, it's essential that voting be fair and proportional.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands for her comments and her support on this. We had, we initially proposed this in February. Went to the government, went to the official opposition, the Conservatives, approached my friend from Saanich, talked a bit with the Bloc as well. The hope today was that we could simply pass this, because this motion, Mr. Speaker, may be unusual for an opposition day motion, is binding. That when we pass this, it requires the committee to be constituted, and then 10 days after this motion passes, the committee actually starts to get to work. So I very much share her, the Minister, and I think my colleague from the Conservatives as well, is that we've been 8 months since the election with this conversation about process and process and process, when really what Canadians from all sides, whether they're interested in status quo, whether they're interested in proportional representation as we are as New Democrats, want to get into the meat of the substance, get into the heart of the issue. And I completely respect why some of my colleagues from the Conservatives are suggesting they want to vote against it. They have a particular fixation on the referendum piece, wanting language that's in there. But that there had been initial comments from all sides saying that the basic construction of the committee, as she pointed out, Mr. Speaker, not allowing any one party to pass something so fundamental as the way they vote, the way we vote as Canadians alone. I think this is imperative for all Canadians looking at this and trying to figure out why this matters, is that we can't have a committee process that will spit out some result that greatly favors one party, that it has to greatly favor the voices of Canadians. And I'll ask her this. Of all the work being done, the research being done in Canada over voting systems and voting changes, how have those studies concluded on the need for what's called proportionality, that representation being connected to how Canadians actually cast their vote?
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
My friend from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, there is a rich literature. This committee is lucky in that we start, number one, with having had several citizens' assemblies, British Columbia and Ontario. We can benefit from the work that was already done by those bodies. But the academic literature is rich. And particularly, there was a 36-nation study, 36 democracies studied, and it's empirically established that those countries that vote with systems that ensure that every vote counts, those systems that can be categorized as consensus-based voting as opposed to majoritarian oppositional voting, have a more civil discourse, have higher voter turnout, have stronger macroeconomic results, have stronger social justice, better social safety nets, better environmental protection, more women elected in Parliament, more minorities elected to parliaments. In fact, we don't have to rely on opinions or party positions. When we really start studying this, we'll find that a lot of the work has been done, and it's clear that those systems that are proportional are fair and produce better results.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Devant la députée de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Make a quick comment regarding something the member for Saanich Gulf Islands said. Well, she commented that only some systems allow a majority that has a different percentage of the vote from the votes cast. There is one flaw in that argument, that it is generally true, but there's one in the proportional set that does have that problem as well, and that is a mixed member proportional. And this has happened in a number of countries that have abandoned it after trying it. If you split your party in two, then you have people vote on the seat list and on the list, and you can end up with a majority government with only 30% of the vote. And I think it's very important to be careful of all the different risks and all the different benefits of every system, and be very, very careful in how we study this. And I'm very much looking forward to the work of the committee. I wonder if she could comment a bit on the finer details of some of these problems. Thank you,
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, thank the member for Laurentides-Labelle for his question. I think it's, number one, it's important to say that when I favor proportional representation systems, I would exclude one, which is the one where you don't have the connection between an MP and a community. I think it's really important that you know who your MP is, and by that I would exclude the systems as used in Israel or Italy, where you just vote for the party and you're not voting for a member of parliament who represents you. So I don't think that meets the kind of basic criteria going forward looking at this. And again, with an open mind, if I'm wrong on what I've studied for years, that first past the post majoritarian voting systems produce this perverse result and no other system can, if there's a perversion of proportionality that produces perverse results, I certainly wouldn't want to go there. I think we have a huge amount of work to do. I want to start soon, but we have to be prepared, and I appreciate my friend from Laurentides-Labelle has looked at a particular system. By the way, our Minister of Foreign Affairs has a very interesting system on his website that he invented for proportional, preferential, and personal. It's an important thing that we look at all systems and hybrids of systems.
Just a reminder to all honourable members, I know this is a topic of great interest to honourable members, and there's many that are wishing to get up on during the period, the 5 minutes usually that we have for questions and comments, and just remind honourable members to keep their arguments as succinct as they can so that their colleagues can participate in that portion of the debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Montcalm. I want to open my remarks by paying some due respects to a number of people and parties in this House, something that I think Canadians would like to see us do more of. And my first kudos have to go to my honourable colleague, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who has from the inception of his appointment as the New Democratic critic for democratic reform, been a voice of reason and fairness and cooperation on a matter that I think transcends partisan values in this place and, more importantly, among Canadians. We are dealing here with something that is fundamental to our democratic fabric, and that is our electoral system. This is the foundation of our democracy. While we may disagree on matters like tax policy or social policy or health policy and take partisan positions on those issues, our electoral system is something that transcends that kind of partisanship. And the honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley has been, I think, a model of the kind of parliamentarianism that Canadians both expect and appreciate in carrying the message that we need to approach this not from a partisan point of view, but from a way that best serves Canadians from coast to coast. I also want to give kudos to the Liberal government, my colleagues on the other side. The genesis of the motion today started from a position where the government, in striking the committee that would look at changing the fundamental nature of our electoral system, the proposition was to establish a committee that was patently, fundamentally, and clearly unfair. It was a committee that, ironically, reflected the very illegitimacy of the first-past-the-post system that the government had identified as a flawed system. Quite ironically, the government has acknowledged, and I think properly so, that the first-past-the-post system almost all the time produces results in legislatures that are vastly disproportionate to the actual will of voters. And in the last case, of course, as the government has admitted, they received 39% of the vote of Canadians, and they were rewarded with about 54% of the votes in this House. And they themselves have called that an illegitimate result. Yet the government's first proposal to look at change was to establish a committee where the government had 60% of the seats on that committee, notwithstanding they only had 39% of the seats. So it was quite ironic that the government, in calling the present system an illegitimate and skewed system that needed to be changed, would then strike a committee process that would replicate the exact same flaws that were inherent in that system. But where I give them credit is due to the hard work of my honourable colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who put forward a committee structure that corrected those flaws. The government has done something that I think is very commendable and worthy of praise, and that is they altered their position. I give the government full credit for that. Because the proposal before the House now is to make the committee that is going to represent Canadians and look at this very, very foundational and profoundly important issue proportional, roughly proportional, to the votes of Canadians in the last federal election. And it also, more importantly, requires the support of more than just the governing party in order to get any recommendation to come before this House. And that's as it should be, Mr. Speaker, because any change to the electoral system of Canada should either have broad cross-party support in this House, or it should have, in lieu of that, it should have the broad support of the majority of Canadians. What is never acceptable is for one party, particularly a party that received a minority of votes in an election, to change the electoral system on its own without the agreement or support of anybody else. And I think Canadians over the last few months have reflected that message loudly and clearly, and I give credit to the government for listening to that and making the necessary change. I can tell you that that's something that I didn't see in the last Parliament under the Conservative government, who instead brought in an Elections Act and changes that were not consulted with or agreed to by any other party or Canadians. And I think, in fact, in many ways, that created the context for the current situation. Mr. Speaker, before I leave this, I want to just say that the other reason I think this is important for the government to agree to this important motion today is because it was the same position that the Liberals took prior to being elected government. A quote from the Liberal caucus chair and member for Lac Saint-Louis, when he was in opposition, said, "As members who are in touch with our constituents' values, we know that Canadians have a very keen sense of fair play. Canadians recognize that we should not change the rules of the game without the consensus of all parties involved. The Minister of Foreign Affairs under the Liberal government, when he was in opposition, said, a solid democratic tradition in Canada requires the largest possible consensus for the law that sets out election rules. This time it is a complete failure. He said that when the previous government wanted to change the rules unilaterally. The government House Leader had said similar things. The parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader, when he was in opposition, said the same thing. So senior leadership of the present government, when they were in opposition, said publicly that you cannot change the electoral system in this country without the broad support of a majority of parties, or at least the broad support of Canadians. So the reason that I think this is important to set out is because Canadians should still note that the first instinct of this government, when they set out this committee, was to try and establish a unilateral ability to change this system. And it was only through the hard work of the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party, the Green Party, and the Bloc Québécois, when we rallied Canadians to the notion that that is unacceptable, that the government changed. So while I give them credit for the change, I also think it's important that Canadians know that they tried to establish a process that would have allowed them unilaterally to change the system, probably towards a system that favored them. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk for a few moments about democratic reform itself. It has been commented by many people across the spectrum in this country that Canadian politics have been marked by a certain amount of cynicism about our Canadian voting structure. We have seen low turnouts, decreasing turnouts in federal elections over the last several decades, and I will venture a guess as to why that is. It's because under the present first-past-the-post system, most Canadians realize that their votes don't count, that their votes often don't matter. And the reason why is because the first-past-the-post system very, very commonly produces false majorities. We know that the current Liberal government was elected by only 39% of Canadians. 61% of Canadians did not vote for them. The majority of Canadians did not vote for them. Yet the government has been rewarded with 54 to 55% of the seats and a majority government. That is not a partisan attack on Liberals, because the exact same thing happened to the Conservative government in the Parliament last. 39% of the vote, 55% of the seats. So when democracy, thank you, Mr. Speaker, democracy is supposed to be about government by the majority. We solve disputes in a democracy by taking a vote and majority wins. So when you have, perversely, an electoral system where the majority of votes don't win, and it's a minority of votes that determine policy, 100% of the power going to a majority government with less than a majority of votes, that creates cynicism. Mr. Speaker, other problems with the first-past-the-post system is that it minimizes or eliminates the motive for cooperation and compromise in Parliament, discourages parties from working together. It encourages underrepresentation in Parliament with fewer women, fewer minority, and fewer disabled representatives. The FP first-past-the-post system encourages and inflames strategic voting, which I think is toxic, because it's the opposite of democracy, where we should be encouraging people to vote for the party and candidate that they believe in, not the one who you like less than the person you think is going to win. And that's what strategic voting encourages. It's perverse in a system where we have a system where people are encouraged to vote for someone that they don't really believe in, but they do it to avoid a bigger evil. Mr. Speaker, first-past-the-post was invented before the light bulb, before women could vote, before minorities could vote, before First Nations could vote. It is an outdated, outmoded, and deeply flawed system. And I am going to advocate, as I have for the last 30 years, in this House and to Canadians as we move forward, that we develop a system based on three principles. One, that every vote should count. Two, that the party's representation in Parliament should reflect the actual votes they get. And three, where Canadians do not give any party majority support, that parties should have to work together to produce policies that enjoy broad majority agreement in this country. And that, Mr. Speaker, is proportional representation, specifically a mixed member system where Canadians will elect a representative directly accountable to them, as they do now, plus enjoy the benefit of proportionality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member, l'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
Honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a quick question for the member for Vancouver Kingsway. The NDP has held power in many, many provinces in the country, always under a majoritarian system. And while it has been a platform plank of the NDP for as long as I can remember to implement proportional, in the 6 or 7 countries where they've had majorities, they have not. Sorry, not countries, provinces. They have not. They have not attempted to implement the system. I'm wondering if the member could address why that might have been. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I think that's a fair question. I think it gets to the nub of the problem that this Liberal government faced, and the real dilemma that faces governments is when governments do get elected under the first past the post system and they have a majority, they tend to be discouraged from changing that system that they have just benefited from. I think that's a fair comment. That has been I think a fair criticism of every party in this country that has achieved majority government through this flawed system and then failed to act to correct that, primarily out of self-interest. And so, I applaud this government for moving forward with looking at electoral reform. But again, it causes me to reflect on how important it is that we get the right system, because if the Liberal government pursues what many Canadians think it wants to pursue, which is a rank ballot system that is designed to favor a centrist Liberal Party, then that will just be, I think that'll feed into even increased cynicism in this country, because citizens do not want to see parties favoring systems that favor the particular party. They want to see a real electoral reform based on principle that makes our electoral system better for voters, not.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with interest to the member's speech, and I think Canadians and all members of the House will note that he's sincere in the system that he prefers to see come forward out of this process. But I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that the process matters less than the fact that with this process, even this new process that the NDP is proposing, Canadians still do not have a direct say in the outcome. And I think that is the fundamental difference that you're seeing between the Conservative position, which is perhaps the member will get his way on this committee. He's, there's an additional vote for the NDP, there's an additional vote for the Greens, there's an additional vote for the Bloc. There is not a vote for Canadians in a referendum. So he might win the day on the committee. The Liberals might win the day with their preferred system. He might win it with his. Why won't he agree that no matter which recommendation this system produces, that the only vote that really matters at the end of the day is the one given to all Canadians through a referendum? Why won't he allow Canadians to authorize this change through a referendum?
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the very first thing that comes to my mind as someone who sat in previous parliaments with the honourable member is to turn around the question and ask him, why did the Conservative government make profound foundational changes to our Elections Act that actually affected the enfranchisement of people, changed the qualifications of people to vote, changed whether or not there would be educational systems of our young people in schools, and took away public financing of voting and made profound changes to our electoral system without putting those questions to the vote of the Canadian people? The Conservative government didn't see fit to consult a single Canadian about those changes to the Elections Act, or in fact obtain the consent of any other party in this House. When they wanted to make changes that they thought were important in the electoral system, there was no consultation required. So it's a little rich listening to the Conservative Party talk about consultation after being in a government that probably was the least consultative of any government in the 20th century. But I will tell you this, briefly speaking, I believe that he's right in the sense that we must get broad consensus among Canadians and political parties about changes to our system. If that's done through this chamber, through multi-partisan party support, that's fine. If it's not done that way, I certainly think that consulting Canadians through a referendum is indeed a possibility that our party has not foreclosed.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd appreciate it if you could indicate when I have only 2 minutes left. I wish to thank the honourable member for Vancouver Queensway for giving me time to speak. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, without spending too much time on this, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the intervention by the member for Sarnia-Lambton, who in the context of this debate, which was launched in a transpartisan way, was disgraceful, I must say. I just want to remind her of two things. First of all, for the millions of Quebecers who voted for representatives of the Bloc Québécois in the Commons, Quebec is one of the nations, along with the Aboriginal peoples, who are founding peoples. It's not because the 1982 Constitution tried to obliterate our nationhood and make us an ethnic group among others that we should be treated that way. One of the principles that all parliamentarians must adhere to in this House is to be democratic. And when you're a Democrat, you're committed to the democratic ideal of government for and by the people. And in that sense, I represent the voice of taxpayers who pay taxes to the federal government and who have a right to hear their voices heard in this assembly. In this world, there are only totalitarian and fascist regimes that operate from this kind of logic, excluding parliamentarians by excluding political parties on the basis of their allegiance. We are not adherents to a religion or a dogma. We are Democrats, Mr. Speaker. Now, having said that, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Keep that sentence in mind. This is going to be a long, tough road for all of us together. Why do I say that? I don't want to brag here, but I just want to let my colleagues know that from 2003 to 2007, I was the official opposition critic for democratic reform in the Quebec National Assembly, and I saw the Quebec experience on this issue. I toured all regions of Quebec for an entire year. Once formally and once informally. I heard Quebecers who wanted to improve the democratic dynamic, who wanted to improve the mechanics of voting as well. But why did they want to do that? They wanted to restore confidence, trust. They wanted to make sure that every vote counts so that we can have parliaments that are more pluralistic. And, Mr. Speaker, for 4 years, I ended up in front of cameras. I was working day and night to try to come up with models, different approaches. And I must say to my colleagues that all models have their advantages and their drawbacks, and that distortion will exist in all models of voting that we will examine. That's why it's not up to us to make a decision, it's up to the people. Because when you want to change the rules of the democratic game, when you want to do this in a transpartisan climate, it's very important, because I've gone through this experience in Quebec. So at the outset, you have to be able to tell the people, red flag here, follow us, follow this debate, get involved, because you will have to make a decision. And the only way to increase citizen participation in elections is to make them feel part and parcel of establishing the new rules. And that's why we have to commit, as of now, to avoid polluting this debate with partisanship, because it won't be long. At one point, that'll pop up. Days like today should be marked in a calendar, frankly. There will be divergence in view. That's not a problem if we want to find some convergence. But our point of convergence, if we want every vote to count in an election, how can you be against the fact that every vote will count in determining the new election rules? Mr. Speaker, I also experienced a government that said it wanted reform when it was in front of the cameras, but only the leader was committed to doing that because the caucus didn't follow. When you don't want a referendum, when you don't want the people to make a decision, it becomes majority government elected with a distortion, someone who's not legitimate, as the other premier said in Quebec. When you don't get your caucus behind you, and I've heard some dissent among members elected in Quebec, members on a list, etc. If we don't get the caucuses behind us, there was a little secret vote across the way to know how many members of the Liberal Party held a debate about this issue during the election campaign. How many really feel invested? How many heard about this from their voters? And what model would they prefer? The other thing, and some of my colleagues, and that's okay, some of them remind me of my daughter when she'd get a big gift box that she wanted so much, and she felt that if she had that big gift box, she'd get the big gift she wanted. And when she unwrapped it, unfortunately, there was this much packaging and instructions and what have you, and she needed 1,000 pieces of advice and the help of her dad in order to be able to play with the gift. So be careful. There's a committee right now, but it's just consultative. What will the government do after that? That's why I want to amend the amendment as follows. That the amended be amended by adding, after the words "in this regard," in paragraph 5C, the following words, including holding a referendum on the proposed methods of voting. The amendment is in order, but I must inform the honourable member that a sub-amendment can only be moved with the consent of the main mover. In the case where he is not present, the whip, the parliamentary leader of the same party, must give or refuse consent.
present in the chamber, I ask the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby if he consents to the sub-amendment being moved.
I wish my honourable colleague had actually given some notice around this, and as he knows, as a member of the House now for 6 months, you need to at least get copies of those amendments around. So no, there is no consent, and there was no notice.
There is no consent, therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the sub-amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments?
Member, l'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to congratulate my neighbour from Montcalm, the riding next to mine, for his speech. Our ridings are regional. I'm very worried when we talk about electoral reform to force division between rural and urban regions. Can my colleague from Montcalm address that point, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I did not hear the question. If the member wishes to repeat his question. The Honourable Member for Montcalm did not hear the question. I would ask the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle to repeat his question. Thank you for giving me that chance, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear from my colleague from the neighbouring riding to mine, Montcalm. What does he think of the division between urban and rural region when we're talking about election reform? I'm worried that we'll have problems of that nature. What are his views? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I'll try to understand the question as follows. In Quebec, when it came to proposing a model, at the outset people said, well, we'll model this on federal ridings. So there's 75 of them, 50 on a list. People thought that was justified. Everybody would be happy with that. But then we went to the regions, and it's very different being a member of parliament in a region, in a very urban region where you just cross the street or take a bus and you can cross several ridings, versus going from Ile d'Orléans all the way to the end of the continent. So what people were saying was, don't do that, because we like the proximity we have with our regional MPs. I don't know if that's what the member is referring to, but we will be hearing that argument when we travel throughout the country, given what I know of Quebec. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank the quality of the views of my colleague, even though I don't share them completely. There's 2 points I'd like to hear about. We were both from the National Assembly. We're both in favor of a referendum, but that's where the parallel stops. Earlier, the member said millions of voters who voted for the Bloc, unquote. Well, sometimes I tend toward hyperbole, but I'd like to cite the right figures here. In the last election, 821,000 people voted for the Bloc Québécois. We in the official opposition had 5.6 million people vote for us, 7 times more than the Bloc Québécois. So, in committee, there are just 2 official opposition members more than Bloc Québécois. So does the member think that this is truly representative of the opinions of Canadians? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, previous speakers talked about the debate that had taken place at the time as to whether the Bloc Québécois was legitimate or not. And in the past 25 years, millions of Quebecers have voted for us. And I would point out that the Bloc Québécois was also official opposition for a time. So we were the victims, as other political parties are, of a election where Quebecers felt that it was dangerous to bring the Conservatives back to power. That's why they decided to vote for whatever vehicle could help them get rid of the Conservative government. And that is one of the positive elements of this system. They can alternate every 4 or 8 years. We have time for a brief question. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. I just came back from the farmers' demonstration. We support them, of course, in their demands. But I would like to ask my colleague, because I heard my colleague from the Quebec City region talk about our legitimacy. Well, I think that when there's a reform like this, all parties should be called upon to sit on the committee. And the Bloc Québécois has the experience of being official opposition, of being the third party, of having members sit as independents, but especially having proposed many reforms, many changes that received unanimous support. So I think our experience is very valid for this committee. The Honourable Member for Montcalm, my colleague's question allows me to continue my answer to my colleague, the member for Saint-Laurent, Louis Saint-Laurent. According to his logic, when a political party ends up as a small minority in this House, it should not have the same rights for its parliamentarians as legislators that belong to larger or majority parties. I don't know what his logic is here, but when I got to the parliaments in Quebec City or here in Ottawa, nobody told me in my job description that the party line was the rule. That's not written down anywhere. We're all legislators here. We all have the right to vote. And we would like people to exercise power outside of the executive. That's the logic of a government. I invite my colleague to become a Democrat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member
For Laurentide Labelle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intend to share my time with the member for Burlington. Mr. Speaker, as we approach the 150th anniversary of the True North Strong and Free, it's important that we underscore our support for democracy. Since 1867, we saw dictatorships and authoritarian regimes crumble. We saw the Berlin Wall crumble. We saw the Arab Spring. Since then, Canada has been a ray of hope and democratic strength on the world scene. This is an opportunity to look at the road behind us and look at what the next 150 years of Canada would look like. Like many others, I'm a parent, and I try to be a role model for youth. I think we all want to make our country a better place for our loved ones and those who will succeed us. In order to prepare well for the next 150 years, we have to have an election system that better reflects the choices of Canadians. The motion before us today, which seeks the establishment of a committee made up of representatives of all parties, is the first step toward a dialogue with all Canadians. This dialogue should be a priority for the committee, and I exhort members of the committee to reach people who don't vote, who haven't voted yet, who are not yet eligible to vote, especially young people from across the country. According to the Millennial Dialogue Report published by AudienceNet in 2015, 29% of young Canadians 15 to 34 years of age feel that very few or no politicians encourage people their age to get involved in politics. This is not encouraging.
It's hardly surprising that the turnout rate for young people is so much lower than for other age groups. A committee made up of representatives of all parties can contribute to changing things and allowing the leaders of the future to participate in electoral reform, whether they have the right to vote now or not. In order to ensure the integrity of the reform, we have to take into account of current and future voters. Traditionally, election campaigns have focused on vote-rich ridings, and as a rule, those aren't ridings with a lot of young people in them. It's probably simpler to have a dialogue with someone who's been voting for a long time than to start up a new one with Canadians who've never voted. However, this attitude won't help put an end to the decline in voter turnout, which is mainly due to the low voter turnout of young people. The 2015 election showed that vote-rich is a matter of mobilization and not demographics, but there's still work to be done. According to the same report by AudienceNet, the two main deterrents to voter turnout are political awareness and trust in politicians. Those factors are our responsibility because they're directly related to getting the vote out. A committee made up of representatives of all parties that makes an effort to find out what stakeholders truly feel will help us build a more inclusive voting system. Beyond the efforts of the committee, it's an opportunity to create a dialogue with our young people, our sons, daughters, nieces and nephews and grandchildren on the future of our democracy. We will soon be going back to our ridings for the summer to spend time with friends and family, and this is an excellent opportunity to start the dialogue. Every handshake, every tweet, every video will be an opportunity to make up for the lack of trust Canadians have in politicians. The more links we create with them, the more likely young people will be motivated to vote. It won't be easy. The level of apathy among young people is high when it comes to politics. According to a report of Elections Canada on turnout, about 40% of people between 18 and 24 voted in 2011. As for those 25 to 34, the turnout rate was only 45%. But it's not easy to make progress. We all know what it is to be young and have to follow other people's rules, and to be forced to follow other people's rules. Sometimes we are aware of the rules and sometimes we follow them. But when people's opinions are not sought out, their apathy grows. A sense of powerlessness sets in, and they start to feel like their opinions are neither heard nor considered. In a healthy democracy, the rules governing voting are of the utmost importance. However, the first-past-the-post system, our current system, gives the impression to a lot of voters that their opinion and their vote don't count. And that is the case because the first-past-the-post system is the most likely system to waste votes. A wasted vote is a vote for someone other than the winner. According to this definition, under our current system, the number of wasted votes is often higher than the number of winning votes. So people ask themselves, if I'm just going to be wasting my vote, why would I bother turning out? And this is a common feeling. However, sometimes we try to fix something that isn't broken. According to an ECOS poll in April, the current level of confidence of Canadians in their government is at its highest in the past 17 years. I have to admit, the current system has helped build our country. It's quite straightforward and stable, and it has served us well. And it has led to the values of inclusion, tolerance, and mutual respect that we all share. But we can do better. I would say that the best time to think about improving our democracy is now, when confidence levels and turnout are high. Democratic change shouldn't just happen in times of crisis or scandal. As far as I'm concerned, I'd prefer to correct the decades of lower turnout among young people before the situation becomes critical. The system obviously needs to change. We need a system that reflects today's Canada and that's good for the future. Our country has evolved rapidly since Confederation, and we owe Canadians rules to govern our democracy that evolve at the same pace. Seeking out the opinion of young people is an investment in the future of this country, in the creation of citizens who will participate in the electoral system throughout their lives. And that's what this motion enables. So I support the motion, and I look forward to seeing the committee get down to work. Just before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about some of the options. There are lots of options. I used to work on election campaigns and referendum campaigns, and I have some opinions. A lot of my colleagues have differing opinions, and I'm really looking forward to a discussion of the pros and cons of preferential and proportional, and within each of those categories, there are lots of options. Some are well known, some less so. So I'm really anxious for this committee to take shape and for us to discuss all the options before us without any prejudices, without preconceiving the result. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The comments. Qu'est-ce commentaire? La députée de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle for his words. Perhaps I misunderstood him at one point. I'd like him to explain. He defined what a wasted vote is, and that is what a lot of people often feel with our current system, but he defined it as a vote for someone other than the winner. It seems to me that a wasted vote is a vote that doesn't get represented here in the House of Commons. As a candidate who's lost a lot in my life, but even if I did vote for a candidate who lost, if my vote was lost in terms of representation in the House, maybe the member could give us a better definition of what a wasted vote is. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was talking about not my own impression, but the impression of young people who might not vote because they don't think their vote is going to count. To my mind, wasted vote is a vote that's not cast. That's my personal definition. If you don't vote, you've wasted your vote. So it's not for us to decide that anyway, right here and now. That's for the special committee. Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too wanted to address the issue of a wasted vote. I think we don't want to give that impression that any vote is wasted, that any time someone takes the time to exercise their franchise, their vote is counted. Their vote, they may not win, but I don't think we should leave the impression or allow that to stand that the hard-won right to vote that our veterans and the generations before have secured for this generation, for Canadians now, is ever wasted. You might not always get your way, but you always get your say. And that, I think, is the crux of the debate here from the point of view of the official opposition. The member said, when people's opinions are not sought out, apathy grows. What better way to seek out the opinions of the people than through a national referendum? We might come to a mixed member proportional representation plan after this committee. We might come to the Liberals' preferred preferential ballot. We might come to a hybrid. We might have any sort of options, any combination. But unless the people are given the right to make the final decision, apathy will grow, and this will be illegitimate. So why won't the Liberals support a referendum at the end of the day to give credence, to give power to this process?
Honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Mr. Speaker, the word process is the key word here. We're not at that point in the process. The point of the process right now is to study all of our options, to study every option. It's not only about voting, it's about, do we bring in mandatory voting? I'm hoping that we look at election financing reform. That's my personal opinion. There's lots and lots of different sides of this. And to say what we're going to do at the end of it when we haven't gotten to the beginning of it, it's a little bit premature. I would like to study this properly and thoroughly, and decide at that point what is the best course forward. That is what I'm looking forward to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
What I'd like to ask my colleague is, he talked a lot about wasted votes. Looking at this motion we're debating today, what does he think with this whole issue of consulting and engaging young people? How can this help us avoid wasted votes? Now, a member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. If we want to avoid wasted votes, we should get young people involved in a genuine way. What this motion calls for is to go out into the field and ask people who aren't voting, what's the problem? What would make them feel more included in the process? That'll make a huge difference in voter turnout in this country, and I'm really anxious to see this work get started. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please the debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation and Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To participate in this important and historic debate on the establishment of a special all-party committee on electoral reform. This is an issue which affects all Canadians, and I am glad to see such strong principles proposed in the amended motion to guide this committee study. I wish to spend my time today discussing some of the changes to our electoral system that have been introduced over the past century. Changes which at the time, Mr. Speaker, were seen as rather dramatic alterations to our system. Many of these reforms, however, are now looked back upon by Canadians as moments of true progress in the history of our great democracy. Mr. Speaker, the electoral system we have today is the product of almost 150 years of evolution. The election we saw in October was quite different than elections upon Confederation, when only a fraction of Canadians, namely land-owning men, had a say in our democratic institution. Our government's pledge to replace first-past-the-post is just another step in this historical evolution to a more inclusive, efficient, and stronger electoral system for all Canadians. Allow me to begin in 1920, Mr. Speaker, over a half-century after Confederation. After 50 years of elections in this country, Parliament established the office of the Chief Electoral Officer. It wasn't until 1927 when the Chief Electoral Officer was appointed by the House and not the government. These were seen as quite major changes at the time, but ones we can all look back on, knowing they have helped lead to nearly a century of trusted and independent electoral administration in this country. It wasn't until 1964, nearly a full century after Confederation, when Parliament introduced independent electoral district boundary commissions to draw riding boundaries, bringing an end to gerrymandering. Prior to this, the government could simply decide who got to vote where, with little recourse for individuals, communities, or opposition parties. Mr. Speaker, this is another instance of what was once proclaimed to be a fundamental change to our electoral system. In hindsight, this reform has helped build trust amongst Canadians that our electoral system has integrity, is fair, and that all communities have a voice. In our ever-evolving system, parties only began registering with Elections Canada in 1970 and only became subject to election spending limits in 1974. After a century of elections, Mr. Speaker, Parliament significantly altered our politics by removing the role of big money in our elections, and I truly believe our democracy is stronger because of it. Once again, Mr. Speaker, an area of contentious debate at the time, today, the idea of unlimited spending in an election would be quickly dismissed by Canadians as a barrier to the level playing field we hold dear for free and fair elections. We are proud that our elections are based on ideas and debate and not simply dollars. I have spoken briefly of some reforms to the electoral system itself, but I would like to turn now to the increasing franchise over the years, a clear example of how far our electoral system has progressed since Confederation. Allow me to return back to the 1920s, Mr. Speaker, where elections in this country were decentralized and run under a hodgepodge of provincial statutes. In the 1920s, the federal legislation deferred to the provinces in allowing disqualifications on the right to vote, and I quote, for reasons of race. This provision worked to disqualify many Canadians, including those of Chinese, Japanese, and Ukrainian descent, amongst others, Mr. Speaker. It was not until 1948 when Parliament deleted references to disqualification on the basis of race. It was not until 1950 when Parliament allowed the Inuit the right to vote. And it was not until 1960 when Parliament allowed First Nations peoples the right to vote without forcing them to give up their status or home on a reserve. Mr. Speaker, expanding the franchise was divisive at the time. Today, however, we look back and simply wonder what took Parliament so long to recognize the rights of all Canadians in exercising their vote. Mr. Speaker, women were not able to vote until legislative changes were enacted in 1918. Those individuals living in poorhouses or the homeless were not able to vote until 1929. War objectors were not able to vote between 1938 and 1955. It was only in 1970 when the voting age was lowered to 18 from 21. What I'm trying to get at here is that when we reflect on these developments without the partisan frames in which they were originally debated, we see reforms which uphold and correspond to our values as Canadians. We see reforms which uphold the rights of all Canadians, and we see reforms which strengthen the bond between the people and the government, which instill trust that the government is formed by the true democratic will of all Canadians. It is almost incomprehensible to understand how we could ever exclude a full 50% of our society from the franchise, how we could exclude our Indigenous peoples, our ethno-cultural minority groups, and those who dared to express different beliefs than the government of the day. Mr. Speaker, while I am certainly not proud of the history of disenfranchisement in Canada's electoral history, I am truly proud of how far our democracy has evolved into a more inclusive system for all Canadians. Electoral reform is the next step in this evolution towards a more inclusive system. We can build a better system that provides a stronger link between the democratic will of Canadians and the election result, one that motivates Canadians to take part, one that reflects our collective values of fairness, inclusiveness, gender equity, openness, and mutual respect. To get there, the process leading to reform must also embody these values. Parliamentarians will need to set aside partisan interests and engage in a thoughtful and substantive dialogue with each other and with our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that stepping away from the first-past-the-post system and embracing a new system which can reflect these values and the values articulated in this amended motion would be another milestone in the history of Canada's elections. I suspect future generations will look back at the reforms proposed in this motion and reflect on them as I have done today with past reforms. I suspect that they will note this is yet another example of how our electoral system has evolved to further increase the inclusion of all peoples, to better reflect the will of voters in the representation of this House, and to work towards a system which produces a House that looks more and more like the faces of Canadians. I hope all members will join me in support the creation of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed the honourable member's speech and talking about adding people to the voting process. Many Conservative governments had a key role to play in adding Indigenous Canadians, adding women. That's a proud legacy that we can have as Conservatives. But unlike the previous member who spoke, I do want to ask this member. He said that now is not the time to talk about the end result. Well, the end result, if this motion is put in place, is 5 months away. So I would say now is the time to be talking about the end result, and that all we are asking for as the official opposition is that no matter what the end result is, that Canadians will be given the right to authorize the change through a national referendum. So we can have the discussion over the next number of months as to what a new system should look like. But why won't the Liberals agree with us that no matter what comes out of this special committee, that Canadians themselves, through a national referendum, should have the final say?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I also welcome his remarks and the important history that all parties have had in this House about increasing the inclusion of Canadians into our democratic process. I believe that right now we're taking the first step in beginning this conversation. This is a big conversation and a big dialogue that we have to have as Canadians about how we continue to move our democracy forward. This is something we're going to do by engaging with Canadians, by the committee doing extensive consultations, by members of Parliament conducting town halls, and as we develop what kind of system we want to put forward for Canadians as to how we govern ourselves, we will think about the next steps after that. So I thank my honourable colleague very much for his question and welcome the contributions of all members of this House to this dialogue.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. La députée de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like her to reassure us here in this House that the government, when it receives the recommendations of the committee, because the committee obviously will produce a report with recommendations concerning the election system that draws the most consensus. So can she reassure us that the recommendations will be accepted by the government once the report is submitted and once the committee makes its recommendations on the new electoral system? Will the government accept those recommendations with no additional debate? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Sherbrooke for his question and for his comments. As you know, the government in this House receives recommendations from all committees in Parliament, and they are part of its deliberations.
Legislation and to bring forward ideas to this House. I believe, as the Minister of Democratic Institutions has said, and most ministers in this government have said, that committees play an important role in the legislative process, and at the end of the day, the decision will be made by this House. The committee has an important role to play in terms of gathering information, making recommendations, but those decisions, those final decisions, are made by all members here in the House of Commons. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I think today's debate will go down in history as a motion that really did strike a blow for democracy, where parties were prepared to put Canada first and partisan interests second. And I think as we go forward, I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary if she agrees that it would be a good thing to encourage every member of Parliament to use the mechanism of our householder to share information with Canadians about why first past the post is a perverse voting system, and to share with them a range of options and ask for their feedback in that way.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that excellent question. While I wouldn't say that we should prejudge Canadians' reflections on different electoral systems, I do think it is an absolutely terrific idea to use our householders and the tools we have at our disposition to be able to share what different options are available to Canadians and to invite them to submit their feedback, because at the end of the day, we want to hear from as many different people as possible. I myself, throughout the election campaign and over the past number of months, have asked a number of people in my riding what their thoughts are, and I am indeed considering doing that exact thing, is putting this information into my householder, inviting feedback, and using that to guide me in my own decision and my own thinking on this matter. So thank you very much for an excellent suggestion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to inform you at the outset I intend to split my time with the member for Laurier-Saint-Marie. I'm really pleased to be rising to speak to this motion, Mr. Speaker, as the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley mentioned earlier today in the House. I had a hand in crafting the proposal, and as a new member of Parliament, it was nice to see within my own party the openness that member had to working with the new MP on an interesting idea for how to move voting reform forward, and today it's really nice to see in Parliament that same spirit is prevailing in this place. I've been a long-time advocate for voting reform myself, Mr. Speaker. It's one of the issues that I've I've held dear through my entire participation in the political process, let's say, and involvement in politics. And part of where this idea came from, Mr. Speaker, we've heard partisan allusions, let's say, about what the government may or may not be intending for a voting reform idea or proposal or initiative. And I don't think anyone on this side of the House is naive that this is the beginning of a process. There may yet be many things that go awry in that process. It's up to the government to decide and Cabinet to decide whether ultimately they're going to take the recommendations of this committee seriously or whether they're going to go off and do their own proposal. So I don't think anyone here is naive about where we're at. And this is a really positive first step, but it's just one step. But I think it's really important because we need to take that first step if we're going to get to any kind of meaningful voting reform. I feel not just from a partisan perspective, though, that it's important that the government not do that by itself. And so that's the second reason that I felt that this kind of proposal was important. Because if you do really believe in voting reform, and if you do honestly want to move that forward, Mr. Speaker, in order for whatever proposal that comes forward and in order for it to go through and be legitimate, it can't just be one party that's pushing it through. And so this proposal is a way of building in at least into the initial stages of that process, that idea that proposals can only move forward with the support of multiple parties instead of just one party, Mr. Speaker. So I think it's right and good in this particular case of electoral reform, which I think is different than just about any other issue, because this is a place where people come to disagree, or people who already disagree come to work that out. And in other places, Mr. Speaker, what happens in Parliament and the differences that you see manifest in Parliament are things that are fought not in a chamber, but on a battlefield. And so we do come here and we do disagree, but we do it according to certain rules and on certain terms. And by doing that, we make sure that we do that in a way that doesn't put people's lives in jeopardy for the values that they hold, and we have an understanding that we're going to work things out with words. It's not always pretty. It's not always nice, Mr. Speaker, but it's a far better system than the kinds of ways of resolving conflict, one way or another, that we see in some other parts of the world. So when you talk about voting reform and how people actually get here in order to engage in, if you want to use a militaristic metaphor, that kind of battle or that kind of argument, let's say, Mr. Speaker, then it's important that people agree on how you actually get here, because those are the basic rules, and it's those rules that ensure that kind of civility. I personally do believe that, if a party makes it part of their electoral platform, that they have a particular system and a particular model in mind, and they get overwhelming support during an election, that they may go ahead with that, Mr. Speaker, but not in a way that people in other parties aren't prepared to sign on to. You need at least the support of some other parties, Mr. Speaker. And so this is a way of building that into the process to make sure that whatever comes out of that process, at least at that first stage, is going to be something that a number of members across party lines in this place have agreed on. And I think that's really important because it speaks to the legitimacy of changes. No government should be able to unilaterally change the rules by which people get here and fix the next election. And in that sense, I do agree with some of the arguments from other members in this place about the importance of not having a government unilaterally change the rules.
You're here.
One of the issues at play for me, as I say, I've been a long-time advocate of voting reform. I've also been an advocate of a particular system, although there's a lot of debates to be had about how that's made manifest, but I've been an advocate for a mixed-member proportional system, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's really important that people in particular geographical locations of the country have direct representatives that represent particular places within Canada. But I also think it's important that our parliaments aren't composed of false majorities or give a false impression of where Canadians really are at. So when you have governments that get 100% of the power with only 39.5% of the vote, most recently, but we've certainly seen other examples of that, I don't think that works, Mr. Speaker, because I don't think it reflects where Canadians are at. And the problem with the first past the post system is that it tends to generate those issues. And I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that is also a problem with the alternative vote method. It does it in a slightly different way, but it still produces parliaments that don't actually reflect the division of opinion within Canadian society. So part of the issue there, Mr. Speaker, I think is a philosophical one, if I may, about whether we're busy electing individual representatives for a particular place, and that's certainly part of it. I think that's important. But I also think that in elections, we ought to be, and we could have a system that allows us to do this better, electing parliaments. And so we're not just electing individual members, we're electing a parliament. And we want a parliament that represents the diversity of opinion within Canadian society. And I think that's one of the major virtues of a mixed member proportional system, is that it allows you to balance out the representation of party within the chamber so that Parliament reflects the division of opinion within Canada, and that the people here are forced to engage meaningfully with people in the other parties and try to come to some kind of, if not consensus, at least decision where, on some issues there'll be a majority that's composed of certain members, and on other issues there may be a majority that's composed of certain other members because there's agreement between some on some things and between others on other things. And I think that would be fine. So I think that would be a virtue, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to the day when Canadians can contemplate not just who their local representative is going to be, but also what their parliament might look like. I can imagine the situation. I know there are people, Mr. Speaker, who may feel strongly about a certain candidate locally but not particularly like their party, or may want to vote for an independent candidate but also want to have a say in party. And it's perfectly consistent for Canadians to say, I like this local rep. I'm not particularly a big fan of his or her party, so I'm going to vote for them. But now, because we have a mixed member proportional system, I also get to vote for a different party, a party that's different than theirs. And I'm helping to shape the Parliament and make it more about how I actually think, because Canadians don't always just agree with one party or another party. And so a mixed member proportional system actually gives them a chance to express what may be a kind of division of opinion within themselves, at least with respect to where certain parties are at, and allow them to balance out their own vote in a certain way. So I see that as a positive thing. One of the positive elements, in my view, of a mixed member proportional system that doesn't get talked about enough is the fact that I came to political consciousness in Canada in the 1990s, and it was a time when Canadian politics was very seriously regionally divided. Quebec was largely represented by the Bloc Québécois. The Reform Party was really a Western Canadian party with hardly any seats outside of Western Canada. The Liberal Party was the party of Ontario. That largely, they had some seats outside of Ontario, but actually not very many. And they used that in order to be able to win consecutive majorities. But I can say now, for having sat in a caucus for just over 6 months, how important it is to hear the different regional voices within your caucuses. A first-past-the-post system or an alternative vote system doesn't guarantee you that you're going to get members from all parts of the country within your caucus. Having an element of proportionality allows for that, Mr. Speaker, and I think it would help to quell some of the divisive regional politics that Canada has sometimes seen by having those voices represented in each caucus. I think that's an important virtue of the mixed member proportional system. What I'll end on is just to say I'm really glad that we're taking a positive first step in having a process to get to a proposal that will have to be decided on either here or with some other method. We're not there yet, and I look forward to discussing these ideas more in that during that process, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. John's East.
The member for Elmwood Transcona for his well-reasoned and thoughtful comments on this topic. Today we're just really speaking about the notion of the committee, but I'm interested in his thoughts on how the list would be determined on a proportional system, whether he's in favor of open lists where citizens across the country decide the ordering of the list, or closed lists where parties decide, and also on this notion of how proportional a mixed member proportional system he envisions. Do the votes for individual candidates also count towards the proportionality, or is it just the party vote? Thank you.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much. I won't prejudge the process by getting right into the substance of the debate. I do have some preferences on that, but I'm also not a total expert on the details. I think that's part of what we have to hammer out. First, the committee would have to decide that they do want to go to some form of mixed member proportional system. I think it would be unfortunate at the end of the day if the list MPs were just a creature of the leader's decision. I think it's important for internal party democracy that there be some method, either whether it's through the party or whether Canadians directly having a say in who gets elected off what list. So that's where my sympathies lie. But I think that's actually one of the kinds of issues that merits further study, and I look forward to having a committee that can do that and then make a decision not unilaterally by government members, but by members in collaboration.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, and it seems like there's a lot of interest to different parties in this, in having a new electoral system. Proportional system, there's about 6 to 8 models out there, and I would like to hear from the member, my colleague there, which system would the NDP prefer to have, at least on a ground base, to know where we can start from here?
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I mean, as I said, the NDP for a long time has been, had as a matter of policy that we prefer some form of mixed member proportional system. That's where I'm at personally as well, and but it's something that the kind of nitty-gritty details would have to be worked out on. We don't have a full proposal, but on principle, I think it's important to maintain the idea of having specific regions of the country and ridings within the country that are represented by an individual whose job it is to represent that, and then to use list MPs to balance out Parliament and make it more representative of Canadians' views overall.
We'll get going. The member will have 2 minutes left for questions and comments after his speech following question period. Statement by members, déclaration des députés. Honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, yesterday, a great Quebecer left us, Jacques Parizeau, a pillar of the Quiet Revolution. He was an artisan of the enrichment of Quebecers, individually and collectively. He was at the root of our distinct economy, but his best known trait is his humanism. He was promised to a great career, both within and without politics. He vowed to build a prosperous and fair Quebec. He opened many doors for Quebecers and got us used to success. He gave us confidence in ourselves and in the future. He saw big for Quebecers, and he devoted his life to that. It's with great pride that we continue his work for a free and prosperous Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Liberal Party for last week's adoption of Policy Resolution Number 5 to develop a poverty reduction strategy aimed at providing a minimum guaranteed income. Guaranteed minimum income is an idea whose time has come. Every citizen, no matter who they are or what their employment status happens to be, everyone receives a minimum income. Dr. Rob Moyer, Associate Dean of Research at UNBSJ, has proposed that a prototype be implemented and studied in St. John, where we have the highest rate of child poverty in the country. St. John is the ideal place for this project. To quote Dr. Moyer, a professor of economics, the numbers are large enough to be statistically valid, but small enough to be traceable. 8 UNB PhDs, Mr. Speaker, across 4 disciplines have already committed to this project. I fully endorse this initiative of Dr. Moyer's and have risen today in the hope that my words will encourage others to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House today to bring awareness to an issue that has caused more than 1,000 deaths in Canada. Opiate overdoses will kill 800 people in BC this year if the death toll continues at its current rate. In the first 4 months, 256 people have been killed and a public health emergency has been declared in BC. On Saturday, a 23-year-old from my community ended up on life support, and a 22-year-old from Kamloops lost his life. Last year in Alberta, there was 274 deaths associated with fentanyl. It is 40 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine. Drug dealers are importing an inexpensive powdered fentanyl, mostly from Mexico and China, but it doesn't end there. A new drug on the street, W18, and other W-series opiates are 100 to 1,000 more times toxic than fentanyl. And as Edmonton Public Health Dr. Virani commented on a recent drug bust of 4 kilos of powder, and I quote,
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Verdun. Mr. Speaker.
I rise today to honour the exceptional civic engagement of the residents of La Salle-Verdun.
We have many examples of organizations that work for the well-being of the community, such as the Optimist Club, the Center for Aid to Immigrants, and the Centre des Femmes de Verdun. The citizens of La Salle-Verdun are committed people, just like my fellow citizens present here today for our day on Parliament Hill. I'd like to take this opportunity to underscore the exceptional work of Mr. Robert Tivierge, a fellow citizen of La Salle-Verdun, who dedicated his life to the socio-economic development of our country. After a fruitful career at CEDA, he continued to use his expertise through the Canadian Executive Service Organization. This organization gave a prize to this exemplary volunteer. As we say back home, dear Robert, just don't give up.
Mr. Speaker, last week the United Steelworkers in the City of Hamilton were forced to file a second motion in the Ontario Court of Appeal after the judge still refused to release the secret deal made between U.S. Steel Canada and the federal government in 2011. Details of the secret deal are critical for all parties involved as negotiations with potential buyers move into a critical phase. Only U.S. Steel Canada and their parent company have access to that information. How does that make for a fair process? This government can easily resolve the issue by releasing the secret deal. But since being elected, the government has refused to help the 20,000 vulnerable pensioners or the 1,600 workers whose jobs are at risk. They have said nothing, zero. I've asked the Prime Minister and other ministers numerous times to release the details of the secret deal. Their non-answers have insulted me, the pensioners, and workers of U.S. Steel Canada. This government should be ashamed. Step up to the plate, release the secret deal, and show the leadership people expect and deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, every year Canadian films are selected in the most prestigious festivals and events abroad and win many prizes. This year was no exception. I wish to particularly underscore the exceptional success of director Xavier Dolan at the last Cannes Film Festival for his most recent film, Juste la fin du monde. He won the Grand Prix of the official competition as well as the Ecumenical Jury Prize. Thanks to his talent and sensitivity and unique creativity, Mr. Dolan has reached exceptional heights. He's part of a pool of Canadian audiovisual creators who make their mark on the international scene. The Canadian audiovisual industry contributes to the development of our culture and is an important part of our economy. We are proud as a government to invest over $670 million per year to this industry. On behalf of the Government of Canada, congratulations, Mr. Dolan.
Mr. Speaker, the Niagara Region Public Health was awarded the Canada's Choice Award as part of Infoway Canada's Imagine Nation Ideas Challenge. Now, the task was to come up with ideas that would enhance access to healthcare services and improve the quality and efficiency of the Canadian healthcare system. Now, the Niagara Regional Public Health created a mobile application called Mum to Be.
offering help and guidance to expectant mothers at every stage of their pregnancy. Now, the app has been downloaded over 17,000 times across Canada, an impressive statistic, Mr. Speaker. Now, on behalf of all Canadians in the House today, I congratulate the Niagara Region Public Health on their achievement in providing this new resource, making for a more positive pregnancy for mothers-to-be and a better outcome for Canada's preborn children. Thank you.
The member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian women and girls have achieved significant progress in recent decades, and much remains to be achieved. In our cultural mosaic, Canadian women lead diverse lives in a great range of different experiences and circumstances. In this diversity, we must build platforms for women to realize their brilliance by ensuring pay equity while also investing in childcare, healthcare, housing, employment, training, and other areas that influence women's choices and opportunities. Organizations like the YWCA in my hometown of Hamilton need long-term sustainable investments so that they can continue to offer women and girls reliable supports to help them seize and create opportunities to reach their full potential. Mr. Speaker, building a better future for all Canadians starts with recognizing the potential of women and girls and creating systems that enable them to flourish.
The honourable member for Avignon-La-Métis, Madame Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to see how many farmers mobilized today in order to express their support for the Canadian dairy industry and to protect supply management from those who want to abolish it. I want to underscore the presence of producers from my region, the Lower St. Lawrence, Île-de-la-Madeleine, and so forth. In the last few weeks, the Minister of Agriculture's Parliamentary Secretary and many members had productive discussions with many representatives of the dairy industry who will help our government to develop a sustainable strategy for the whole industry. With the position of certain Conservative members who called for the abolition of supply management this week, we now understand the lack of action by the previous government. The government is determined to finding a solution for the dairy industry, and I can assure you that it will continue to defend supply management. Our government strongly supports our producers. The dairy industry is vital for our economy.
Mr. Speaker, over the past several months, the Liberal government has refused to amend C-14 legislation in order to provide adequate conscience protection for medical professionals and healthcare institutions. They also voted against their Opposition Day motion that would have guaranteed these professionals their charter right, freedom of conscience. Repeatedly, we've heard the government indicate that we can count on provincial regulatory bodies to provide conscience protection. However, as we've seen, the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario and Saskatchewan have both indicated there's an expectation on the part of their medical professionals to refer for the practice of physician-assisted suicide. Enough is enough. Constituents in my riding have been crystal clear. This bill must provide clear, ironclad conscience protection for healthcare professionals and institutions. I hope this Liberal government will listen to Canadians and do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, today is the first anniversary of the release of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's final report. I'd like to acknowledge the incredible work of Senator Sinclair, Commissioners Wilson, Chief Littlechild for their work in advancing the cause of reconciliation in our country. The report's calls to action provide all Canadians with a renewed path forward for Canada's unfinished journey of healing and reconciliation. The government has committed to fully adopting the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and is moving forward with the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry. It is also making historic investments in education and infrastructure and is working in a full partnership with Indigenous peoples to build a national framework to further ongoing reconciliation. But reconciliation is the responsibility of every Canadian, and especially parliamentarians. I urge all members in the House to do their part.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Brooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to announce that on June 7th, the Canada-Portugal Parliamentary Friendship Group will be hosting the first celebration of Portugal Day ever to be held on Parliament Hill. It's a day celebrating both Portugal and the Portuguese communities worldwide around June 10th. And now it's recognized here in our nation's capital. It is a special day of pride for me, both as a Portuguese immigrant that came over with my parents and my sister, and also to reside in Mississauga, a city to over 20,000 Portuguese Canadians, many of whom are my constituents living in my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville. This Day of Portugal honors the date of the death of the 16th century poet Luís de Camões, who captured in word Portugal's Age of Discovery, when Portuguese explorers led the world in mapping the coasts of Africa, Asia, and Brazil. I say to this House and to the Portuguese community across Canada, Feliz Dia de Portugal!
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Marks the 100th anniversary of the death of Lieutenant Colonel George Orwell Baker. Lieutenant Colonel Baker was elected as the MP for Brome in Quebec and is one of only 2 sitting MPs to have died during the Great War. Sadly, he was killed in action at the Battle of Mont Sorel. Here, in Centre Block, can be found a monument which is dedicated to Lieutenant Colonel Baker's personal sacrifice to Canada. Despite such commemoration, it seems that there is no official memory of this event in Ottawa. Indeed, there are no gatherings at the War Memorial or of the militia units who carry the battle honor of Mont Sorel.
In addition, we can't find any government websites or reports from the CBC that teachers could use to educate young people about this historic event. And yet, almost 8,500 Canadians were injured or killed in this battle. Here in Ottawa, a city where Canadians gather to debate the legislation that governs us, we should commemorate the sacrifices made by our ancestors, especially in significant battles.
On June the 4th, Canadians will celebrate National Health and Fitness Day. Over 240 cities and towns across Canada will mark the day with local events to encourage Canadians to be active and use our trails, parks, and recreation facilities. It is important for all Canadians to understand and appreciate the benefits of physical activity to our health, our economy, and our environment. You can join me at a number of events in my riding of Oakville North Burlington on Saturday, including a trail bike ride from Burton Park in Burlington and an outdoor yoga class that I'm hosting at River Oaks Community Centre in Oakville. A big shout out to the Burlington Sports Alliance for their efforts and kicking off the day at Nelson Park in Burlington. I encourage everyone to get active on Saturday and every day and help make Canada the fittest nation on earth.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, June is ALS Awareness Month. The theme this year, Seize the 30 Days, is a reminder for all of us to seize every day and live our lives to their fullest potential. This campaign also causes us to reflect on our fellow Canadians suffering from ALS, a condition which abruptly cuts life short, often in its prime. More than 3,000 Canadians and their families live with this disease, and at least 3 succumb to it every day. Few communities go untouched, and this includes our very own parliamentary community. When news arrived of the diagnosis of our dear friend, the member for Ottawa-Vanier, we joined together on all sides of the House to express our collective compassion and solidarity with him. His work in this chamber, service to our country, and courage and grace facing this illness are a model for us all. So this month, let us seize the moment. Let us commit to finding a cure to this deadly disease and ensuring that all Canadians have access to high-quality palliative care in their final days.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, with one more sitting day after today before the stay on the declaration of constitutional invalidity expires, it is now clear that the government cannot meet the June 6 deadline to pass Bill C-14. The Minister of Justice has rightly warned of a legal vacuum absent legislation, and yet the minister could do something to stop that legal vacuum from arising, namely by applying to the Supreme Court for a short-term extension of the stay to allow time for Parliament to pass legislation. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the minister has done nothing. She has been all talk and no action. As a result, Mr. Speaker, on June 7th, there will be no certainty for patients, no certainty for physicians, and no protections for the vulnerable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, Leonardo da Vinci, Maria Montessori, Dante Alighieri, Giovanni Caboto, Sophia Loren, Michelangelo, Marconi, Julius Caesar, Verdi, Christopher Colombo, Pavarotti, Caterina de' Medici, Federico Fellini are just some of the names of the geniuses that have fashioned our history over the millennia and have an origin in common and one passion and one country, Italy. Today, June 2nd, all Italians, including the community here in Canada, is celebrating La Festa della Repubblica Italiana. I urge all my colleagues to underline this festival and pay tribute to the unknown heroes that are Canadians of Italian origin who, through their sacrifices, have contributed to building Canada.
Ça nous fait vouloir du cannelloni.
That makes us want cannelloni.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister actually said that he won't allow a referendum because it's often used to stop things. That is one of the most arrogant and elitist things that I've ever heard. The only thing that he is stopping is the right for Canadians to have a say in what their vote means. That's right. Why does the Prime Minister have so little faith in Canadians?
Prime Minister, Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, our approach today has been about working collaboratively with all parties in this House. Our approach today has been about moving the conversation around process to getting down to the work of hearing from Canadians what their needs and aspirations are for their electoral system. I thank the honourable members in this House for the healthy debate on this topic and look forward to getting down to the work.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that the government's defence of this, that their process used to be a sham, but now it's less of a sham because the NDP are working with them. It would actually be funny if it wasn't so serious. But, Mr. Speaker, the voting system actually doesn't belong to the Liberals, and it doesn't belong to the NDP. It belongs to Canadians. And when you change what their vote means, Mr. Speaker, when you change what their vote means, Canadians get to say yes or no. So why are the NDP and the Liberals taking that right away from Canadians?
Prime Minister, Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, our approach from the very beginning has been to bring together a committee made up of all elected parliamentarians to act as a forum for the people of this country to have their voices, their needs, their hopes and aspirations known. Today, we did something a bit different, Mr. Speaker. According to the members opposite, we were elected on a promise to do politics differently. That means cooperating. That means recognizing that good ideas can come from all parties. And I thank all members for their contributions to this healthy debate and look forward to hearing from Canadians.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a decision for politicians to make. It's a decision for Canadians to make. Instead, the Liberals and the NDP negotiate in secret, making deals in the backroom to actually take that decision away from Canadians. No matter who the committee talks to and no matter what report they write, at the end of the day, it's up to Canadians to say yes or no. So why are the NDP and the Liberals taking that right away from Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to do three things. First, we're going to engage Canadians on their electoral reform. That is what the committee, on which we no longer have a majority, is going to do. Second, based on the committee's feedback and the input we receive from all of Canadians, we are going to bring recommendations to this place. It will be up to all members to debate that. And Mr. Speaker, third, we will not move forward on changes without the consent of Canadians.
The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we already knew the government had no real intention of consulting Canadians because they stubbornly refused to hold a referendum. But today they even have the gall to join forces with the NDP. What they're spinning as cooperation is really a backroom deal between two parties who don't care what Canadians want. Mr. Speaker, the real question is, are they going to try to change the rules of democracy with a Liberal NDP deal, or are they going to consult Canadians through a referendum? All Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the Conservatives cannot move beyond their narrow political interests in protecting the status quo and allow Canadians to have a say in this process. The concept of asking a committee to reach out to Canadians may be a strange one to the members opposite, but it makes most sense to Canadians and most of us on this side of the aisle.
Most members are able to listen to the question and the answer, even though they don't like what they hear, without reacting. That's the polite thing to do. So let's do that. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca.
Mr. Speaker, we're starting to see through the Liberals' games. Canadians have every reason to be very worried about what they're seeing today. We've said since day one it's crazy to let a mere committee change the way we vote. Now, the fact that two parties are in cahoots to pull the committee's strings, it's hardly any more attractive. The only way any electoral reform can be legitimate is for all Canadians to approve it. Mr. Speaker, will they finally commit, yes or no, to holding a referendum to consult all Canadians directly? Will they drop the partisanship, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, unlike the member opposite, we have a great deal of respect for the work that committees have and continue to do on behalf of Canadians. The Special All-Party Committee is going to come together. The Bloc and the Green Party will have a vote. The government does not have a majority on this committee, but the opposition does. I'm going to sit down.
I think it was a light that burned out up there and made a bit of a noise. Honorable Député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the last time dairy farmers demonstrated here on the Hill, the government told them, don't worry, we'll talk for 30 days and find a solution. 30 days are up and still nothing. Today, the farmers are back in greater numbers. For them, it's a matter of survival. Is the government finally going to hear their cries and solve the problem of dye-filtered milk once and for all? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as a farmer, I'm proud to see so many farmers mobilizing today on International Milk Day and supporting supply management. We will continue to support this industry. We have met with producers. We will defend supply management, which provides stability for thousands of Canadian families. We will defend supply management and Canadian families. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. That's all nice rhetoric and talking points, but farmers want action. Dairy farmers are losing tens of thousands of dollars a week because this government is still dragging its feet. Our supply management system has enabled our farmers to flourish, but numerous breaches are throwing their future into doubt. When the government caves in on trade deals, it promises compensation, but nobody has received a single penny yet. Why does this government care so little about our farmers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, this government is the one that set up supply management. We're the ones to defend it. We will be meeting with industry stakeholders all across the country. Over the past weeks, we've met with them and had productive discussions, and we've developed a long-term strategy for the entire industry, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is, for decades, supply management has guaranteed reliable and safe poultry and milk, meaning stable livelihoods for hundreds of thousands of Canadians. But now Liberals are pushing ahead with a job-killing TPP trade deal. with no sign of compensation for dairy producers that stand to lose big from this bad deal. Canadian farmers are tired of the deafening silence from this government. Why are Liberals backing away from their commitment to Canadian farmers?
Secretary for Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, as I just said, we're aware of the concerns of the industry when it comes to dye-filtered milk in cheese production. The government and industry are working together to find a fair and lasting solution for all Canadians. Our government fully supports supply management.
Essex.
That was the story 30 days ago and remains the same today with more farmers standing here on the Hill. I know that Liberal MPs are quick to shake hands with the dairy farmers on the lawn, but when it comes to rolling up their sleeves and taking action to defend dairy producers, Liberals are nowhere to be seen. Imported dye-filtered milk undermines our supply-managed system and cost Canadian dairy producers more than $220 million just last year. A fix is simple and quick. So why are the Liberals failing to enforce laws and protect Canadian dairy farmers?
Mr. Speaker, supply management is one of this government's values. The official opposition wants to scrap it, but we're protecting it. We want to have a modern, prosperous, growing industry. The industry is constantly changing, but ensuring stability for families is one of our priorities.
It's time for the Minister of Democratic Institutions to stop using persons with disabilities as tools to prop up her argument. Elections Canada is constantly working to make voting easier for persons with disabilities. She knows that work is ongoing, and she knows that that work has absolutely nothing to do with changing the voting system. Will the Minister of Democratic Institutions stop using persons with disabilities as a ploy for her increasingly weak arguments against holding a referendum?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Sir, I thank the honourable member for his question. Days ago, I met, along with the Minister for Persons with Disabilities and Sports, with the Elections Canada Advisory Group on Persons with Disabilities. During this conversation, Mr. Speaker, we were asked to bring their voices to this place. We were told that the very act of voting remains an obstacle course for many persons with disabilities. Our job in this House is not to just speak on behalf of those who have privilege and means. Our job is to ensure that the voices of the marginalized are included in this conversation.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's repeated use of people with disabilities as strategic pieces in her political game is not okay. My son Jaden has autism, and he cast his first vote in October. The Elections Canada folks were absolutely wonderful, helping him through that process. Having a referendum on which voting system to use will have absolutely no impact on Jaden's ability to vote. Will the minister please call a referendum and let all Canadians, including every Canadian with a disability, have their say on this important issue?
The Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful that Jaden's had a positive experience in participating in the democratic process. That is the kind of full participation that we'd like to see from all persons with disabilities and exceptionalities. Our intent to enhance is to enhance the number of those who vote. Our intent is to enhance accessibility. Our intent is to be more inclusive in our approach in good governance. And Mr. Speaker, we will deliver on that intent by continuing to listen to Canadians and speaking on behalf of those who do not have as big of a voice in this place.
For Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Democratic Institutions claims that she wants to have a conversation, but instead seems to be doing a really good job of dancing around the real question. And it's a question that millions of Canadians are demanding an answer to. It's also a question that I've asked the minister several times in a very straightforward yes or no manner, and I've heard nothing but platitudes in return. So let me try once again, Mr. Speaker. Will they finally drop the platitudes and commit to a referendum, yes or no?
The Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, today we did something that's a little different for the members opposite. We reached out across the aisle and worked collaboratively with the parties opposite to enhance the process. We need to move this debate away from a debate on process and get to the substance of hearing from Canadians what their thoughts and ideas are for electoral reform. Only then, Mr. Speaker, can we begin to discover ways to determine how to engage their broad support on any changes we move forward. Today was step one, and I look forward to working with all members of this House.
Member for Brant Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals claim they want to consult, but the whole point of consultation is to ask people their opinion, not to have backroom deals with other political parties. So what better way to get the opinion of every single Canadian than to ask them in a referendum? The Liberals are refusing to give Canadians the final say. Why don't they commit to giving this important decision to all Canadians, not to the political parties through a referendum?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
When the former government decided to bring forward the Fair Elections Act, did they consult with parliamentarians? Did they consult with Canadians? Did they hold a referendum? Did they include the voices of the Chief Electoral Officer and include his feedback in the changes they brought forward? They did not. Mr. Speaker, we have learned from their mistakes. We will engage with Canadians. We have empowered a special all-party committee to hear from Canadians what their views are before thoughtfully bringing forward a motion, a plan to this House for deliberation. We will do that, Mr. Speaker, in a respectful and inclusive manner.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, if I understand the first part of the minister's response there, she said the last government acted inexcusably and now it's our turn to do so. Mr. Speaker, the only protection Canadians have against the Liberal plan to rig the next election is the de facto veto afforded by a referendum. The Prime Minister said today that he doesn't think his proposal could win the support of the Canadian people. Isn't that the best reason for having one?
And the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Speaker, after 10 years of undermining our democratic institutions, the party opposite was asked to stay in opposition. Canadians provided us with a mandate for change. They asked us to do politics differently. They asked us to work collaboratively with other parties. They asked us to listen to their ideas before unilaterally making any changes. Mr. Speaker, today we demonstrated that this is the way we will govern. This is good governance. We will continue to listen to Canadians, and we look forward to bringing our electoral system into the 21st century.
We're hearing a lot of banter and response when ministers are answering questions, and I think that colleagues ought to have confidence in the ability of their colleagues to offer arguments in response to an answer or a question, for that matter, without having to intervene when they don't have a mic on anyway. And now the mic will be on for the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. Let's listen to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on May the 10th, the minister defended the then structure of the proposed Special Committee on Electoral Reform by saying, after the committee had done its work, our team will then present a cabinet with a proposal. In other words, there's a committee on which Green Party members and the Bloc and the NDP will sit. But when the actual decision gets made, when the actual proposal is designed, the actual legislation that will come before Canadians and change our electoral system, only Liberals will be in the room. It will happen in secret. Nobody will be present. We'll have no way of finding out what's going on. The Liberals maintain their monopoly, Mr. Speaker. That is inexcusable. Why will she not allow the Canadian citizenry to make the final choice in a referendum?
For Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, on October 19th, Canadians made a choice. They mandated us to govern this country in an inclusive and responsible manner. On May 10th, Mr. Speaker, I put forward a motion to begin the work of hearing from Canadians what their thoughts are. We did so with complete intent to hearing from all Canadians and all parties ways to improve this process. The New Democratic Party provided valuable insight, as did all members of this House. We took that into consideration, Mr. Speaker, and we came to this place with a refined approach. We look forward to working with all members of this House to continue to enhance this.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Hundreds of dairy farmers from the Montérégie are here demonstrating against Liberal inaction. The government had promised a solution by now, but dye-filtered milk is still pouring over the border. For our farmers, they lost $220 million last year. Our regional economy and the next generation of farmers are in jeopardy. Why is the government dragging its feet and subjecting dairy farmers to more lean years instead of just enforcing their own rules. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, we're aware of the concerns of the industry about the use of dye-filtered milks. As promised, we are meeting people from the industry from all across the country. We're a government that protects and will protect supply management. The Honourable Member, I'm sick and tired of having to ask the same question. If you don't mind, I'm going to have a little rant here. I'm frustrated by how the Liberals are letting our dairy farmers down. They promised us a solution to the problem by now, but clearly they're not walking the talk. The government should stop saying that it's complicated enforcing the act. It's either milk or it's an additive, a powder. Decide. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, it's costing $3 million a year. Will the government keep its word, or was that just an empty promise? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as a farmer, I'm proud to see how many farmers are here today to underscore International Milk Day and to defend supply management. We're aware that the industry is going through tough times, and we are putting lasting long-term solutions in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there's a bad pattern with the Liberals, like Liberal governments in the past, entitled to their entitlements. And now the Infrastructure Minister. He spent nearly $1 million on an office reno. When many Albertans can't make ends meet, they're losing their homes, they're choosing between wants and needs. Infrastructure money isn't getting to projects that provinces need, but the minister sure is a fancy new office with swanky furniture. Why was it more important for the minister to spend money on himself than to keep his promises and actually fund priorities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. There was no office before 2015 for Infrastructure Canada. There was no office space for the Deputy Minister and staff. There was no dedicated space. The importance of this file is such that office space had to be arranged for the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the ADM and staff. This was all done in keeping with Treasury Board guidelines.
Now there's no money left over for infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today the Quebec government pointed out the lack of infrastructure spending and the complicated process the Liberals have put in place. I guess Quebec didn't get the memo. The only infrastructure money being spent is on posh Liberal cabinet ministers' offices. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure minister spent almost $500,000 on furniture to deck out Sky Palace 2.0, but there are empty offices and warehouses full of used furniture sitting collecting dust everywhere here in the nation's capital. So does the minister realize that he came to Ottawa to serve the taxpayers and not have the taxpayers serve him?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I said this already, I'll say it again. The minister was quite clear on this. The minister needed an office, and so did the staff. And that's because we're going ahead with the biggest infrastructure plan in Canadian history. $120 billion will be investing for our young people, for our seniors, for our greener economy. We're going to build the Canada and the economy of tomorrow.
Speaker, millions of Chinese citizens, victims of widespread and well-documented human rights abuse, must wonder about the Prime Minister's fresh start with their communist government. We recall, of course, the Prime Minister's professed admiration for China's basic dictatorship. Yesterday, the Chinese Foreign Minister angrily refused to answer any questions at all about China's lamentable human rights record. Mr. Speaker, isn't it time for the Liberals to rethink and recalibrate their priorities on the China file?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We believe that engaging with China in a comprehensive way is the best option. Even when we don't see eye to eye with each other, we believe that dialogue is the most effective way forward. Having regular high-level interactions with China on a range of issues allows us to continue to have frank and honest conversations and to make progress on difficult issues. Canada consistently raises human rights concerns with the Chinese, as our Foreign Affairs Minister did yesterday. Thank you.
Member for Thornhill.
Yes, well, Mr. Speaker, diplomatic news conferences are usually the stuff of deflected questions and high-level platitudes. But yesterday, the Chinese foreign minister furiously dressed down a journalist who dared ask about human rights abuse and the imprisonment of Canadian Kevin Garrett on unsubstantiated charges of spying. The Minister of Foreign Affairs stood by quietly and said he raised these same issues behind closed doors. Now, Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us then if the Chinese foreign minister was as angry, condescending and disingenuous in his denials there, and how the minister responded?
Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Consular Affairs.
So, Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, they don't want us to talk with China. On the other hand, they're saying we're not talking enough with China. This government will never abandon our Canadian citizens abroad. Unlike the previous government, we will always stand up for citizens abroad. Our officials, our minister has raised the Garrett's case and will not stop until the Garretts return home safely.
Honourable member for Laurier Sainte Marie.
During a press conference yesterday, a Canadian journalist was berated by the Chinese foreign minister for asking a question about human rights. While this was happening, the global affairs minister just stood by. Freedom of the press is an important value for Canadians, and yet our minister stayed silent. Mr. Speaker, will the government stand up for human rights and freedom of the press and join so many Canadians in criticizing the behavior of the Chinese foreign minister?
Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was actually the inaugural meeting of the Canada-China Foreign Affairs Ministers' Dialogue, which is an important new platform for expanding high-level engagement between our two countries. These discussions will focus on advancing mutual interests in our bilateral relationship, as well as global peace and security, and of course, human rights. Asia is a critical region of the world. Canada is an Asia-Pacific country. This is an excellent beginning for discussing how to expand our strategic partnerships for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Mr. Speaker, according to Human Rights Watch, Saudi Arabia is currently arming Yemeni forces. These forces, led by General Mohsen, are accused of human rights violations and of the recruitment of child soldiers. We have no guarantee that the armored vehicles sold by Canada will not end up in the hands of this general, but the government continues to turn a blind eye. Why do the Liberals refuse our proposal to create a committee to study arms exports?
Secretary Parlementaire.
Speaker, Canada has some of the strongest export controls for military and strategic goods in the world. We committed to ensuring that Canada will become a party to the Arms Trade Treaty, and that will be an important component of our increased rigor and transparency on export controls. Furthermore, this government takes every opportunity to raise critical issues with senior Saudi officials with respect to humanitarian issues, consular issues, and human rights, as the minister did in his visit to the region last week. Thank you.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 2010, the Conservative government of the time closed several prison farms throughout the country without doing proper consultation into the usefulness and viability in providing essential skills for inmates. In my riding of Kingston and the Islands, 2 prison farms were closed in Collins Bay and Joyceville without proper consultation of the public and to widespread concern from the public. My question is to the Minister of Public Safety. Can he provide some input into whether or not this government will continue along the same path or reverse that decision of the previous government?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer is yes. We are launching a feasibility study on restoring prison farms in the Kingston area. This process will allow citizens, business leaders, and other stakeholders to share their visions for what the program could look like, and it will allow the government to review the cost and efficacy of reinstatement. An effective criminal justice system is built on evidence-based policies that promote public safety and the reintegration of offenders, and I thank the member for Kingston and the Islands for contributing to that goal.
The member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner has ruled that the new Minister of Fisheries and the Canadian Coast Guard cannot have any dealings with the Irving family. However, Irving Shipyards is a major supplier to the Canadian Coast Guard. Irving is undertaking major warranty work on several new Coast Guard patrol ships, a file that must be managed by the Coast Guard Minister. The Prime Minister has placed his new minister into an obvious and unavoidable conflict of interest. Will he realize the situation is unacceptable and appoint a new Minister of Fisheries and Oceans today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect high standards from our government. The Minister raised this question with the Deputy Minister of the Department, and the Commissioner's recommendations will be followed to the letter. In the meantime, the Minister will follow the rules established by the Commissioner, and the Minister has already contacted the Ethics Commissioner for her recommendations, and they will be followed. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we think the Coast Guard Minister should be able to deal with Coast Guard files. The Ethics Commissioner has said that the new Minister of Fisheries and Oceans must not have direct dealings with the Irving family, their associates, or business interests. James D. Irving is on the board of directors of the Atlantic Salmon Federation, which deals with declining salmon stocks in Atlantic Canada, another file that has to be managed by the Fisheries Minister. Why did the Prime Minister appoint a Minister of Fisheries and Oceans with so many clear conflicts, and when will he replace him?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Minister was proactive in informing the Ethics Commissioner about his friendship with the Irving family and asked for advice. The Commissioner put in place filtering measures, screening measures, and the Minister will withdraw from any discussion that has to do with Mr. Irving and his companies. And today the Minister is following the recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner and will always do so. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, because of a decision of the Ethics Commissioner, the Government House Leader must not have any business dealings with the Irving family. But since the Irving shipyard is one of the major suppliers of the Coast Guard, it's very surprising that he was appointed to this position. In these circumstances, how can the new minister claim to be doing his job effectively whereas his hands are tied? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I have just said, and I repeat, our government and its ministers must always follow a high level of ethics. This question was raised by the minister with the Ethics Commissioner, and the Deputy Minister and the minister will always follow the rules of the Ethics Commissioner to the letter. That is what he pledged to do, and that is what he will do now and in future. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from the government can stand up and claim that there is no problem. But the truth is, there is no way to believe that the minister can do his job properly when his personal dealings prevent him from speaking with the Irving family. The Irving family owns the shipyard, and James Irving also sits on the board of directors of the Atlantic Salmon Federation, which is up to the Minister of Fisheries as well. The minister needs to be changed. When will this happen? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The minister was proactive in informing the Ethics Commissioner about his friendship with Mr. Irving and to ask for advice. The Commissioner recommended the putting in place of filtering measures, and the minister will not be involved in any discussions that have to do with Mr. Irving and his companies. Mr. Speaker, once again, the minister is following and will always follow the recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner. That's what we do on this side of the House, and we will continue to do so and to follow the recommendations of the Commissioner. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, a clear priority for the FCM meeting this week is the challenge faced by Canadian municipalities in mitigating climate impacts to infrastructure. Just this week, the Commissioner for the Environment reprimanded the government for failing to ensure that federal infrastructure programs directed at mitigating environmental and climate impacts to cities actually deliver results. Equally troubling, she raised concerns with the dwindling gas tax revenues, a significant source of municipal roads, housing and infrastructure. What concrete measures is this government taking to ensure our cities are sustainable?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, for a number of years, the National Disaster Mitigation Program and the mitigation aspects of the Disaster Financial Arrangements Agreement have not been fully utilized by previous governments. That is why in our campaign platform, the Prime Minister included the specific undertaking that we would examine those very programs and determine how to improve the uptake. And in fact, in addition to that, we've added $20 billion in green infrastructure funding that can assist directly with those mitigation measures.
Honourable member. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are unable to roll out the funding for infrastructure projects in Quebec. The Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs is complaining that federal bureaucrats are constantly applying new conditions for approving projects so that Quebec doesn't think it will not receive any funding before 2017. It is such a problem that now the Premier of Quebec is meeting with the Prime Minister. Why is the funding for Quebec infrastructure projects taking so long to be approved? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are working closely with our partners in Quebec to fund infrastructure projects that Quebecers need. And since we came to power, we have also made 6 announcements in Quebec to the tune of $36 million. And that was funding not rolled out under the previous government, but that has been rolled out under us. In the next week, so we are planning to make further announcements in Quebec, and we are working closely with our counterpart, the Minister of Finance, Carlos Letao, and we are going to finalize an agreement thanks to consultation, partnership and action. The Honourable Member for Bois-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, recently the Veterans Affairs Minister accepted the decision made by his colleague, the Minister of Justice, allowing the government to take our veterans back to court under the Equitas affair. This shows that the minister is more interested in his political relationship to the Minister of Justice than his responsibilities to our veterans. Mr. Speaker, the minister must take responsibility for these files. When will he revisit his decision and end this dishonorable court case? The honorable member. Minister.
As this member is aware, this lawsuit emerged under the former government. I can tell the member that we are delivering on behalf of veterans and their families. Just this budget, we delivered $5.6 billion in financial security to veterans and their families. We will continue to address the mandate items to ensure veterans and their families have more opportunities to build their lives and find more success. We're proud of what we're doing, and we're continuing to go down a forward-thinking path.
Mr. Speaker, we're not talking.
Honourable Member for Bois-Limoilou.
Broke. On Tuesday, Conservatives submit an amendment to the budget bill at Finance Committee. This amendment would have ensured that the Liberals' modification of the earning loss benefit would not affect the most vulnerable veterans. This amendment was rejected by the Liberals, and veterans around the country have been voicing their concern. Why is the minister playing political games and putting veterans at risk, instead of working with this official opposition?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say of a decade of veterans not being heard, we are listening and addressing their concerns. In Budget 2016, we addressed our promise to move the earning loss benefit to 90% of a veteran's pre-release salary from a 75% level under the former government. Veteran had asked for these changes for a decade. We moved on it. We delivered on it, increasing financial security for those veterans who are most disabled and those veterans who have served our armed forces with great honor and great dignity. We are there for them.
Député de Charlesbourg. Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after the officers of the U.S. Army, it is now the Commander of Canada's Special Forces who has confirmed that our troops are on the front lines near Mosul. Brigadier General Rouleau says that the troops spend 20% of their time in the combat zone, and yet the Prime Minister has always told Canadians that this is simply a training mission for Iraqi troops. Can the Minister confirm what percentage of our soldiers are being deployed in the combat zone on the front lines?
Mr. Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Canadian Forces are among the best in the world for training and advising and assisting missions. And accordingly, they have been deployed by this Parliament and this government to do exactly that. That mission has not changed. And anything beyond saying that would be of operational difficulty for us to say, and I'm unable to comment further on that.
Borough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, polio was once a disease that ravaged the world and was particularly devastating to children. The first vaccine was developed in the 1950s, and many more countries have since been declared polio-free. However, Pakistan had 53 cases of polio in 2015, the highest for any country, and its persistence in Pakistan is the largest barrier to eradicating polio forever. Could the Minister of International Development and La Francophonie please tell us what Canada is doing to help eradicate polio in Pakistan?
Honourable Minister of International Development.
Center for constant support of the Pakistani people. The persistence of polio in Pakistan is the biggest obstacle to its eradication worldwide. But recent evidence prove that vaccination campaign is paying off. And I recently pledged $60 million for the eradication of polio in Pakistan. We are committed to end it for good. Thank you.
The member for Central Okanagan's Milkmean Nicolai.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the CEO of Moosehead Beer from New Brunswick told CBC that he agrees with the opposition that the Como decision should be elevated to the Supreme Court. And I quote directly, "The sooner there's some kind of decision, the better for everyone involved. Moosehead can compete in an open market if both tax and non-tax barriers to trade are eliminated by all provinces. We sell beer in all 50 states in the United States with pretty open borders, and hopefully we can get to that point soon." Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals refusing to listen to people like Moosehead? Why are they denying people who want to buy Canadian? And why won't they elevate this to the Supreme Court?
The Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows we aren't listening to Canadians. We're engaging them through the process of the Agreement on Internal Trade. This process in collaborative form allows us the opportunity to work with our provinces and territories to talk about these issues. And these are important issues, Mr. Speaker, because it's about growing businesses. It's about making sure that products and services can go from one jurisdiction to the other. It's about making sure that we have a future, a bright future for our children and grandchildren. And me, particularly, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to say that I'm motivated by these talks to make sure that a brighter future exists for my two young girls, Nanki and Kirpa.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Inspections of fishing violations off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador have dropped a whopping 50% in the last 5 years. We've also learned the capacity for the Coast Guard to respond to emergencies has been weakened. Our Coast Guard was gutted by the former Conservative government's budget cuts, and their failure to update the aging Coast Guard's fleet only made things worse. Will the Liberal government commit today to reversing Conservatives' ill-advised cuts, restore Canada's Coast Guard, and protect Canadians, our oceans, and our fisheries?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, at the Department of Fisheries, the people are aware that we must protect our oceans and our ecosystems to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the Coast Guard vessels, the patrol ships that protect our oceans, we will invest in them to ensure that our fleets are up to standard. And, Mr. Speaker, we will work in consultation with the different partners and stakeholders to ensure that that commitment is honoured. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake. Mr. Speaker, the people in my riding of Miramichi-Grand Lake understand that the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement will offer Canadian businesses access to a market of 500 million people and an economy worth $20 trillion. And they know that this agreement will create numerous jobs, not only in my region, but all across Canada. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade tell this House about the actions taken by the government to conclude this agreement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Our government is working hard to ensure that the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement is swiftly ratified. The Honourable Minister of International Trade is currently in Europe, where she met with the European Commissioner of Trade, Matthias Fekl, the Foreign Affairs French Minister, and the Minister of Trade for Holland. She also held interviews with the French media to promote this agreement. We are working tirelessly, Mr. Speaker, to conclude this agreement.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago I asked the Minister of Agriculture if he would intervene on behalf of the Manitoba pork producers to keep the highly contagious PED virus out of Canada, but he refused. Mr. Speaker, it's also only been a few weeks since the Canadian Food Inspection Agency changed the rules, and already an outbreak of this deadly virus has been reported on a Manitoba farm. Oh my. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Agriculture now finally stop ignoring our farmers and work with the Manitoba pork producers to find a solution to contain this virus?
Our Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to protect animal health in Canada. Urgent emergency measures have been put in place on the border between Manitoba and the U.S. until the concerns of the industry with regard to the epidemic can be assessed. Further to scientific review, the CFIA has determined that nothing has caused us to put in place such measures. The industry will be able to adapt to the measures. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the dairy producers are in Ottawa to ask the government to solve the issue of dye-filtered milk. The Minister of Agriculture says that it is not milk when it crosses the border, but the same minister says that it is milk when it is time to put it in cheese. We've been hounding the minister week after week, and he keeps telling us that he is doing something, but he's not. Instead of always repeating the same thing over and over, why doesn't the minister stand up for Canadians and solve this matter once and for all? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, on May 3rd, we pledged to consult the entire dairy industry, and that is what we have done. Mr. McCauley, as well as myself, have met with the industry, and the dairy producers, and we discussed very interesting proposals, and we are currently analyzing those proposals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, food sovereignty is something we care about. Twice, our National Assembly has unanimously called on the government to fix the issue of dye-filtered milk. In Canada, when the federal government talks to GMO exporters in the West, it says, well, let's open the borders. But it says the opposite when it talks to Quebec's dairy producers. There are more holes in supply management than there are in Swiss cheese. Does the government realize that because of its inaction, it is proving that the best thing that can happen to Quebec farmers is that Quebec become a country in its own right so it can make decisions based on its own interests? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, farms in Quebec and in Canada are all Canadian farms. In past weeks, we have listened to the dairy sector. We've had very productive discussions, and we are working to help develop a sustainable strategy for the dairy sector. Our government put in place supply management and will continue to defend it for all Canadian farms.
I believe the honourable member for Regina Capel has the usual Thursday question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I wonder if someone from the government could inform the House as to what the Chamber will be debating for the rest of this week and when we return after the weekend next week as well.
Veterans Affairs.
Today we will continue debate on NDP opposition motion. Tomorrow morning we will commence debate of Bill C-15, the budget legislation. Following question period tomorrow, we will begin consideration at third reading of Bill C-6 on citizenship. On Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week, we will resume debate on the budget bill. We are presently in discussion with the opposition House leaders on the length of debate. Hopefully, we will be able to find agreement. And next Thursday, June 9th, shall be an allotted day. And finally, Mr. Speaker, for next Friday, we'll proceed with second reading of Bill C-13, implementation of the WTO agreement.
Order. I encourage members who want to have discussions to have them out behind the curtains or in the lobbies. The
Honourable Member for Hochelaga has a point of order. Order. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent for the following motion. May I continue?
Ted. Allard.
Order.
Order. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, you will find there is unanimous consent for the following motion, that at the conclusion of debate today on the opposition motion standing in the name of the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, any question necessary to dispose of the motion will be deemed voted and deferred until Tuesday, June 7th, at the end of question period. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the will of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Cullen regarding special committee on electoral reform.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurier Sainte Marie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are moments where, as members, we can be particularly proud. And I'm particularly proud today to be part of this team with my colleagues who succeeded in getting the electoral reform process back on the rails. And I think that it's really a good moment, and I would like to congratulate and thank the Liberals for joining us and for having endorsed our proposal. You know, electoral reform is such an important issue. In Laurier Sainte Marie, people talk to me about it all the time. I've had many meetings on it. People want it. And everyone was a little bit concerned about how the process was moving forward. We didn't want a process that was going to be full of cynicism. Rather, we needed a project that would bring people together, because the concern, particularly given the committee that is going to be set up to launch this reform, was, well, there was a lot of concern. Allow me to quote two people. First of all, Paul Journet from La Presse, who said, well, that's the summit of irony. The Liberals want to change the way we vote because it distorts the results, but they're using those distorted results to create their new committee. So they're using the problem that's created to find the solution. And that's what we fought against. That's what we've been fighting against for months now. And I'm quite satisfied to see that we're going to have a committee that represents the support of Canadians, and that the committee will be relatively proportional to that support. Mr. Speaker, as you know, at the NDP for a long time, we have been calling for changes to the way we hold elections. And it's important that we note that the current voting system doesn't work. We get false majorities. We saw under the 10 years of the Conservatives to what extent power can be abused, even when only less than 40% of the votes are given to the governing party. We hope we won't see the same thing with the Liberals. And so what does that do? That feeds cynicism. People need to be able to believe in this system. And one of the examples, and this is why I really like the idea of a mixed proportional system, is that I know people, I talk to people all the time who say, well, you know, I'm voting for such and such a party, and if I vote, my vote won't count for anything because in my riding, that party has absolutely no chance of winning. If we create a mixed proportional system, every vote will count. And I think that, well, beyond the simple democratic fundamental issue of having a House of Commons that better respects the will of all Canadians, I think that that could contribute to fighting cynicism, as I was saying. And I hope that it can contribute to getting, for example, minorities involved. That it would lead to greater First Nations involvement, that we'd see people get more actively involved in the electoral process, because for years we've seen that participation has waned. And we really want to ensure that all Canadians, and most Canadians, as many as possible, are involved in this process. And if we look particularly at youth, and I like to paraphrase Rick Mercer, because we know that young people don't vote much. Rick Mercer said to young people, hey, did you know would you let your grandparents choose your friends or your kind of music? Would you let your grandparents choose your clothes? Often when I meet with groups of young people, and I ask them that question, and they say no. And like Rick Mercer, I say to them, well, hey, don't let your grandparents choose your government. And this is an utterly essential point. It's essential for young people to vote when we talk about issues like climate change. Well, you know what? Climate change isn't going to affect people like me the most. It's them, the youth. What we're doing right now is we're building their future. So I hope that we will be able to put in place a system that is fair, that is equitable, and that, well, for me, this is an essential element, a system that will lead to greater participation from everyone, whatever their opinion, whatever their orientation, and particularly that it'll get young people involved. And we need to act quickly. Already, I think that we're a little bit behind where we should be. If we want to put in place a new electoral system, well, that's something that can't be done overnight. And I'm really very happy to see that today we've at least been able to agree on a formula to move forward, where representatives of the Bloc Québécois, the leader of the Green Party, will have their voices heard. This, I think, is a formula that reflects what we want to accomplish, and I hope that everyone will be ready to work together. Reforming our electoral system, well, it's something that, you know, here in the House right now, we're talking about a couple of issues that are so fundamental to who we are, the medically assisted dying bill and changes to our electoral system. And in both cases, I think that we need to be able to have a dialogue, that we need to find some common ground. And so, as I was saying, I am really happy to be part of a team that has fought for this, that has fought for a viable solution, a solution that is credible to all Canadians. And again, I thank the Liberals for joining us on this issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just have a very quick question for my colleague from Laurier-Sainte-Marie. She's talked a lot about a proportional mixed system, and I'd like to know if she's open to other systems, or if she is set on that kind of system and is not open to other systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Well, listen, I think that the committee needs to do its job. It needs to work and be open. The committee needs to hear from experts. And we also need to ensure that Canadians get involved and that we have wide-ranging consultations. And then after that, we'll be able to judge the different options that are on the table. I don't think that we should be in any way prejudging the final result. From my point of view, well, I see a mixed to proportional system as a good idea. I see how it works in New Zealand or Germany, for example. It's a system that seems to work very well. It's a system that, in my personal opinion, has the advantage of encouraging more people to vote, because everyone knows that their vote, each individual vote, will count one way or another. So for me, that's a really major advantage, but we shouldn't prejudice the work that will be done by the committee through its consultations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a truly interesting speech. Like her, I'm truly very happy to have the right to vote on the new committee. But I'd like to ask a question. Is it possible that the NDP is ready to change their position only on certain measures concerning proportional voting? The Honourable Member for Laurier St. Marie. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And the NDP has always been in favor of a proportional mixed voting system, as I said to my other colleague. And it seems to me personally that this is the best system. That having been said, the last thing that I would wish to do here today on any issue that will be discussed is to say that the result of the work of the committee must be X, Y, or Z. I think that it's absolutely essential that we let the committee do its job, but I'm certain that the representatives who will represent the NDP on the committee will be quite happy to show the clear advantages of what we propose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. For Hochelaga, yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked about the importance of ensuring that every vote counts, and it's very important that everyone have their voice heard. But one thing that my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley has also said quite often is that what we're doing here is something that we don't do very often. It's something that our generation isn't going to see again and hasn't seen before. So it's very important that we do the work properly, and I'd like to hear my colleague's comments on that. The Honourable Member for Laurier St. Marie. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And yes, it's very important that we do things properly. And that's why I keep saying that we can't prejudge the work that the committee is going to do. If we're going to do things right, we start by opening our ears and being ready to listen, that we hold wide-ranging consultations, that we consult with experts. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we are members of Parliament. We are, to some extent, what we would call in English, jacks of all trade. We need to listen to experts. We need to listen to specialists, even on an issue like electoral reform. And, I mean, we know how elections run. That's something we're quite familiar with. But we need to take the time to do things properly. That's utterly essential. At the same time, we have already taken up a fair bit of time, and we can't delay things further. And that's why I'm so happy that, as I said at the beginning of my speech, we have been able to get the process back on the rails so that we can finally move forward and ensure that we have and will have soon a new election system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
The Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be able to rise and talk about what I believe is a very important issue for all Canadians. I've had the opportunity, as you know, Mr. Speaker, as you have had the opportunity good fortune to be a parliamentarian for many years. I've had the privilege of having my name on the ballot 11 or 12 times, whether it's a provincial candidate or a national or a federal candidate. And I truly appreciate the important role that everyone plays in terms of making our democracy work in Canada. And this is something in which I believe, and I've argued on all sides of the House here, that we should never, ever, ever take that for granted. And I know, like you, Mr. Speaker, we truly do appreciate the great value in terms of the trust that Canadians have put in us jointly, collectively, as one body to make good decisions on their behalf. And today, I think, is a very, very positive day. You know, we have talked about, I have heard discussions about electoral reform for years. In fact, I believe it was in the mid-90s I was asked to canvass or to go around the province of Manitoba and canvass opinions and try to get some thoughts in terms of what people had to say about electoral reform back then. And I can remember talking about the idea of, well, should we be reducing the age to vote from 18 to 16? Should we have leaders being elected at large as opposed to being elected in constituencies? What about these multi-member wards? There are endless ideas that are out there, Mr. Speaker. And what I have witnessed throughout my virtual parliamentarian years is that there always seems to be some level of interest, varying on time, and maybe it's whether it's right after an election or the observation of another election that has taken place in Canada. At times, the issue really comes to the table. And what we find when that happens is there's a great deal of interest to talk about it. And there has been endless discussions about it. And that's why I was actually quite pleased when today our current Prime Minister, over a year ago, had clearly indicated in an election platform by saying that this would be the last federal national election that Canadians would have to participate if the Liberals were to form government where it was based on first past the post. No one inside this chamber can question the statement from the leader of the third party at the time, and it was very well publicized, Mr. Speaker. It was incorporated into the party's election platform. Now, the Liberal Party of Canada was not the only party that has been talking about electoral reform. New Democrats, the Green Party, are two others that have talked about it fairly extensively. In fact, I've heard the leader of the Green Party here talk about it extensively for many years. And I must say, and I said to her the other day, I'm somewhat sympathetic because when I was in the Manitoba legislature, we didn't have party recognition. And so many of the things that she aspires to try to change and reform, I can reflect and recall my desires on those very important issues also, Mr. Speaker. But I raise it because it's important for us to note that even though the Liberal Party of Canada garnered the most support in the last federal election at 39%, and that garnered the majority government, Mr. Speaker, that on this particular issue, you had more than 50% of Canadians that voted for the need for change on our electoral system. And, Mr. Speaker, I give tribute to the Prime Minister in terms of to the degree in which he has recognized this as an important issue to Canadians. Now, many would say that there's all sorts of other issues that we could and should be talking about, but I'll go back to my opening comments in terms of just how important democracy is to each and every one of us. We always talk about Canada being one of, and I would argue, the best countries in the world to live. Well, it's one of those fundamental pillars that we have here in terms of who we are as Canadians, whether you talk about our democratic process, our rights and freedoms, our rule of law, Mr. Speaker. These are all fundamentally so important to who we are as a nation. So let's fast forward a bit, Mr. Speaker, and I have, in recent years, seen many discussions on changes to the Elections Act, changes to the Election Finances Act, and we have seen through those difficult committee hearings. I remember standing up in second reading on the Fairness Election Bill, and there was a great deal of concern in terms of the lack of a consultation that was taking place. I remember sitting in committee and the chief electoral officer had no sense in terms of what it is that the government was actually wanting to do with the Elections Act. That there was no real goodwill at all in terms of accepting any amendments coming in from opposition parties. And that's why it's a bit much, you know, day after day, hearing at times from the Conservative Party talking about, well, we want a more open system. We want more consultations. You know, Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for democratic reform is, in fact, been talking about that, or has been talking about that, ever since she was appointed the minister responsible for democratic initiatives here, Mr. Speaker. it's all about consultations, trying to extend the olive branch, trying to get other members engaged on this issue. I know how passionate she has been on it, and how the Prime Minister, in appointing this particular individual, felt very strongly that it was of critical importance that we get it done, and we get it done right, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Conservatives seem to be fixated on the issue of the process, and that is in regards to, well, they want to have the referendum, as if that is the only tool that's in the toolbox that can deliver what Canadians want to see, and that is genuine electoral reform. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that the referendum is not the only tool that's in the toolbox. And we don't have to recreate the wheel in order to be able to understand or appreciate that. There have been major initiatives that have taken place in terms of reforming our democratic system, that there was no referendum, but rather it was through consultation that had taken place, and bringing parties together that ultimately led to the changes, Mr. Speaker. One just needs to look at the enfranchising of the vote, universal vote for whether it's women or First Nations, Mr. Speaker, as two that come right off to mind, where there were no referendums, but rather there were other ways in which we were able to successfully implement it. And for me, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the challenge that this current minister has, in essence, gave to each and every one of us in terms of reaching out to our constituents and somehow bring that all into the debate. And that is something in which I am committed to, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I think, it's nice when you get a sense of cooperation that takes place inside the House. And like the Prime Minister, I wish that we could see more of that taking place. And I'm the type of person that does look at the glass half full. And I do believe that there will be opportunities where there is goodwill to make things happen in a more apolitical fashion. And I think that we saw that being demonstrated in the last 24 hours, or maybe even a little bit longer than that, with respect to this particular issue, where we have a party inside the House that's in opposition that says, hey, look, we have an idea for Opposition Day. And they shared that idea with the government, Mr. Speaker, and allowed the government the opportunity to take a look, and given the very nature of the motion, say, hey, look, this is a motion that we potentially could support. And the government did what a good government should do, and that is to look into the matter and see if, in fact, there is a way in which we could get behind what we believe is a motion that Canadians would want us to see more unity inside this chamber. In a relatively short period of time, there was, in fact, an agreement, or there was hopefully going to be an agreement when the minister responsible moved forward the amendment, and I'll get into the amendment shortly, Mr. Speaker, but after the motion was initially moved, the minister then moved an amendment, and it had to be accepted as a friendly amendment. Had it not been accepted as a friendly amendment, Mr. Speaker, then we would be voting on the original motion, which has a lot of merit to it, Mr. Speaker. But I think it would have been a mistake in the sense that if we could have built on a consensus that it is something that we should do, and the member across the way recognized that and accepted the amendment as a friendly amendment. And as such, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the member or the NDP will in fact see widespread support on their original motion as amended by the minister responsible. Let me highlight what it is that we're actually talking about when I make reference to the motion. With the first, if I may, one of the parts of the motion that I truly appreciate myself from a personal perspective when I first read the motion was that, and it's the second statement, where it says that the committee be directed to issue an invitation to each member of Parliament to conduct a town hall in their respective constituencies and provide the committee with a written report or input from their constituents to be filed with the clerk of the committee no later than November 1, 2016. Now, with the exception of the date, and that's addressed, Mr. Speaker, I thought that was a fantastic request that was being advocated from the New Democrats. I truly believe that as much as possible, we should be engaging, and we can all engage in different ways, Mr. Speaker. But allow me, if I may, to share with you how it is that I will be engaging my constituents on this issue. On July 6th, we're going to be having a public meeting at the Maples Community Centre in the riding of Winnipeg North. I will, through different means, both via telephone and by letters, make sure that it's very clear that I'm having this meeting, and if we can allocate a little bit of a budget from my member's office budget, and we will make room for it because of the given of the importance of this particular issue. We'll probably even do a little bit of advertising on it, Mr. Speaker. The public meeting is, I hope, to see a good number of people that will come out, and at the end of the day, we'll try to get a better sense in terms of what my constituents have to say. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I am not going to that meeting with a predetermined position. I am approaching that meeting with an open mind. I genuinely would like to be able to hear from individuals that have an interest in this subject matter to come forward and share with me what their thoughts are on the issue. But realizing, Mr. Speaker, that I represent over 90,000 and many of my colleagues in the House represent well over 100,000 people. You're not going to get that sort of a number into a community centre. I don't think the demand will be quite that high. Typically, I suspect it'll likely be somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 to 250. Not really sure, but whatever it is, if the demand's super high, well, then we'll have 2 meetings if it's deemed necessary, Mr. Speaker. But that is one of the mechanisms that I'll be using. Another mechanism that I will use will be through social media, by trying to encourage, whether it's through my email lists, whether it's through Facebook, whether it's through Twitter, other ways in which I can engage the constituents in which I represent to provide their input on this issue. We also have, as legislators, as parliamentarians, the wonderful privilege, and Mr. Speaker, I thank God for Canada Post and those that work for Canada Post, and I can tell you that through them, indirectly, they are able to help me represent my constituents, and I am so appreciative of Canada Post, Mr. Speaker, because that is, again, going to be one of the mechanisms that I will be using in terms of trying to garner feedback on this particular issue also, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of, I think, ideas that will help me be able to make my presentation as to the importance of this legislation and the debate that we're having on it, Mr. Speaker. But I think that there are others. Some might say, and we might end up going this way also, looking at 55-plus blocks and see if there's interest specifically to go into some of those blocks. What about some of those community centers? How do we engage young people? When I did my task force back in the 1990s, I think it was the 90s. I kind of get lost in the context of time at times, Mr. Speaker, but when I did my canvassing on democratic reform, one of the initiatives I did is I went through high schools. And you'll find that young people are, in fact, very interested in this issue. I would suggest, where possible, to get others going to high schools where it is possible, Mr. Speaker. The point is that there's many different ways of doing it. Now, I wanted to highlight what it is that we've actually witnessed here today, because I do believe it's a good reason for all of us to appreciate the gestures of goodwill that are coming from not one or two political parties, but at the very least 3, 4. It would be nice to say all 5, Mr. Speaker. The motion that was proposed indicates that the committee be composed of 12 members, of which 5 shall be government members, 3 shall be official opposition, 2 shall be from the New Democratic Party, 1 member from the Bloc, and the member or the leader of the Green Party, all of which will be voting members, Mr. Speaker. It is exceptionally rare. I cannot recall right offhand, possibly the Meech Lake in the 90s when I was in the Manitoba legislature. That might have been one time. But here we have this committee in which the government of the day is saying, look, we're prepared to forfeit having that majority on the committee in order to try to bring other political parties and make those parties feel more as if they are, because they are in reality, a part of a very important process. And I think that is a very significant signal that is being sent not only from the government of the day, but also from the New Democrats and the leader of the Green Party, that they are prepared to put the party politics to the side in hopes to deliver an electoral system that is best able to serve Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And I genuinely appreciate that, and I believe that Canadians will reflect very positively on it. And I would encourage all members of the committee that are going to be sitting on this very important committee to approach it with a very open mind. I would like to see a system that's modern, a system that enables people to feel that their votes are not being wasted, a system that makes it easier for people to get engaged and actually vote, Mr. Speaker. These are all important fundamental values that I think all of us share. And in my 20-plus years of being a parliamentarian, it's very rare that we will be afforded the opportunity that we have been given by different political parties inside this House today. My suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is that we take advantage of that recommendation. And we read through the resolution that has been introduced and brought forward an amendment. And there was a couple aspects to the amendment, and I would really encourage people to read the amendment. Options identified could advance the following principles for electoral reform. There's 5 of them, Mr. Speaker, and I don't have the time to read through the 5. But we do need to realize this is time sensitive. We don't want to see the opportunity lost. And that's the reason why we're saying October the 14th, Mr. Speaker. I know that as parliamentarians, we're not scared to work through the summer. We'll do whatever work's necessary in order to make things happen for Canadians. And I would suggest to you that we have the time to really do something good here in terms of making our democratic system a better institution here in Canada. And around the world, parliamentarians and others look to Canada to be able to demonstrate leadership on this issue, as we are a country that is envied by many. And I think we have a once-in-a-lifetime to make a difference, and I highly recommend that everyone vote in favor of the amendment and resolution. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, today is a very positive first step towards what we hope will be meaningful democratic reform for Canadians and an improved process that will greatly increase the chance of a successful outcome for all Canadians. In my riding, this is a very important issue. It's a very important issue in the election. I went door knocking a few weeks ago and knocked on doors and listened to my constituents. And, you know, I met people that were Conservative supporters, Liberal supporters, New Democrats, Greens, and they all told me that this was important, that reform for our democratic system was important to them. I think that during the election campaign, most of all, I heard from young people and also on the doorstep. You know, many of them feel apathetic that their vote doesn't count or they don't have a chance to ensure that they're heard. And many of them are calling for a system to make sure that every vote counts. And in my riding, I'm going to do consultation, continue door knocking, phone calls, do a mailer to people so that everybody has a chance to participate. But I'm also going to host town halls with stakeholders, stakeholders on this issue, and make sure that it's not predetermined and we get feedback from our community. I want to ask the member, what is he going to do to ensure that he's listening to his community? What kind of outreach will he do to make sure that the consultation is not predetermined and listen to Canadians and people in his riding?
The honourable member for the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes. First, I appreciate the question and the tenure in which the question was put, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell it's great, first and foremost, to see the shifting over from, let's say, a process debate going into the substance of the issue. And I do like to think that whether it's a town hall, which we will be having, whether it's the canvassing through mail, using social media, looking at those 55-plus blocks, looking at our public educational system, in particular our high schools. All of those are fantastic vehicles for members of Parliament to get engaged, get a better sense in terms of what it is that their constituents want to see happen, and then to advance those, to share it with the committee that's out there, to share it during the debates when you have afforded the opportunity inside the House to be able to raise the issue, and to approach it all with an open mind. Whether you talk about preferential ballots, proportional system, some sort of a hybrid, there's so much that can be talked about on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments on this motion today. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, to hear colleagues today talk about the fact that so many people voted for this particular method of electoral reform. This particular promise was put into a platform with dozens, maybe hundreds of promises for my colleague to suggest that constituents voted for this particular one out of all the others. My colleagues often argue about the inadvisability of omnibus bills, and yet a platform is that. People pick and choose their items, which they will vote for, and what kind of response they expect. But, Mr. Speaker, there have been a number of promises in the Liberal platform that people may have voted for. They may have voted for small business tax cuts. Oops, that one didn't quite work out. Maximum $10 billion deficit. That didn't work out. Restored door-to-door mail delivery. Well, we're still not seeing action on that. Or ban partisan advertising. Mr. Speaker, none of these have worked out. But my question to my colleague is, he can host town hall meetings, he can go on Twitter. The percentage of people from his riding that he'll get to a town hall meeting, at best, if his number of 250 is accurate, is 1/4%. A referendum, Mr. Speaker, could actually access up to 90%, between 60 and 90% of Canadians. Why would my colleague not allow more Canadians to have a say into this very crucial matter?
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, you know, I want to, as much as possible, in as humble as a way that I can assure the member that I would like to think that 95% of my constituents will be afforded the opportunity to be able to provide direct input to me in one form or another. The town hall that he makes reference to is just one component, a very important component for me personally. Having said that, whether it's the canvassing through mail, through the discussions that I will have over the summer, the literally many different events that I will be participating in, I suspect that this will in fact be an issue that will be talked about a great deal. In regards to the issue with respect to, well, it's one of many platform issues. Yes, you know, I disagree with his comments in terms of broken platform policies. He makes reference, for example, to the small businesses. Small businesses want customers first and foremost. We're giving that middle-class tax break, Mr. Speaker. That's going to create a lot more customers, and small businesses want that. But that's not what we're debating today, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the question, and I can assure him that the constituents of Winnipeg North, and I suspect the vast majority of Canadians as a whole, will in fact be aware of what it is that we're actually doing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wasn't here for the entire speech, but I did get portions of the speech. I got the good parts for sure. Just for some of the new members in the House here, if I could share with some of the new members in the House. this is significant. This wouldn't be unique in past parliaments. This is my 6th parliament, and in earlier parliaments, committees at least were able to work together to find results to present to a minister and make recommendations. I remember sitting on Fisheries and Oceans with the NDP, my colleague and friend Peter Stauffer, John Cummins, reformer, Canadian Alliance, and Conservative. And if there, John's a great friend of mine. There'd be the right, the far right, and the extreme far right, and John would be just a little bit further than that. Great guy with the fishery, understood the fishery, understood the. And out of 18 reports that we had done on that committee over the course of time, 16 of them would have been unanimous. So, somewhere in the middle, Peter Stauffer and John Cummins would come together for the benefit of stakeholders in the industry, in the fishery, for the environment, and come forward with recommendations. It wasn't until the last parliament, that the well had been poisoned. And committees morphed into this thing that was just nothing more than a daycare for MPs. The Environment Department were, with greenhouse gases and global warming, they were studying the impacts of hunting and fishing on the environment. Mr. Speaker, I think their time could have probably been better.
Order. I was fairly sure. I was fairly sure I hadn't called resuming debate on that particular point. It was questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, as you see, my colleague has many words of wisdom. And I think the message that he's really getting across is just how important the role that parliamentary committees can be. I would suggest to you that the real potential backbone of the parliamentary system going forward is to take a look in terms of the work that can be done in the committees. And if, in fact, we want to use this as one of those potential sample committees, Mr. Speaker, where you get a higher sense of cooperation, and that's what we're starting to witness, to see more amendments being brought forward with consensus from different political parties and so forth. If parties recognize the valuable roles that standing committees can play, that it can be the future backbone of the parliamentary process, which would be a positive thing. But it takes a lot of cooperation from all political parties.
Questions and comments. Commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for Winnipeg North. We have, in fact, discussed the fact that when he was in a provincial legislature, he suffered the fate that I now suffer of let's just say, a colleague deficiency. We do know that fairer voting systems will allow those people who have been traditionally, whether Liberals living in a Conservative-dominated area, Conservatives living in a Liberal-dominated area, or pretty much anyone in Canada who wants to vote Green, have been disadvantaged by a voting system that's winner-take-all. And I wonder if my honourable colleague would agree with me that I think that voting system also injects more toxicity in our dialogue. It is a reason for wedge issues and attack ads is to hang on to a vote and avoid people voting strategically. And I wonder if he has any comments on that aspect.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
There's no doubt it would have, depending on the system in which you flow to, will determine in good part the types of whether wedge issues will be embellished or diminished. I tell you, one of the interesting thoughts, arguments that I used to have was in regards to how a leader of a political party should be elected to, whether it's parliament here or to a legislature. Some had argued a number of years ago to me that if a political party assumed 5% of the vote, then the leader of that political party should be given a seat in that chamber, whether it's in a legislature or inside the House, that the leader of a political party should not be held to one constituency. Now, I say that, Mr. Speaker, for one reason. I really hope that the committee will approach this with an open mind. And if they do that, Mr. Speaker, that we will have a better system at the end of the day.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a very real honor to rise today to speak to this motion. Just on a personal note, you know, democratic reform has always been a very high topic for me, and it was a big one for a lot of my constituents during the election as well. And I also want to just pay some very good attention and give credit to where it's due to my friend from Skeena Bulkley Valley. I think it's absolutely incredible that we are creating a committee with 12 members where the government, which has a majority in this House, does not have a majority on the committee. And that is a big step forward. Yep. The NDP has had a long tradition of fighting for fairness. And when you look at the way that our parliament is elected under first past the post, I mean, you look across to the government side. They have all of those seats plus what we like to call the rump over there. And that majority is based on false premises because 39.5% of Canadians voted Liberal in the last election. But by giving them the majority of the seats, we have basically got an elected dictatorship. Yes, I admit that the Liberal Party, while in government, has been working with us in the opposition on some issues. On others, they have moved forward with time allocation. But I guess the main point I want to get across is that at the end of the day, if the Liberal government really wants to get its way, it can do so. It has the votes in this House to make its voice heard, to get its agenda through. And it has demonstrated that a few times. But being based on the fact that only 39.5% of Canadians voted for that, I think that's where questions of legitimacy always come up. I think that because we are dealing with such an important measure, it's important that all parties in this House have a voice. And the previous idea that was floated by the Liberal government to create a standing committee that mirrors the existing ones, where the governing party gets 6 members, the Conservatives get 3, and the NDP gets 1, but the Bloc and the Greens get to attend but have observer status only, I think that does a lot of disservice to the Canadians that voted for those other political parties, but also it does not give respect to the proportion in which Canadians voted for those other parties. And I'd like to give you an example, Mr. Speaker. You know, Andrew Coyne, the journalist, has been writing some great articles lately on democratic reform. And in one of his articles, he pointed out that it took roughly 38,000 votes to elect each Liberal member of Parliament. By contrast, it took 57,000 votes to elect each Conservative, 79,000 votes for each New Democrat, and 82,000 for each member of the Bloc Québécois. For my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands, it took 603,000 people to vote her in. So that is not a fair system. If you are not going to respect the people who made those choices, they really do need to have a say at the table. And, you know, this is only just the first step, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to presuppose what the committee is going to do. I think at this stage, it's almost like having a bill at second reading. We want to support the committee's work in principle, but I really think it's important before we pass judgment on that committee is that we give it a chance to form, we give it a chance to meet with witnesses, to speak to experts, to deliberate like we were sent here to do, and to do so in good faith based on a rough proportion of the votes that each one of those parties received. I think we owe it to ourselves to let that committee to do its work before we pass judgment and presuppose exactly what they're going to do. One of the things, you know, I've been incredibly proud to be a member of the New Democratic Party because we've always had a long stance on supporting proportional representation. And I know I've heard some members speak in this chamber. They say they don't want to sort of prejudge what Canadians want. They don't want to come with a preformed opinion. And that's fine. I respect that. But I've always felt that having the number of MPs in the House that closely mirrors what the national average is only fair. It really goes to the heart of the matter of having equal votes for every Canadian and having one Canadian and one vote. I think I'll also take some time here to sort of talk about some legislation that I had the honor of introducing on Tuesday. Bill C-279 is a part of this continuing conversation that we as parliamentarians have to have on democratic reform, because while we talk on how we elect our members, I think we also need to talk about some of the situations that exist around how we elect people, some of the money that's being spent, and how long our elections are. For example, in the previous Parliament, the Conservatives passed what was known as the Fair Elections Act. And one of the parts of that change were that for every day an election went over 37 days, the spending limits of each party, it translated to roughly $675,000 each day for when a party's national campaign went over 37 days. And so as a result, we have this difference. In 2011, political parties could spend $21 million, while during the 2015 78-day marathon, parties could bring their limit up to $55 million. And I think that we are slowly heading down a road where money starts playing a larger role. I think that it really distorts the view that many Canadians hold when we are giving such importance to wealthy donors and so on. But also the other thing, too, is that Canadians don't need to have 78 days to make a decision. My bill proposes to put a maximum limit of 46 days on an electoral period while keeping the minimum at 36. And I really hope that as we discuss this issue of democratic reform, that I can invite all members of this House to have a constructive conversation on how long our elections are. Because the other thing, too, that I think all members will want to take stock of is the cost to taxpayers. Because, Mr. Speaker, the previous election cost us $473 million to run, which was $150 million more than the previous election. So democratic reform can't simply stop at how we elect our members. We also have to look at how the influence of money and what that plays in our politics. And before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I forgot to remind you that I will be splitting my time with my great friend, the Honourable Member for Victoria. Rookie mistake. So I would like to just go on, Mr. Speaker, and just say that this is a big deal today. And to my friends in the government, the Liberal caucus, you deserve congratulations. You deserve credit where credit is due. That was a big step. I was watching the minister on CPAC this morning, and when I heard her say that the government would support this motion, I was genuinely impressed. So congratulations to them for doing that. It's my hope that, by the government giving up its majority on that, and by all other opposition parties suddenly having that legitimacy, we can find a way to work together. Because, my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley, he proposed this new method back in February. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're now in June, and I think the minister was quite correct in saying that, the government was getting worried that we're just getting bogged down in process. And that's true. I think we need to move beyond process and get to some more substantive debate. We need to hear from experts. We need to hear from witnesses. We need to give that committee all of the tools it needs to have to consult with Canadians. Now, I'm going to leave it up to the committee to decide what course of action is right. But in the end, I strongly feel we need to give that committee the time to do so. Seeing as that I have just a minute left, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by just saying that, one of the phrases that inspired me to run as a New Democrat came from our late leader, the Honourable Jack Layton. And his words were that, I think it was shortly after we formed official opposition in the previous Parliament, he said it's not enough just to be opposing, but you have to propose solutions. And my friend from Skeena Bulkley Valley is enduring the spirit of that phrase in the truest way today, because since February, he's come up with a practical solution. Instead of just shooting down what the government's been offering, he has said, well, you know what? There's a different way. This is our constructive alternative. And today the government accepted that. So I will end there, Mr. Speaker, and I have already done it. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't until before I was so graciously interrupted. The last Parliament certainly didn't serve us well. I don't think there was no real attempt to make it right. And when you make it right in committee and you make it right for stakeholders on particular issues, you make it right for Canadians. And I think that's what's ahead of us here. That's the opportunity that we have, and we certainly heard that over the course of the election. I would hope. I think this is something that we can live with. I think it's something that we should all encourage our colleagues to go out and engage. And I would hope that that's what this initiative prompts is all members of Parliament from all parties to go out and engage and hopefully come out with good quality recommendations to move forward. It was something that I certainly heard over the course of the last election, that Canadians wanted that change and wanted an adult conversation about it. And I think that's what today's motion allows us to do, and that's why I look forward to supporting it.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Cape Breton Council for the question. He may know that I had the honour and privilege of working for Jean Crowder for 7 years as a constituency assistant, and she sat in 4 different parliaments, so she was quite a veteran of this place. And in the previous parliament, she was the official opposition critic for Aboriginal Affairs. So I know very well from working for an MP for 7 years what committees devolved into. And indeed, I think he will agree with me, there was even a special handbook that had been presented on how to obstruct committee business. So it's my hope that we can leave the past as the past. We should learn from it, but I hope that we go forward with a renewed sense of purpose, that we don't presuppose or prejudge what the committee is going to do, and we accept the fact that this new structure is now more fair. You've given up your majority, or the government's given up its majority voluntarily, and let's let it get formed and continue its work.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my member opposite for his words today. I think any of us in this place could come up with maybe half a dozen different ways to vote. And I think that's fair because we're in this place and we're engaged. But I'll use an analogy that my predecessor used, and I think it's a good one. It's because we're Canadian, it's a hockey analogy. When the general managers for the NHL get together every year to discuss rule changes, usually the general managers with the smaller teams would want less fighting and more penalties. And those with the bigger teams would want more fighting and less penalties because it's to their advantage. So we're striking a committee based on political people changing the rules on how we vote without having that final say. Because someone makes that decision. You can, like we said, we can come up with a half dozen options, but somebody has to make this decision. And it's not that the general managers are bad people or that we're bad people. It's just we're in the game. Somebody makes that decision. So how, without saying with that final decision after all the consultation we talked about, how can we not say, let's give the people the opportunity to vote on this preferred method at the end of the day through a referendum?
Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll just go back to my comments about not presupposing or prejudging the committee's work. And what I would say to my honourable colleague is that the 3 Conservative members who will be sitting on this committee should be bringing that case forward while they're in committee. If they feel strongly that a referendum is the answer, bring forward witnesses and experts on previous referendums, let them present the evidence, and make a strong case for it. But I think enough talk about the process right now. Let's let the committee do its work, and I hope they make a strong case in that committee, because now they will not have 6 Liberals who have a final say. You're going to have the ability to work with all parties on this measure, and in this place, if you have a valid argument and you can back it up with strong facts, well, hopefully that's what will win the day.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very, very pleased to rise today on this important occasion and to address this important motion. I must say, I think that the very agreeable tone of the debate today is a tribute to my friend from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who's worked so hard and for so long on this very issue. His work has been guided by a value, Mr. Speaker, that I hold dear as a New Democrat, and that is a belief that a noble end can be reached by noble means, that positive change shouldn't always be on the horizon, but should be part of our work in the here and now. So the solution he's offered today is not only a reasonable and creative compromise, it's also a principled proposal that matches our basic values about fairness and democracy. It's a principle that all Canadians would agree is fair, and as such, I hope that it's a plan that every member in this House can support. I'm pleased that the Minister for Democratic Institutions has accepted the NDP proposal, and in the words of the member for Cape Breton-Canso, that we're truly having an adult conversation, a conversation that's starting here, and I hope that will spread throughout the communities from coast to coast to coast. Before we can come together around a fairer way to cast our ballots, though, Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to have confidence in the process itself. And the best way to earn that confidence is to start with a system that reflects how they voted just 8 short months ago, that encourages inclusiveness and collaboration with every party at the table. Outside of the halls of the Prime Minister's office, I suspect you'd be hard-pressed to find a single Canadian who believes that getting less than 40% of the votes should equal 60% of the seats and 100% of the power. Canadians know that to use the results of a broken system to craft a better one is to pluck the fruit of a poisoned tree. Instead, we have a chance here today to deliver change and to do it right through a process that embodies our values. This is how Canadians expect us to resolve the issue, because it's how Canadians have always tried to resolve differences themselves, in their homes, in our workplaces, by bringing everyone to the table and listening to every voice so that everyone has a say and a stake in how we move forward together. Across the aisle, my colleague from Burlington spoke very eloquently today, and she was right. This motion is a landmark in the evolution of our journey to democracy in Canada. At the start of the last century, more than a generation past Confederation, voting rights were still denied to vast swaths of the Canadian population. The ballot was denied if you didn't hold land, if you held a different faith, if your skin wasn't white, and of course, if you were a woman. There are Canadians alive today who have seen in their lifetime this evolution. And they've seen this House finally grant federal voting rights to women. It would take another year for women to gain the right to run for one of those seats, another decade before women opened doors of the Senate, 2 decades before leaders like Thérèse Casgrain won the right to vote in their province, and 3 decades before Indigenous women first cast ballots in banned elections, and 4 decades before all Indigenous people in this country won their rightful voice in the affairs of this House. This is a long arc. It has risen at a shameful pace, and every advance has been bitterly resisted and hard-won. But its trajectory is clear. The evolution that the member for Burlington outlined, the story of Canada's democracy, is the story of the continuous broadening and deepening of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, democracy is not a state, it's an aspiration. And just as we couldn't claim to have reached the goal of true democracy when half our population was denied the right to vote, neither can we rest on our laurels when the makeup of this House does not match the choice of Canadians. So what's the next step? 2 years ago, I held a town hall in Victoria to discuss electoral reform with my constituents. The overwhelming view of the crowd that filled that hall that night was that the allocation of seats in Parliament ought to directly reflect the balance of votes that parties earn, and that only true proportional representation can reliably and accurately deliver that balance. Canadians are tired of the winner-take-all system, Mr. Speaker. Winner-takes-all isn't a value we teach our children, and it shouldn't drive our politics either. And Canadians know that a better system is possible. Advanced democracies around the world have long recognized the flaws of the winner-take-all systems. Canadians aren't alone in recognizing that this system not only distorts results, but produces more adversarial politics. The list of major democracies that have adopted proportional representation includes powerhouse economies like Germany and nations with similar Westminster institutions like New Zealand. And not only does the system match Canadian values about fairness and inclusion, it brings some unexpected benefits as well. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a landmark study of 36 countries found that proportional representation increased voter turnout, elected more women, and led citizens to report feeling more satisfied with their democracy, even when the party of their choice was not in power. Other studies have uncovered more surprising benefits. Countries with proportional representation score higher on indices of health, education, and standard of living. They're more likely to enjoy fiscal surpluses. They have healthier environmental policies and faster economic growth, and they have less income inequality. So what explains those differences? How can a voting system fuel economic growth and diminish inequality? It comes down to people. Consensual political institutions involve and empower more citizens. They respond to and represent a deeper pool of interests and people. The policies they enact aren't just more representative of the average voter, they're more credible and more stable. Those qualities make consensual politics better for people, better for business, and indeed better for our planet. I am proud that our party championed this system not only in the last election, but in the last Parliament as well. I say that because proportional representation would actually have given New Democrats fewer seats in the 41st Parliament than we won in 2011 under the first-past-the-post system. This is a matter of principle, Mr. Speaker, and the principle is simple. Every Canadian deserves fair representation, every Canadian voice should be counted and equal, and every vote should be counted. That's a principle that I think every Canadian can support, and it's the standard by which we will judge the work of this committee. My colleague from Vancouver Kingsway was absolutely correct this afternoon. The biggest thing we can do to combat cynicism and kindle hope in our politics is to build a system in which more voices matter, not only one which entrenches power for those who already have it. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I call on my colleagues to approve this motion and get to work as soon as possible, building a new electoral system for a new century, one in which we'll finally see our democratic institutions reflect fairly, proportionately, and accurately the choices of our fellow Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. I thank the member and his colleagues for putting this motion forward. I thank my government for working with the opposition member, the NDP, in putting this and agreeing to the motion. Cooperation is a sign of strength, in my opinion. I want to talk about fairness and ask the member about fairness. So proportional representation, I agree, is a fair system. It's not just me, it's not just the member opposite. The 2004 Law Reform Commission report also agrees after extensive consultation. In their view, mixed member proportional representation was chosen out of 9 options that they surveyed. I wonder first if the member, in speaking about proportional representation, has one particular view of the matter. There are, for mixed member proportional representation, list PR, single transferable vote, there are different models. And I wonder, too, when we talk about fairness of process, that this is an important first step, obviously, us agreeing to the committee. I wonder, when we talk about legitimacy of process, what his views are on a referendum, a supermajority, or whether there are other avenues that we might arrive at that would grant this process legitimacy.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I'd like to thank my friend from Toronto Beaches for excellent questions, and I agree with his premise, which is that cooperation is a sign of strength, and I'm pleased that through cooperation in this place, we're modeling that kind of strength in the House of Commons. I agree with my friend that the proportional representation was studied in 2004 by the Law Reform Commission. I agree that MMPR was the model that they thought best. I, however, am agnostic at this stage because I want the committee to do its work, hear from Canadians, and figure it out. I think come into it with prejudged positions would be self-defeating. As long as those values that I spoke of in my remarks are at play, I'm confident that people of goodwill sitting around the table in a representative capacity will get it right for Canadians.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Banff-Airdrie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen to the member's comments and appreciate. I know him to be an honourable member, and I take everything he said with. And I'm sure he's quite sincere. I know he believes in the position of his party in terms of their desire for a proportional type of a system. But I think the concern that many Canadians have right now is they're sort of seeing these backroom deals that are going on between his party and the Liberal Party, and they're saying, "Where's our chance to have a voice?" And I know that we're talking about having some consultation, but the real voice of Canadians gets to be heard when they get to have a say, when every Canadian gets to have a say. It's not about political parties getting a say. It's not about politicians getting a say. It's about every Canadian. And the one way that that can happen is through a referendum. So I want to know, sure, there's processes that will take place. There's a committee that has been struck or will be struck. But at the end of the day, if his constituents say to him, we demand a referendum. We want to have the chance to have a say. We don't think political parties should make this decision. We believe all Canadians should make this decision. Where will he stand on that?
For Victoria.
Well, thank you to my colleague and friend from Banff-Airdrie. And the position I advocated on proportional representation, he identified as one of my party. I want to make clear that that's been a personal view of mine for many, many years. I'm pleased that it's reflected in the position of the New Democratic Party, but I think it's to reduce the impact of PR of proportional representation, to think of it in partisan terms. Around the country, around the world, proportional representation has been adopted by advanced democracies, and I think that's the key point. When the light bulb went on for me is when the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley yesterday asked the government whether they were prepared to move alone in a previous approach that didn't involve one of the major parties in this House. And I think that tells all. And they have accepted that that's not the appropriate way to move forward. And I'm confident we can, for all Canadians, get it right this time.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague from Victoria on what I think is one of the most powerful, well-reasoned, and cogent speeches that I've heard in this House in 8 years on any subject. I was particularly interested in his accurate and powerful description of the extension of the franchise and his narrative of democracy being a living organism and not a static kind of concept, and pointing out that in Canadian democracy, in this country, we have gradually expanded the vote from white men with property to people of property, to women, to Aboriginals, to non-Caucasian people, from people who are 21 down to 18. And my question to him is this: several people on different sides of this House have proposed that it's time to expand the franchise to reduce the voting age to 16, so that 16 and 17-year-olds who we tax, who drive, who can marry, who can join the Army, can also have a say in their democratic structure. I'm wondering, as we explore our democratic reform system, whether this is an opportunity for us to take the next step and actually continue that process of enlarging the franchise to get more Canadian citizens involved in their democracy.
The honourable member for Victoria.
I thank my colleague and friend from Vancouver Kingsway for his very generous remarks. I want to say that I'm personally committed to lowering the voting age. I think it is the right thing to do for a number of reasons. Not the least of which is because the kids today are a lot smarter than I was when I was that age, and much more involved, and this would be an opportunity to engage them more. Rather than phony events in their high school where you vote for the student union, imagine if real politicians came in and were trying to achieve their vote. To me, that's a really important test, and if you can hook young people on democracy at a young age, I suspect that that positive addiction will continue for their lifetime. There's a number of good reasons for doing so. I hope the committee will study that as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today really to stand up for Canadians and for their right to have a direct say in any changes to the method of voting, to the method of our democracy. I've listened to a lot of speeches today, Mr. Speaker, and what I hear has me really deeply concerned, has me taken very much deeply concerned, because what I'm hearing is a lot of talk about what's best for political parties, what's best for politicians. How do we best make sure that all political parties or at least one other political party is happy? It's not just about the governing party or the Liberal Party. So it's all about this proposed composition of the committee and what's best and what's fairest for political parties, what's fairest for politicians, and what's fairest for their partisan interests. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? This discussion shouldn't be all about political parties. It shouldn't be about politicians. It should be about the Canadian people. It's their method of voting. It's their democracy. And this discussion needs to be about Canadians, all Canadians. It shouldn't be about politicians. It needs to be about making sure that each and every Canadian has an opportunity to have a direct say. When we're thinking about a motion like today, when we're discussing this, more than on any other occasion, Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure that what we have at heart is the best interests of all Canadians. And when you get down to that, and when you're changing the most basic rules of democracy, Mr. Speaker, everyone gets a vote, a direct say. It shouldn't just be the Prime Minister and the Liberal Cabinet. It shouldn't just be politicians or political parties, especially when we're talking about backroom deals, Mr. Speaker. It needs to be about each and every single Canadian. Everyone getting a direct say. That must be at the absolute essence of any discussion that we have in this Parliament about electoral reform. And it's Canadians who must absolutely have the final say in a national referendum on any proposed changes to how they elect their representatives. You know, Mr. Speaker, it was actually the Minister of Democratic Institutions herself that said, listening to Canadians is at the heart of a healthy democracy, and that's a quote. But what's quite unfortunate is that what we're seeing there in the actions of her government, of this Liberal government, is reflecting the exact opposite of that, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to just touch a little bit on the party's positions. I'll just say, first of all, though, that I am sharing my time with the member for Richmond North Athabasca. But when we're talking about this, Mr. Speaker, you know, there's been a lot of claims made about the fact that, you know, Canadians voted a number, you know, I forget the percentage they're saying, but Canadians voted for a party that wanted to change the system somehow. Well, yeah, there is different positions taken by the different political parties. You know, the NDP, from their platform, make your vote truly count by bringing in a system of mixed member proportional representation. That's their position. About 19.7% of Canadians voted for them. The Green Party talks about replacing the first past the post system with a proportional representation. So we've got one party talking about a mixed member, another one talking about some form of proportional. The Green Party got about 3.45% of the vote in the last election. And the Liberal Party, well, of course, typical of the Liberal Party, taking a position that sort of, you know, rides the fence, puts themselves in a bunch of different camps so that, you know, one candidate can claim one thing and one can claim another, and, you know, at the end of the day, they'll do what they want. So they've kind of said, well, we might look at a variety of different types of systems. You know, they got the support of about 39.5% of Canadians. So they've taken all these numbers and put them together and said, well, somehow that gives them the right to change the system without asking Canadians, without talking to Canadians and giving them a chance to have a direct say. Well, I don't think that's what's happened at all. I think that they are just trying to avoid the ability of Canadians to have that say. And that's who it needs to be about. So if we're going to truly have a discussion, Mr. Speaker, on electoral reform, and a very open discussion on it, as the Liberal government claims, and if the fix isn't already in, and there hasn't already been these backroom deals have come to some kind of conclusion as to what they're going to put in place, they've taken one of the options off the table before they even have the conversation with Canadians. That's the current system, our current method of voting, which is the one we've had since Confederation. Some people somehow claim that makes it a bad system just because it's been around for a long time. That's up to Canadians to decide. That's not up to the politicians in this room to decide or the political parties to decide. That seems to show a lot of arrogance, in my mind, towards Canadians, Mr. Speaker, to have political parties say, well, you know what, we're going to have a conversation with Canadians, but you know what, we're going to give them some options that we might have, but we're going to take this one option here, it's gone, it's off the table, before we even have a conversation with Canadians. That's not even going to be on the table. That seems like a lot of arrogance to say that's not an option. Canadians can't choose that. They can choose one of the things we might kind of like them to choose, but not this other option. That needs to be their decision. A few days ago, Mr. Speaker, the Huffington Post was reporting on one of the Liberal members, Parliament Secretary for Veterans Affairs, Member of Parliament for Canada, Carleton, and that she had recently had an electoral reform town hall in her riding. And the one thing that I noted in the story was that the member was quoted actually as having laughed when she recounted a story about a citizen that said, I don't think there's anything wrong with our electoral system. Well, that was his opinion, and his right to have that opinion. So is that the attitude that we can expect from this Liberal government when they're consulting with Canadians, laughing at those who have a different opinion from theirs? So that they're truly interested in listening. They wouldn't laugh off the opinions of Canadians. This comes back to that arrogance of their party, and I think, when you talk about some of the backroom dealing going on with the NDP, there's arrogance being shown here. That is a real concern, because Canadians need to have that say, not these political parties with their backroom deals. So the one thing that I think has been abundantly clear when we look at the actions of the Liberal government is that their actions are in their own self-interest. They're in the interest of politicians. They're not in the interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. So the Minister of Democratic Institutions stated she wants to listen to Canadians, but instead they're charging ahead with a plan that, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, doesn't give Canadians the ultimate say. And it's one that doesn't leave all the options on the table. Tells Canadians, you know what, we know better than you. This option's not available to you. You can pick from some of these other choices, but we're going to decide what those choices are. So I think it's clear that the Liberal government and the Prime Minister seem to think that only those people who agree with them, Mr. Speaker, and with the committee that has political partisan interests, that was created through backroom deals, that's who should get the say. The Prime Minister's been quite clear about how he opposes directly consulting Canadians through a referendum on any fundamental changes to how we vote. In fact, he told students at the University of Ottawa exactly that, Mr. Speaker. He said, and I quote, "The fact is that referendums are a pretty good way of not getting any electoral reform." Well, I don't know, that may or may not be the truth, Mr. Speaker, but the bottom line is, it's not his decision to make. That's Canadians' decision to make. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say to you, to the Prime Minister through you, Mr. Speaker, that the fact is the referendums are the best way and probably the only way to ensure that Canadians get a direct say, the ultimate say, Mr. Speaker, on their democracy. We looked at a lot of other jurisdictions that have made a decision or looked at proposed changes to their electoral system. The Ontario, Prince Edward Island, British Columbia, other democracies like the United Kingdom and New Zealand, they've all done this, and all of them have given the direct say, the ultimate decision to their citizens through a referendum, not to their politicians, Mr. Speaker. So I'm really quite concerned when I see what I'm seeing today, and the fact of the matter is that 3/4 of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, 3/4 of Canadians have said that they want to have the referendum on any electoral reform before the government should be to proceed. So they want to have that say. They want to have the choice of all the options, Mr. Speaker. That's been something that's been made quite clear by Canadians, and it's being made quite clear. And it's the only way that this government can ensure that the changes they're making are supported by all Canadians. and that their plan is fair and it's transparent, Mr. Speaker. So whatever the government decides to do, Canadians need a vote. They want to vote. They want to be able to say yes or no, Mr. Speaker. So what better way to consult with all Canadians than through a referendum? A committee of parliamentarians, no matter what its makeup, Mr. Speaker, no matter what the party stripes, no matter what their partisan interest, is not and never will be a substitute for all Canadians having a say and having their voices heard directly through a referendum. What do I have? I'm out. Okay. So I'll just remind, in 1992, there was a referendum held in the Charlottetown Accord. 3/4 of Canadians voted, of the eligible Canadians. That's over almost 14 million Canadians that voted, Mr. Speaker. And to be able to reach the same number of people with this town hall proposal, 40,000 Canadians would have to show up in a town hall meeting in each and every single riding. 40,000 Canadians in 338 ridings. So I cannot for the life of me understand how this government wouldn't choose to give each and every Canadian a say in a referendum before they change the very method in which they vote in elections.
Questions and comments. Commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with interest to the member opposite. There were a lot of conspiracies there. I don't think I've heard that many conspiracies anywhere, maybe not even at an alien convention. But anyway, the reality is when he talks about backroom deals, I'm confused. There was many conversations that took place with the critic for his party, that took place with all of the critics from the different parties. We've had a debate on this particular matter for weeks around what the composition of the committee would be, with members, frankly, from the Conservative Party saying that the proposal that was put forward by the NDP was a good idea. I heard that many different times. And so we've tried to work constructively to build that bridge and pull people together. And say, let's find middle ground, let's find a place to work together. And I'm confused, frankly, to hear today, no movement from the Conservative Party. There's a channel to have a debate as to how best to engage Canadians. That's the committee. And that's the motion that we have in front of us. Given the fact that there was such a clear iteration in the last election that the status quo wasn't acceptable, will the member not work with us in the way that they were talking about before, and make sure that we have a method to productively modernize the Canadian electoral system?
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear the member's confusion. I don't think there should be any confusion here, Mr. Speaker. Bottom line is, it isn't up to the Liberal government, it isn't up to politicians, it isn't up to political parties to be able to decide for all Canadians how their voting system should work. It's the very fundamental basic of our democracy is how we vote. And for there to be these conversations, whatever he wants to call them, backroom deals, as I call them, whatever we want to call them, the bottom line is it shouldn't be up to politicians. It shouldn't be up to the political parties to make this decision. And that's what I keep hearing in this debate today, and it's what I keep hearing from this government. It's, well, we're going to work with the political parties. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? Canadians get to have a say. And you don't just get to take one of the options off the table. You have to say, you know what, Canadians, we're going to give you all the options. We're going to let you have a say. And then at the end of this process, we're going to let you decide yes or no with a referendum.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, it's unbelievable. We just heard from the Parliamentary Secretary who he doesn't believe that the Canadian people should have the choice, but actually the parties should have the choice in how Canadians elect their representative. Earlier on, we had the Prime Minister reference that the reason he doesn't want to actually go to a referendum because he wouldn't likely get the result that he wanted. And then today in question period, we actually had the Minister reference to the people that wanted a reference to have a referendum as being narrow-minded. I think that's a disservice to Canadians. That's a disservice actually to everyone that sits in this great house. Why is it important that we have a referendum in Canada and allow the people to have a say on all of the options that are available for them and how they select their members of Parliament?
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, I thank the member for that question. It gives me the opportunity to reiterate the very most absolutely fundamental and important point in this whole debate. And it's the one I'm not hearing from any of the other parties in this House. I'm not hearing about this because all I keep hearing about is the interest of political parties. This is about Canadians. This is about the way they vote. This should be a conversation, first of all, but then it needs to be given to every Canadian. It needs to be put in their hands, and they need to be given that choice. They need to be given all the options available to them, and they need to be able to make that choice and say, you know what, the system that's being chosen here, I agree or I disagree. Yes or no. Do I want to change the voting system? Do I not? That is the conversation that needs to be had with Canadians, but it also needs to be given to every Canadian to have the direct say and the final say. It isn't the Prime Minister's choice, it isn't political parties' choice, it's Canadians' choice.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, we had a committee meeting where there was an absolute majority of Liberals, but now we're looking at a committee with 12 Liberals who all have voting, or 12 members. The Conservatives and the Liberals will have members, and as well as others. So which of the two ideas does he find more democratic? The Honourable Member for Airdrie.
Thing that would make this completely democratic, and that's to say at the end of the process, Canadians get to have a say. It doesn't matter, you know, the composition of a committee, if it's a majority of Liberals, or if it's somehow an agreement between two of the parties, or whatever it might be. At the end of the day, it isn't up to politicians to make that decision. It's up to Canadians. So the composition of a committee doesn't change anything in terms of the fact that Canadians need to have the final say in a referendum to say yes or no.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South on status of women. The Honourable Member for Carleton concerning taxation. And the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou concerning veterans. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to such an important issue as electoral reform that the Liberal government wishes to address. I'm happy to rise in this debate because it's so important to the future of our way of electing our politicians. This is at the very basis of the structure that we have here today in Canada. And just beforehand, I'd like to give you a little bit of history as to how we got to this today. The elections that took place last year in October of 2011 was one where the Liberal government had 39.5% of the popular vote. So it's about the same as what the Conservatives had in the preceding election. So roughly the same percentage that gave a majority of seats in this Parliament. But this majority of seats in the House that gives them 100% of the power does not give them 100% of the truth spoken in the House. They won't stop telling us, and they haven't stopped since the beginning of their mandate, that with this majority, the Canadian people have given them the right to implement their election campaign, their program agenda 100% of the time. There were 299 recommendations, 97 pages. 39% of the people who voted for them gave them the mandate to implement those 299 recommendations without the approval of the rest of Parliament, and in this case, concerning electoral reform, without having the approval of the population. So if we understand the situation correctly, this Liberal government, elected by 39% of the people, gives them 100% of the power, and they're going to want to change the rules of elections, which is at the very basis of our democracy. So the Prime Minister himself, in his throne speech, announced at the outset that the current voting system will not continue, that this would be the last election under that system. And in various conversations that he had later on through press conferences, etc., has already been announcing what their preferred system would be, which is a preferential vote that would be a ranked ballot system that would heavily favor the Liberals on that side of the House. So When we look at the government has setting up a committee that is partisan, this is what they did at the outset, for in this very House, a committee that would make recommendations to the government and to ministers who together would put forward a proposal to change our voting system. They already have the majority. We already know what the result would be. Today, what the Conservative Party is asking for is simple. We're not saying that we're against consultations. We're not saying we shouldn't look at the ways in which we should get out and meet with the greatest number of constituents. We just are saying that it should be the Canadian people in their totality who should say whether we should change the electoral system, yes or no. It's not up to the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, who was elected with 39% of the popular vote. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I shouldn't have named the Prime Minister. Order, please. The honourable member, a point of order. Well, yes, the member has named one of the MPs by his name. Yes, I think that the honourable member understands that it is not allowed, it is not permitted, pardon me, to use the proper name of another member of Parliament.
He should be using the name of the riding or position. The honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. I apologise, Mr. Speaker. In my enthusiasm, I completely forgot that rule. So what I was saying is this. It's not up to the Prime Minister of Canada to decide, along with his majority government, what kind of electoral system Canada should have. He could easily consult everyone. Nobody is against that notion. But at the end of the day, he has to tell us, without being arrogant, he has to say very clearly that he agrees to allow the Canadian people to say whether they want to change the voting system or not. Since 1950, Mr. Speaker, every time that a provincial government has attempted to change its electoral system, that government has always agreed to ask the people. That's all we're asking. It's not very complicated. We're asking the government to be non-partisan and to agree that it will be the people of Canada who decide what system they should have. What the government is doing now is letting Canadians believe that changing the electoral system will encourage more people to be interested in politics, but that's not so. If we look around the world, if we see what's happening in other countries, countries that have different kinds of governments and different political parties and different voting systems, around the world, the number of people voting in elections is dropping. Our problem here is a cultural one. We need to change our culture. We need to set aside this excessive partisanship of the kind we're seeing with the Liberal government. We need to trust the people of Canada. In New Zealand, the government took 10 years of consultations with experts and the people of New Zealand before going from a first past-the-post system to a hybrid proportional representation system. But the people who are going to vote has still dropped by 10%. So changing the system isn't going to increase the number of people voting, not at all. And all we've been hearing from the government is that the opposition and the Conservative Party is being partisan and aren't listening to the government's proposals. But I've been looking at what analysts have said in the media about the government's proposals. So let me tell you what they've said in all the media, TV, radio. Here are some comments on the proposals. Emmanuel Latraverse, Radio-Canada. Justin Trudeau's electoral reform isn't going to work. Order, please. Order, please. Point of order. Point of order. The honourable member. Even the names of other members in a quotation may not be cited here in this House. even if the name is contained in a quotation. That name cannot be pronounced in this House. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. I apologize, Mr. Speaker, so I'm going to take out the names of anyone mentioned. All this disruption isn't going to be preceded or accompanied by an information campaign on kinds of voting systems. And it won't be entrusted to an independent agency like Elections Canada. Voting and the voting system belongs to Canadians. At this point, it's all in the hands of people who have been elected. We just have to look at their positions to see that they're just strengthening their positions. This process has such a tight deadline that it is impossible for people to take a reflective view. In each case, and in all of those provinces which had a similar referendum on the provincial level, the referenda failed. The people won't have the last word since the Government of Canada won't allow a referendum. Yes, time is short, but there's not much logic here either. The Liberal government could end up in another era of constitutional reform. That's really opening Pandora's box. There are many comments of that nature. Here is the last one of them. Think about a scenario where reform simply creates a great deal of disinterest among the people and reduces the voter turnout. That would be disastrous. What we're saying is very simple. All we're saying is that it's not up to elected officials here in the House to decide on the very foundations of our democratic system that make it possible for men and women to govern for 4 years. It is up to the people of Canada to do that. Let's trust them. Let's go about this intelligently. They will take the information and go about it intelligently, and that will make the process change. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. I have a question for my colleague. He wasn't a member at the time, but in the last Parliament, the Conservative government and the Minister of Democratic Reform, who at the time, if I'm correct, was the member for Nepean, had put forward a motion for electoral reform that would significantly change the rules. As I remember, there was no consultation or discussion at the time with Canadians. Even less was there a referendum. So I would like to understand their rationale. Why is it that now they're talking about referenda all the time, but when they're in power, referenda aren't needed? Their positions have changed. Positions change when one is no longer in power. There's no reason why a committee can't take the majority control of what's going to be put in place. That's our proposal. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. But I still don't understand how it is that other opposition parties are playing into this government's game. The opposition parties that would wish to go into this with a committee are telling Canadians that they're not intelligent enough to take a stand on something that is as basic as the way you vote. The Conservative government never had a motion or bill to change the electoral system based on a decision made by government alone. We're asking a government committee to make that decision? I don't think so, and I would challenge the government to find one political analyst who is in favor of the proposal the government has now put forward. The NDP and the Bloc Québécois are flirting with this government, moving closer to it. Questions and comments?
Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the honourable member from Richmond, Athabasca, and as the member was speaking, he was talking about being super hyper-partisan and how to take that out of politics. Well, actually, that's the platform that we ran on, one of real change, of positive change. And, having accepted this motion from the NDP, I think we're reaching across the aisle, looking at ideas from all members. I'm asking the member if he'd be open-minded enough. Is he going to reach out to his constituents through Twitter, through a town hall, through emails, through voice drops, whatever, to be able to bring them into the process and let your residents speak to what they would like to see in terms of our electoral reform here in this country?
La députée de Richmond, Athabasca.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question from the other side of the House. We will be delighted to consult them. We'll be delighted to ask for their opinions. I think everyone's opinion will be asked, and certainly the committee and members will ask for the opinions of others. But never will I tell them that it is the right of an elected official, that it is the right of an elected member here in this House to make a decision on the electoral system, which is the very foundation of our democratic system, without asking Canadians for their opinions. I have a master's in administration, but I was a mathematician before that. Even if we took the worst-case scenario and only 50% of voters voted in a referendum, that is still 13 million people. 13 million people across the country. And we're being told that a committee is going to take 6 months, half of which is going to be the summer, when people are away barbecuing or sitting by their pools. In that time, that group is going to decide on what's good for all of Canada. Well, I won't play along with that, and I hope that the other opposition parties aren't going to play into the Liberals' game.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to let you know, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Abitibi-Temiskaming. So thanks, and very happy to stand up today and speak to this motion. If you don't mind, my colleagues have outlined really the core of the motion, what we're proposing for the committee, the good news about the cooperation that seems to be bursting on the scene here in the House of Commons. But if you don't mind, I'd like to put just a little bit of context. And since I did spend 6 years doing a PhD on poli-sci, I might as well geek out a little bit and use some of that knowledge as we look at changing what is the fundamental institutions of our country. In political science, early political scientists, all they studied were rules. They studied the institutions by which we make decisions, and they tried to say if you had a certain set of rules or a certain set of institutions, you'd always get a certain outcome. So that was how political science really started, and they soon found out that wasn't the case because a little thing called human behavior got in the way of that. And so really in the 50s, we had a behavioral revolution where all we studied was human behavior, saying that determined the outcomes of politics. But after some while, they found that institutions did matter, and you've had this kind of merger of the two ideas, saying that both institutions, the rules by which we make the decisions, and human behavior they both help determine how we make certain political outcomes. So in a way, the rules by which we make decisions, but the rules by which our institutions are structured, bound our behavior. So you notice this in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, that we are elected through first-past-the-post system currently. And what that means is it sets up an adversarial system in the House of Commons. Is that we have the rules that by the nature of the rules we have to have a majority on one side, followed by an opposition on the other. And you notice we're two sword lengths apart and all that stuff that's come from that tradition. But it means we have an adversarial system, that the government proposes something, and then our job as opposition is to criticize it. Now, these kind of rules exist in all kinds of legislatures. So some first-past-the-post majority systems are they're very adversarial. You see it. You see conflict. You see nastiness. Others are less so. Others are more cooperative. So although they're adversarial, and although people are pitted against one another, the behavior within the House matters. So what I'm hopeful for is that what we're seeing here today is perhaps us taking control of this institution, realizing that realizing that we are bounded by the current rules that we have, but deciding to change our behavior collectively. So I was in the last Parliament. That was very adversarial, and it was by nature. I think I was very opposed to a number of the bills that the Conservatives had put forward, the way that they were pushed through the House of Commons by closure, omnibus bills, those types of things. So I wasn't just angry at the content of the bills. Also, a lot of the ways by which those bills were forced through Parliament offended me. And I spoke up about that quite a lot. But now we're in a new Parliament. We're in a new Parliament, and we've had promises that things are going to work differently. But what I think is, so we have the same rules we had before, but perhaps we can have different behavior. And what I've noticed as an MP is that we kind of have vestiges of the last Parliament that we're still acting that way. So we have a different Prime Minister. We have different positions on this side of the House, and maybe we don't have to be so adversarial. And perhaps this is, I mean, I was quite happy when I was very happy with the motion we put forward. I was extremely happy to hear that the government had decided that they would support this, because to me that represents an important cultural shift here in the House. Is that and I just don't want to say everything's roses, but it does say to Canadians, this place is different now than the last Parliament. That would never have happened in the last Parliament, and I think it's an important step forward. So what we've got is this. We've got now a committee that's, if the vote does pass next week, we do have a committee that's going to go forward, and this committee is going to study our electoral formula, the formula by which we redistribute our votes, but also other aspects of the electoral system, and I think that's very important. So we've actually got two institutional changes to consider. We have how the electoral system, the electoral formula, how we redistribute our votes, but the other considerations is the way we're going to make the decisions about how we change the votes. The Conservatives have been quite clear. They demand a referendum, although I haven't heard much detail on, for example, the threshold of acceptance. I don't know if it's 50%. I don't know if it's 60%. I don't know. They haven't laid out much specifics in terms of what their referendum would look like. I do think it is a valid thing for them to argue, though. I don't agree with it at this point. And I think why we've got a bit of a conundrum here in the House of Commons is because we had an unusual election promise. And I think it's playing out that we're a little uncertain about how this should go forward. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, in a lot of elections, our platform included a promise to bring in mixed member proportional system. We made that very clear. We've made that very clear in a lot of elections all the way through. If we had been elected to a majority in the House of Commons, we would have had a mandate to put through a mixed member proportional system. And in other elections, parties campaign on referenda to change electoral systems. I didn't see that in the Conservative platform. I didn't see a proposal for a referendum. So this is a new thing for the official opposition, for them to suggest this. So what we had, though, from the Prime Minister is an election promise that I don't think I've seen in any other election. It wasn't a promise for a specific system. It was a promise to change the current system. And that is unusual. So I think why we've had a bit of trouble kind of figuring out how that should happen is because we don't really have a lot of precedents to look back at. We don't have a lot of countries that we can say, oh, a government was elected with a majority making a promise to change the system without giving an idea of what that would be. Now, I suspect, and if I was a Liberal, I would probably like an alternative vote system because that would benefit me in upcoming elections. So I suspect, and I've heard members on the other side, a very respected political science professor from Quebec, our global affairs minister. I've read, of course, his work, and I know what his preference is for, and this is for some version of alternative vote. So I know that the Liberals will be going into this committee thinking this is our top preference. This is what we'd like. Of course, Canadians know what the NDP position has been forever, which is a mixed member proportional system. So that's what we'll be going into the committee for. Now, with the Conservatives, we know it's the status quo, but the promise from the Prime Minister is that we won't have the status quo. And so I'm quite happy we've got to the point where we've got a committee that can show Canadians what a proportional system would look like. It is not an adversarial system. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you've sat on committees in your career. You know they're set up to be adversarial. we have one side that has a clear majority. We have another side that argues. It's just like here in the House of Commons, argue back and forth, and eventually, sometimes if the behavior changes, sometimes you can take amendments to committee reports, or sometimes bills will slightly change here in this House if the behavior changes, if the culture is different. But you still have a majority system where the majority kind of rams things through. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're entering into, if this motion holds, is that we're getting into a position where we will show Canadians how we as politicians will operate under a proportional system. And I think that is incredibly important. It's almost a preview for what Canadians could see if we change our electoral system to make it more proportional. I mean, my colleagues have very well outlined what we've proposed here. They also have outlined, and again, thanks to the government for agreeing that this is a better structure for a committee that we should go forward with. But, Mr. Speaker, what we need to hear as soon as this committee is struck are the principles for this committee. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, I have a bill in front of Parliament concerning gender equity. Is that this bill would nudge parties toward running more women candidates in the hope that we can get more women elected to this place. You'll remember, Mr. Speaker, or perhaps you'll take note that Canada is ranked 61st in the world in terms of the number of women that are elected to this legislature. We used to be 19th in the world. We've fallen to 61st because other countries have taken measures within their electoral laws to prompt parties to run more women candidates. Now, I know we've started to have that debate here, but I would think that might be something that this committee might consider. And because we're proportional, we can have a very balanced discussion about that. So I mean, I know what my sights are set on, Mr. Speaker. It is trying to get as much a proportional system as we can get in this system, but that we've agreed on, that we can agree on between the parties. The second thing is to fundamentally change this place to make it more reflective of the Canadian population. To have only a quarter of our members being women, I think that parties have to do more to nominate women candidates so we can have a parliament that reflects Canada more broadly, and that the politics of presence of all Canadians is felt in this place. So thank you very much for your time, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle.
I'd just like to come back to the member for Burnaby South's comment that had the NDP won the election with a majority government, they would have brought in proportional representation. I think history belies this point. They've been in power in 6 or 7 provinces. They've never actually done this, even though they've made that promise over and over again. Their federal and provincial parties are the same party. So I'm wondering, in their constitution, in fact. So it's a little bit strange for them to say that. But on another point, we talk about first past the post, then we talk about mixed member proportional. First past the post as a term was introduced to be diminutive. It was introduced to say it's a horse race, it's not a real system. And I'm wondering if we could, as a group, agree to call it single member plurality, which is the correct name for it. Either that or we start giving everything nicknames. For example, mixed member proportional could be first past the post with consolation prizes. So there are a whole lot of different systems out there. And I think we should be using the technical terms so we don't bias it on the terminology. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess it's technicality versus what the public's most familiar with. So, but of course we won't have to talk about it much because the last election was the last election where we'll be using first past the post / the single member plurality. So perhaps it'll be thrown into the dustbin of history and we'll have a new system, Mr. Speaker. But I agree. I take the member's point is that we have to make clear that when we're explaining to Canadians, this is a very technical thing that I've been explaining for 20 years to people, and so I really hope the government puts all the resources of their offices into this to help Canadians through this, because it is basically mathematical redistribution of votes, which is not that sexy most of the time. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. There were some interesting things that he had to say, and I thank him for doing so. In this last election, Mr. Speaker, I heard at thousands of doors that I traveled to an awful lot about a variety of issues with emphasis on the economy, on jobs and employment, on the refugee crisis. I heard
things. I heard conversations about leadership and preferences for who people wanted as their prime ministers, to be their prime minister. I can't really recall a first unintroduced by the candidate comment about electoral reform and the need to the desirability of it. This was not an issue that the majority of Canadians base their decision on. So it's a little disingenuous for parties or the government to claim this mandate for doing so. But with the member, in his speech, he talked about the desirability for them of proportional representation. He talked about the desirability perhaps of the government for an alternate vote. This is again a discussion of political parties deciding how they want to set up the system. Why will they not agree that Canadians ought to have the final say with whatever proposal is put forward and decide it yes or no by referendum once the consultation is concluded?
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And these are great questions, and I think this is where we're going to get to on the committee, is these kinds of discussions. But let's be clear, we all have partisan choices here. We've been clear in ours for decades. It's mixed member proportionality. But your preference is for the current system. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. The member's preference is for what we're supposed to do, Mr. Speaker. The thing is, what happened is an election. The Prime Minister made a promise to the Canadian public that this would be the last election fought under first past the post, or single member plurality, as my colleague would call it, and that's what we're trying to move forward towards. So I would encourage the member to drop the spirit of the last Parliament and work with this Parliament. Don't use the adversarial system of the last Parliament. Change your behaviour. Let's all work together on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for just a very short question. Questions and comments. Honourable Deputy to Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his expertise. And I'll ask my question as quickly as possible. I wonder if my colleague shares my optimism, my moderate optimism, concerning the result of this entire process. He's very familiar with the process of parliamentary committees which make recommendations. Does he share my optimism, my moderated optimism, given the government, as to how the government will respond to the report and recommendations that this committee will find and put forward following their consultations? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, my hope springs eternal, and I forgot to mention in my speech how much I'd like to thank the member from Skeena and Rosemont from our party for making this happen. We're going to get through. We're going to have this committee. We're going to have our discussions. The committee will have a report. I think it's such a big change. We're going to have to take it step by step by step. But the first step we took today, I am very happy with, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Before I recognize the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, there are roughly 7.5 minutes left for her speech. I will interrupt the speech at 5:15. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And even if I don't have my full 10 minutes, at least I have the opportunity to rise and speak to this motion, which speaks about the special committee, but also electoral reform more generally. And I would like to thank my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for the work that he has done. And also, I must mention the work that the member, for example, for Hamilton Centre did in the previous Parliament. Also, my former colleague from Louis Saint-Laurent, Alexandrine Latendresse, who worked very, very hard on electoral reform. And I would also like to note that most of the NDP members who were here before 2015 undertook consultations in their ridings. They used the means that were at their disposal to talk about electoral reform, generally speaking, to get a good idea of the points that were raised, that people would raise on many occasions. And I think that what comes up most often when we talk about reforming our electoral system is, well, people say that it doesn't make sense that a majority controls Parliament, 100% of the power, when they weren't elected by a majority of Canadians. There are a lot of people who've said that maybe minority governments weren't as effective in the sense that minority governments often led to elections and that there was less work done during those parliaments. But there are many people who said, you know, I prefer a minority parliament because the parties are forced to work together to meet their goals. And I've heard that point come up many times, particularly now since we've had another majority government in control. And it wouldn't make sense to have a committee controlled by the majority party leading electoral reform. And so that's why I salute the work being done by my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who has worked to ensure that the committee represents the percentage of votes received by the parties in the House. And now, thanks to his work, we have a committee where at least two parties are going to have to agree on recommendations that will be in the report. So now at least two parties are going to have to work together. And now maybe for certain recommendations, it'll be two different parties than for, say, another recommendation. But at least now we have to work as a team with the committee as set up in this motion, and I'm very happy about that. I'd like to now talk about what's come up the most often when I speak to people in my riding about this issue. And one of the concerns that people raise time and time again is this idea of local representation. So people are concerned that, well, we might put in place a new system where people would lose their local MP. People find it very important to have somebody that they can talk to, somebody who's there for them in their riding. People are afraid of being forgotten, for example, by being represented by an MP who just comes from a major centre. That's a point that's come up very often in my riding. Also, people want to make sure that every single vote counts. There are many people who have told me that they feel that their vote is wasted every time they vote, and that's not acceptable. People want to be able to vote for small parties that represent their convictions, but they feel that their votes often just end up in the trash when they do that. So people will say, you know what, I need to vote not for the party that best represents my interest, but I'll vote for the party that is the least worst given the context and their chances of winning. And that's not something that people are happy about. So these are some elements that are very important, and the committee is going to be able to study the different systems that exist, taking into account those points, the need for local representation and the possibility for smaller parties to exist. And we also need to remember that if we reform our electoral system, well, there's something that we have that's quite special in Canada, where there are independent candidates who often run in local ridings. And so we need to ensure that independent candidates be able to run. So these are some of the different aspects that will be studied by this committee. And what's good is that we'll be able to study this without one party controlling everything. And, you know, that goes beyond just the final decision. This also affects the witnesses who might be called, because if one party held a majority, they might be able to block certain witnesses from appearing. So having a need for collaboration is going to have an effect on many aspects of the work done by this committee. It's going to have an impact on the reliability of the process, this committee process. Because if the committee were only to hear from experts or people that the majority wants to hear from, well, that wouldn't be fully representative. It's important that we be able to hear from all experts, that we hear the opinions that they have, and that we be able to discuss every possible option. And following that, we'll be able to make an informed decision. But it's important that we hear those recommendations by having a great access to all that information by working as a team, and this way we can ensure that the process is democratic and representative. And once that process is done, then we can decide what recommendations come forward. And then what happens? Will we submit those to the people of Canada through a referendum? Will we recommend a bill because there's consensus? Well, to find out, we need to do the work, and it needs to be done in a fair way. A way that ensures that members from all political parties are able to be heard and participate actively and vote on that committee. So by having this process, we can do the first step. We can come up with specific recommendations, and once we have those recommendations, we'll be able to decide what we want to do. But in my opinion, and now I know a number of Conservative colleagues have talked about referendums, before we talk about a referendum, we need to have a proposal for that referendum. And what we need to do right now is look at all the different possibilities. We can't go ahead with a referendum and ask Canadians if they agree with this, that, and the other proposal. If we're going to have a referendum, we need a specific question. And to do that, we need to have a specific proposal on the table, something that people can understand and answer. So thank you for the time, and I'm very happy to have been able to close debate on this wonderful motion moved by my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, June 7, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day. Oh, pardon me. We have one more step before orders of the day. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising, perhaps?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that if you were to canvass the House, you'll find it the will to call it 5:30.
Just wondering if there would be unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30. Yes? Yes? There doesn't seem to be any denying that. So now we'll go to orders of the day. No, I'm still not going to do that. It's a tough afternoon. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order of the paper. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business. First, consideration and second reading of Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit first aid in the name of Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge, seconded by Ms. César-Chavanne, moves that Bill C-240, an act to amend the income tax, tax credit first aid, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate, the Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today it is my pleasure to rise in this House and speak to my private member's bill, an act to amend the Income Tax Act to provide a non-refundable tax credit for those who take first aid courses. I recognize well that my role is often to advocate for and represent my riding of Cambridge and North Dumfries. This is a role that I'm honoured and humbled to fulfill, and I thank the people of my riding for placing their trust in me. Private members' bills provide a unique and valuable opportunity to represent all Canadians. That's something that was foremost in my mind when I was designing my bill. I wanted to ensure that Canadian values and interests were inherent and that my bill would create a benefit which all Canadians could access equally. With my PMB, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to achieve a few broad goals. We need to start a national conversation in this country about emergency preparedness and getting ready for the demographic shifts which we know are approaching. The need for emergency preparedness has always been present in our society. However, with an aging population, Canadians need to be ready for more medical emergencies, more cardiac arrests, more strokes, and more falls. Mr. Speaker, the need for basic medical emergency preparedness in Canada is still growing, and this need has never been greater. In Canada, there is a heart attack every 12 minutes. A person experiencing cardiac arrest has their chance of survival increased exponentially if there is a first responder or similarly trained individual present. Unfortunately, in many cases of cardiac arrest, no one with this life-saving knowledge is nearby. Right now, more than half of adult Canadians live in a household in which no members have an up-to-date first aid or CPR certification. This reality is as dangerous as it is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, particularly when the training is readily available. These Canadian households are not prepared for emergencies. They are at risk, and it is our moral duty to do whatever we can to help our citizens be better prepared. Mr. Speaker, this bill fills a void in our current legislative framework and our broader society. We know the training to prepare people for medical emergencies is there, and we know that it works. The only limitation is how many people in Canada have the training and the confidence to take action. This legislation is a measured response to the need for an incentive to encourage more Canadians to get trained. This bill is designed to provide a modest change, innovate within a sector, and improve lives in a measured and specific way. The bill has the potential to make a lasting impact on the lives of many Canadians without making a lasting impact on their wallets. It's designed to appeal broadly to those members of this House who consider themselves fiscally responsible, as the costs are reasonable. At the same time, its appeal is obvious to those members who seek an avenue for bettering people's lives and making our communities stronger, safer, and healthier. Mr. Speaker, I hope that my attempts to create this bill, however humble, will save lives and achieve far grander benefits than might otherwise be apparent. When someone undertakes first aid certification, what they're ultimately doing is gaining the skills and knowledge to serve their community at a personal cost. Perhaps even more important than the skills they're learning is the confidence that they're gaining in an emergency situation. They're in an emergency situation where literally every second counts. The confidence gained through these courses can be the difference between life and death. Undertaking first aid training and administering first aid are fundamentally selfless acts which benefit not only the individual citizen, but our communities as a whole. This House has the opportunity to recognize, incentivize, and facilitate these selfless acts by reducing the costs incurred by these civic-minded individuals. That's something that all members should laud, appreciate, and promote. Mr. Speaker, with this private member's bill, I propose that our government should provide a tax credit to those who take an accredited first aid, CPR, or AED training course. This tax credit would be non-refundable and provide a deduction in the amount owing equal to the lowest federal income tax rate, currently at 15%. This tax credit would come at a relatively low cost to the government, but would make a difference in the affordability of life-saving training for individual Canadians. According to Ipsos Reid, only 18% of Canadians have an up-to-date certification, meaning they have passed a course in the last 3 years. That means approximately 1.8 million Canadians will take this life-saving training this year. At $15 per person, this bill will cost the government a maximum, and I will say that again, a maximum of $26.5 million this year. Compared to the value of the lives being saved, this is minuscule. Of course, not all course participants will be eligible for the tax credit, nor will they all owe taxes. And more than half of certified Canadians have their training financed by their workplace. When these facts are considered, we can see that the cost to the government will actually be much lower, likely less than $13 million. As I've said, Mr. Speaker, a great many Canadians are trained in life-saving first aid, CPR, and AED techniques through the generosity of their employers. This generosity is to be commended. These employers recognize the value of having certified employees in their workplace. Employers who pay for their employees' training are not eligible for the tax credit because they already receive tax incentives when they claim it as a business expense. Similarly, the employee cannot claim the cost of a course at their employer, a course that their employer has paid for. For many Canadians, however, this type of training is not available at their workplace. Many of these people are still interested in the training, and frankly, society would be greatly benefited from them having this training. First aid training is life-saving, Mr. Speaker. And my hope is that by making first aid courses more financially accessible, Canada will have more citizens with these life-saving skills. Having more people with first aid training increases the likelihood of trained individuals being at hand during an emergency. 1/3 of Canadians have never taken a first aid, CPR, or AED training course. This is a huge life-saving resource that we aren't accessing as a culture, but we should be. Helping Canadians gain the skill to treat medical emergencies out of hospital also has the potential to result in cost savings to the healthcare system by giving individuals the skills to better respond to minor situations such as cuts and scrapes, and the knowledge and confidence to help minimize the damage sustained in the case of more substantive injuries. For someone who breaks a bone, for example, knowing how to place a splint could have a major impact on their recovery time and the costs associated with it. For someone having a seizure, a passerby with the knowledge of rescue treatments, how to give care and comfort first aid, and when to call for emergency help could prevent injuries and keep many Canadians safe. It's my hope that Canadians would take advantage of this modest tax credit to gain the skills that might allow them to save lives, prevent injuries, and help keep their neighbours and families safe. Mr. Speaker, I know that I'm not the only member of Parliament for whom safeguarding our well-being of Canadians is of the utmost priority. The member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston has made it his personal mission over the past number of years to increase the number of automatic external defibrillators in his riding, and has campaigned for greater access to these devices all across Canada. An AED is a small portable device used to deliver a shock to correct abnormal beating of the heart. These AEDs, when kept in public spaces, are an incredible asset to the safety of those around them. Every police cruiser in Ottawa has one of these devices, Mr. Speaker, and it has directly resulted in around 10 lives saved every single year. Every workplace under federal jurisdiction is required to have first aid kits for this same reason. But we need to ensure that there are hands capable of wielding these tools so that they can be effective at saving lives. Mr. Speaker, my background, I used to work before working in this House as an employee with the YMCA for many, many years. And I remember as the director of the YMCA, about 10 years ago, my boss came to me and said, "Brian, we want you to become a lifeguard." My first response was, "Why?" At 30 years old, why was this something that was important? Well, I'm very glad for the opportunity to do that, although it was incredibly humbling, Mr. Speaker, at 30 years old to be taking life-saving training with a number of 16-year-olds. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, this first aid training has made me confident that in the face of any emergency, I'll be able to safeguard the lives and well-being of my neighbors, my family, and my colleagues. It's my hope to spread that kind of knowledge and confidence within Canada. Mr. Speaker, I've been asking for support for this bill for the past few months. In fact, I've been nagging people, I think, to a certain extent, and sending them video emails and those sorts of things. And I've risen here today in this House to debate it and ask for the support of all members. I ask for this support for the sake of the well-being of our communities. This House has the opportunity to safeguard the lives of Canadians and display our commitment to emergency preparedness. I am confident that the House will appreciate the impact of this legislation on the lives and safety of ordinary families. My hope is that my bill passes second reading and goes to committee, where I'm open to any recommendations to make this bill better. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your support on this issue, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts and answering any questions from the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de Charlebourg.
Honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the member for Cambridge. It's a very good speech and bill. It would be very difficult to be against this. My question's simple. I have worked every year on safety issues. And we have to take safety courses every year to be able to provide first aid for people who needed it, whether we were in the forest. And I'm wondering, because you want to establish this tax credit, and that's a good thing. In fact, on this side of the House, you might recall that we're very pro tax credit. But did you provide in your bill for some kind of parameters and provisions that would ensure that it would be official organizations, recognized organizations that would provide that training to ensure that our tax credits don't serve private companies that might open their doors just to make money on this, and that their first aid courses would be of a poor quality?
Thank you to the honourable member for your question, and I'm encouraged that there are others in this House that are as passionate about this particular issue as I am. I understand the concern around the question, and yes, there are safeguards in place. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, the provinces actually oversee the accreditation of institutions like the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club, Red Cross, all these organizations that responsibly offer these kinds of trainings. So it is very clear in this bill, Mr. Speaker, that only accredited courses would qualify for this tax credit, and as it being the province's responsibility, they've been doing a fairly good job of that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my honourable colleague on the bill, and the New Democrats will be supporting it. We are, however, concerned about the excessive proliferation of what are called boutique non-refundable tax credits that have been added to the Income Tax Act. In recent years, these non-refundable tax credits are generally believed primarily to benefit middle to upper income families for whom financial barriers are less of a concern. And this initiative also may have the unintended consequence of subsidizing the corporate sector by inadvertently encouraging employers to abandon their existing first aid training for employees. And finally, we believe that access to life-saving training such as first aid and CPR should be equitable. So will the honourable member consider making sure this bill commits the government to assisting low-income Canadians or Canadians with no taxable income to take these life-saving courses and ensure that corporations still provide these necessary services to their employees?
The honourable member for Cambridge.
I want to thank the member for the question, and I'm very excited to hear that the NDP are going to be supporting this bill. So thank you very much for that. To the first part of your question, no, this is not a boutique tax credit. A boutique tax credit, by definition, is one that supports a very small number of people. There's a very specific parameter around that tax credit. This bill would be available for anyone who, the benefits of this bill would be there for anyone in this country who availed themselves of a training course. So by definition, I would suggest no, it's not. I share your concern about potentially having adverse impacts in terms of suggesting that other employers wouldn't offer this anymore. I think I don't have any reason to believe that that would be the case. I think that this is a very modest bill. This is not. We're not suggesting that we would be paying for 100% of the cost of this training, and I think that because I've kept this very modest, it would have would not have the impact that the member was necessarily suggesting. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, and I thank my colleague from Cambridge for bringing this important issue to the House. I was excited to see my colleague opposite, and I will say this, offering Canadians a tax credit rather than increasing their taxes, and I hope it's the first of many. This bill, as we all know, proposes amending the Income Tax Act to provide a non-refundable tax credit to individuals who complete a first aid or other health and safety instructional programs or courses. The proposed tax credit would be similar to the federal student taxation credit, and for everyone who takes life-saving first aid, CPR, or automated external defibrillator or AED training. This bill could mean the difference between life and death in an emergency situation. Tax credits like this one proposed in this bill will encourage Canadians to get trained and certified in CPR, first aid, and AED use. And during emergency, having someone on site that is trained in first aid and CPR could make the difference, as we all know. In fact, according to the Heart and Stroke Foundation, there are 40,000 cardiac arrest incidents in Canada each year. That is 1 every 13 minutes, and 85% of those incidents will take place outside of hospitals. After 12 minutes, the survival rate is just 5%. After 4 minutes, significant brain damage can occur. During an emergency situation, CPR plus an AED double the chance of survival. These are our neighbors, our friends, and family. The importance of CPR, first aid, and AED training is clear. Just by looking at the number of people that spend their hard-earned money to be trained, groups like Scouts and Girl Guides, youth groups, babysitters, camp counselors, first responders, just to name a few. And that includes, of course, both adults and children. St. John Ambulance alone, they certify more than 55,000 Canadians a year, with more than 100 locations across Canada, including a location in Lindsay in my riding. This bill will have a direct impact on Canadians who may be considering training but are worried a bit about the cost. However, I should point out, most people who are looking to take these types of courses, it really isn't about price. It's about helping our fellow Canadians. So why not give them a thank you from the Government of Canada? After all, it's their own money. Canadians coast to coast will see direct benefits of this proposed change. This is not an issue of importance for Canadians or for the government. It was our government that initiated the National AED Program, which saw $10 million funded through the Public Health Agency of Canada to install AEDs in rinks, arenas, rec centres all across Canada. And according to the Heart and Stroke Foundation, this initiative recently concluded was responsible for the installation of 3,234 AEDs and the training of 25,360 Canadians now to respond to a cardiac arrest situation. In my riding, this program allowed for 23 AEDs to be installed in public areas like the S.G. Nesbitt Memorial Arena in Minden, the A.J. LaRue Arena in Haliburton, and the Lindsay Recreation Centre. This program has already been responsible for saving 10 lives across Canada. I believe this bill represents a continuation of a number of tax credits initially started by our previous government, including the Children's Fitness and Arts Tax Credit, both of which are sadly now gone, and the Volunteer Firefighters Tax Credit. The Volunteer Firefighter Tax Credit had the same effect I believe this bill will. It encouraged Canadians to be trained to help each other. It allowed for Canadians to help themselves. But again, it isn't about the cost, it's about helping your fellow citizens. As such, we should let the measure we're discussing now and the previously mentioned measures act as a way of giving back to Canadians for trying to help and do the right thing. In many small communities, like those in my riding, many firefighting departments are completely run by volunteers. These Canadians sacrifice their time, safety, even time with family to help protect others. Increasing the number of Canadians who have the financial ability to be trained in CPR, first aid, AED use will help Canadians coast to coast to coast, especially in remote and rural areas where medical assistance is not always around the corner. In a 2012 Ipsos Reid poll, it showed that 38% of Canadians say they have provided first aid, and 78% believe it's important to know how to perform that first aid. While the information is a few years old, it's still very relevant for the discussion on this bill. The results showed that 2 in 3 Canadians have taken a first aid course, with only 18% having taken it within 3 years of the poll, and 49% haven't taken it within 3 years before that poll. So Canadians who have taken a first aid course are significantly more confident in their skills to help someone in a medical emergency. And the results of this poll help paint a very big picture. It paints a picture of the importance of first aid, CPR, and AED training. Similar information has been found by our neighbors south of the border. According to the American Heart Association, each year, more than 350,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests occur in the United States. Almost 90% of people who suffer out-of-hospital cardiac arrest die. CPR, especially if performed in the first few minutes of cardiac arrest, can double or triple a person's chance of survival. 70% of out-of-hospital cardiac arrests happen in homes. Unfortunately, only about 46% of people who experience an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest get the immediate help they need before professional help arrives. Our Conservative Party highly values life and life-saving capabilities, and I support the incentives and rewards to help save lives. If more medically trained personnel exists, financial burdens to emergency services may be reduced, resulting in greater efficiency and productivity. While there is much to praise about the proposed bill, I look forward to seeing what the potential cost of these measures will be, because we need to ensure that proper balance of tax credits and fiscal responsibility are there. Canadians are kind and generous people, as we all know. I believe this bill will give Canadians an increased opportunity to be certified in first aid, CPR, and AED use, which, of course, as I think we all agree in this House, is a benefit to all. I'd like to thank the Canadian Red Cross, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, St. John's Ambulances, and all the organizations that have promoted, trained, and certified Canadians in first aid, CPR, and AED use. And of course, the volunteers, because we cannot forget the volunteers who work so hard in our communities to make them safer. And remember, during CPR, you should push on the chest at a rate of 100 to 120 compressions per minute, or to the beat of the Bee Gees song, Staying Alive. And I encourage all members to support this bill and to encourage all Canadians to get trained in first aid, CPR, and AED use. It can mean the difference between life and death in an emergency situation. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act to provide a tax credit for first aid courses. This bill proposes to introduce a non-refundable tax credit of up to $200 for all first aid courses, cardiopulmonary resuscitation training, and automated external defibrillator training. The main member for Cambridge introduced this bill with the intention of providing a financial incentive to encourage more Canadians to receive first aid and other emergency health and safety training courses. If adopted, all taxpayers and their eligible children would become eligible for this credit. I want to congratulate him on this initiative and tell them that the New Democrats will be proudly supporting this at second reading. Now, first aid, CPR, and AED are skills that can be used by everyday citizens in emergency situations to stabilize health conditions until first responders arrive. An Ipsos Reid poll commissioned in 2012 revealed that nearly 40% of Canadians say they have provided first aid in their lifetime. The majority of first aid is provided, importantly, to a family member. As well, while nearly 80% of Canadians believe first aid is a very important skill to have, only 18% of Canadians have been certified. According to the Red Cross, Canadians with first aid training and certification are considerably more confident in their skills to be able to help someone experiencing a medical emergency. It saves lives, Mr. Speaker. Here are a few relevant facts about first aid in Canada. The Red Cross estimates it trains approximately 600,000 Canadians every year in first aid, CPR, and/or AED. While nearly 80% of Canadians believe first aid is a very important skill to have, only 18% of Canadians were certified. And an Ipsos Real poll commissioned in 2012 again revealed that 40% of Canadians have provided that important skill to their family members. So first aid saves lives, and efforts to promote this training should be encouraged. New Democrats support the objective of this bill and look forward to engaging in deeper study at the committee stage. As a party, New Democrats believe fundamentally that the lens of equity and social justice should be applied to all legislation that passes through this House. It should therefore come as no surprise that New Democrats are always concerned by the proliferation of non-refundable tax credits that have been added to the Income Tax Act in recent years. Many expert observers argue these kinds of tax credits primarily benefit middle and upper income households. To quote a 2013 report out of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, quote, "These credits make the tax system less transparent, and once they are put in place, there is little accountability of the amount of money spent on them or their effectiveness. A large number of current deductions and credits disproportionately benefit higher earners." So, Mr. Speaker, the question of accessibility cannot be forgotten in the larger discussion around the promotion of first aid training. When assessing this bill, members should ask themselves who benefits and who could be left out. Certainly, this bill can achieve the desired effect of promoting first aid training among a number of families. However, the same must be focused on low-income Canadians and those on social assistance. Now, there are Canadians for whom the cost of first aid training presents a barrier. These are the Canadians who might not have enough income to benefit from a non-refundable tax credit. And like the rest of us, these Canadians would also greatly benefit from first aid training. So it's therefore my hope that this bill progresses to committee stage and that the committee is given the opportunity to take a closer look at the issues of accessibility in this bill in the hopes of broadening its reach. On a similar note, New Democrats believe all bills involving tax credits should be properly costed before being adopted by Parliament. In my research of this bill, I asked the Library of Parliament to draw up a rough estimate of the annual costs of Bill C-240. Accounting for multiple variables, the analysts have estimated a cost at between $30 and $60 million per year. While relatively small in the grand scheme of a $300 billion budget, it is not insignificant, particularly when we consider the number of proposals for tax credits which have been introduced in Parliament and the others that are already on the books. Finally, this initiative may also have the unintended consequence of subsidizing the corporate sector by inadvertently encouraging employers to abandon their existing first aid training programs, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that. Now, these are some of the issues that New Democrats believe require consideration at committee stage, and I look forward to having the opportunity to participate in that analysis. As I've stated before, Mr. Speaker, this bill has the laudable goal of promoting life-saving first aid training among Canadians, and it spurs the conversation about how best to improve first aid training in our communities. While reading Bill C-240, I was reminded of the local heroes in Vancouver and across Canada who either teach or use first aid, CPR, and automated external defibrillation to save lives every day. My thoughts go to those remarkable first responders in Vancouver who have worked admirably throughout the years and today, often in very challenging situations, to make our communities safer for everyone. I've often had the great pleasure to meet with firefighters in Vancouver from IAFF Local 18, people like Rob Weeks, Lee Lax, Dustin Bordelais, and Chris Coleman. These are hard-working local heroes who, with their workmates, often on the front lines of traumatic and tragic events, provide life-saving skills every day. In their jobs, they save lives, livelihoods, homes, and more. In my meetings, I hear the pride they have to serve the public and to perform their jobs with honour and professionalism. These men and their colleagues truly make Vancouver a safer community for everyone. On behalf of the residents of Vancouver Kingsway, I want to thank them here in this House for their work. I've also listened to the legitimate requests these local heroes have made to improve their occupational health and safety and their quality of life. I've heard of their requests for a firefighter compensation fund, funding for increased staffing in fire halls, and better PTSD services for working firefighters. We need to act on these justified and necessary requests and do so soon. My thoughts also go to first responders such as Tom Stamatakis from the Vancouver Police Union and the men and women who serve us in the police forces across this country. I've heard of the many valiant work of police men and women who patrol the streets and are often the first people to answer emergency calls. In cities sometimes blighted by organized criminal activity, the policemen and women are on the front lines every day to make our cities and towns safe and secure places to live, and they save lives every day as well. I want to thank them for their work in this House. In my capacity as health critic, I've also had the great pleasure of meeting with representatives from the Paramedic Association of Canada. Paramedics save lives every day in emergency situations using first aid skills and a variety of other specialized medical training. We need to thank them and support them in their work. My thoughts also go to the countless organizations in Canada that provide first aid training in schools, community centres, and in their offices to better equip the public for emergencies. Many see first aid as a form of community care, a form of empowerment for people in our communities to take care of themselves and save lives. As many know, Vancouver is blessed with its location between the mountains and the ocean. Despite the wonderful geographic features that make Vancouver so unique around the world, we also live with many of the associated risks. Vancouverites are active boaters, swimmers, hikers, and skiers. These exciting sports are part of the attraction of the West Coast lifestyle, but they also raise the risk of accidents and emergencies. Widespread first aid training is vital to creating a safer environment for Vancouverites, British Columbians, and indeed all Canadians to get out and play in our beautiful environment in our country. So thousands of Vancouverites and millions of Canadians count on incredible non-profit Canadian agencies such as the Life Saving Society, St. John's Ambulance, Canadian Ski Patrol, the Red Cross, and the Heart and Stroke Foundation to provide life-saving first aid training. Now, Mr. Speaker, Vancouver is a city that sits on a seismologically active fault line. Now, frequent minor earthquakes in the region are a reminder of the power of the earth beneath the feet of Vancouverites and British Columbians. And for years, geological scientists, have predicted the possibility of a large seismic event in the Pacific Northwest. The big one, as it's commonly referred to, could strike anywhere at any time, and we've had recently a 4.1 earthquake in the west coast of Haida Gwaii. So earthquake preparedness is part of the way of life for Vancouverites. So we need to make sure our first aid training, our school seismic upgrading, and our preparation for our population, particularly in the West Coast, is given a high priority for this government. So to conclude, I want to reiterate that the New Democratic Party's support for Bill C-240 is strong. We believe more needs to be done to promote first aid training among Canadians to make our community safer, and we look forward to a vibrant debate at committee stage and beyond as we work to improve and implement the provisions of this important bill. Thank you once again to my honourable colleague for bringing this important issue to the attention of this House.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
From Cambridge is not only a great member, but he's also a friend. And the bill pursues a great goal, Mr. Speaker. I think all members would agree to that. We all commend members who present private member bills because we know how much work, time, and effort is going. And I know that the member is genuine in trying to pursue a very important initiative in our country. Mr. Speaker, I took course when I was in the Army Cadet in first aid, and it served me well throughout my life. So I do understand what the member is trying to achieve, and I commend him for that because he has taken this issue very seriously. We had a number of consultations. We spoke together. We spoke with the minister. But as good as the policy is and the policy objective, Mr. Speaker, is, the tax system is not the appropriate vehicle for action, and we believe that it would unlikely increase the participation. Considering that 67% of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, have taken first aid courses, it is unlikely that a deduction of $15 claimed about 16 months after would have a significant effect on increasing enrollment in our country. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the tax credit would be complicating our tax system and adding significant administration and compliance costs for the government, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie. C'est pour moi.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you. It's a privilege for me to talk about an issue so important to Canadians. In this House, their House of Commons, I thank my colleague for having put forward S240 rather, a law to amend an act to amend the Income Tax Act. This bill is designed to provide a non-reimbursable tax credit for individuals who undertake training in first aid or on any other issue relating to occupational health and safety. I would thank my colleague for these efforts, and he knows I do. The Government of Canada seeks to help the middle class, particularly, and those who are a part of it. That's why one of the first measures our government took is a tax cut for the middle classes. On the whole, over 9 million Canadians are now benefiting from that tax cut and have been since January 1st, 2016. The 2016 budget also provides for the new National Child Benefit, a significant benefit that will provide more support to Canadian families to help them deal with the high cost of raising children. It will replace the complex existing system of child benefits. The new benefit will also be better targeted and will help those who need it most. The budget of 2016 also underscored our election promise to eliminate poorly targeted programs that wasted funds, as well as ineffective initiatives put forward and established by the previous government. As a first stage, the 2016 budget provided for cuts of $222 million per year in professional services, for travel and government advertising as of 2016-2017. In the future, under the guidance of the President of the Treasury Board, the government will provide for other changes and better manage government priorities. In addition, the government is going to ensure that federal spending is fair on Canadians and be efficient and effective. Businesses have expressed some concerns about the fairness of the current tax system and the way in which increasing tax spending has made our federal tax system more complex. In the coming year, the government will examine the Canadian tax system in order to determine whether it works well for Canadians in order to eliminate poorly targeted tax measures. Thus, the establishment of new tax spending would run counter to the tax system and approach now being implemented by the Government of Canada. Let me go back to what this bill is trying to accomplish. The goal is a very good one, and we must also remember that this measure would bring more complexity to the tax system. Provides for a maximum of 15% tax credit, up to $200 for training on first aid or another health and safety issue. The bill would have a limited effect, as an incentive. The number of Canadians registering for first aid courses is already quite high, and that is a very good thing. According to a survey in 2012 conducted by Ipsos Reid for the Canadian Red Cross, we should be happy to see that 67% of Canadians have already taken a first aid course, a fifth of them within the past 3 years. In addition, existing policies at various levels of government oblige people to have training in the workplace. Many employers support their employees and encourage them to learn first aid. At the federal level, the occupational health and safety legislation in place provides for obligatory first aid knowledge in federal workplaces. All provinces and territories have also established mandatory provisions on employee first aid training. Given that a first aid course costs about $100, it is, in our view, not very likely that a $15 reimbursement paid some 15 months after the training would really lead to a significant rise in enrollment. The tax credit would, in fact, be a subsidy for the many people who already take the training, and it would cost about $17 million. The advantages would be minor compared to the very high administrative and compliance cost. Moreover, the bill provides no criteria for legitimacy and measures that are eligible for the tax credit. This is why the government is not in favor of this bill. I would draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to measures that the Government of Canada has taken in the 2016 budget to provide economic growth to support economic growth in Canada. We have struck a balance between a series of goals: stability, competition, and meet the development needs of Canadians and Canadian businesses. Businesses are essential to the economy, and we must continue to play the effective role we do to ensure sustainable and continued growth. Canadians deserve the kind of protection that meets their needs. Consumers of financial services, for example, must clearly understand what the services are. Banks have to comply with federal regulations. Regulations will be established to modernize the protection framework for consumers by strengthening the protection measures under existing legislation. Modernization will make sure that the government has the exclusive role of safeguarding the efficiency of the banking system. The government will work with the provinces and territories and other stakeholders to support implementation of the framework and promote consumer education and financial literacy. This will also help protect the investments of Canadian families. That is why our government is establishing a series of concerted measures to improve the resilience of the financial systems and promote long-term stability as well as balanced economic growth. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like once again to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Cambridge, for this initiative, which is an important bill. We will not be in favor of it as it stands because even though the goal is very laudable, we have to take into account the significant cost of this measure and the fact that 67% of Canadians already have training on first aid. Moreover, a new tax credit, in our opinion, would have a limited effect on increased enrollment.
I'm sorry, we have a point of order?
Mr. Speaker,
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
I failed to see the relevance in that whole diatribe from our colleague across the way.
I want to thank the Honourable Member, but I think that's going to debate. We'll proceed with scheduled debate. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to rise here today to speak in support of this bill. And I will tell you, I'm actually quite shocked at the fact that the government wouldn't be supporting their own private members in this particular situation, given the nature of this bill to potentially save lives across this country. And certainly on this side of the House, we value life. We value the ability of individuals to help people in certain situations where there is an emergency. And Mr. Speaker, I can speak to that on a first-hand basis, given the fact that I spent 30.5 years as a firefighter. I am trained in first aid, I am trained in CPR, and I'm trained in AED, and I've seen firsthand the impact that training can have, not just with myself, but with my colleagues and several thousands of colleagues across the country who are trained to act, and in particular those who are not paid professionals who are there when people need them. And so to spend 10 minutes of your speech talking about the implementation of the budget, which I think we're dealing with tomorrow, I find a little disingenuous, and I can certainly understand my colleague from Prince George Caribou standing on a point of order, in particular when the parliamentary secretary was focused on his government's middle-class tax fraud. So I will say, Mr. Speaker, given the experience that I've had, that's why I rise in support of this private members bill. You know, just after I got elected to Parliament, I'll give you an example of how helping people in an emergency situation is beneficial. Just after I got elected to Parliament, I think it was my second trip to Ottawa, I was heading home back to Barrie Innisfil,
And driving down Bank Street, there was someone that was hit by a car. And my medical gloves are never too far away, Mr. Speaker, and I actually stopped, as one would expect me to help this individual until the fire department and the ambulance showed up. And that's really what this bill is speaking to. But I will also say, Mr. Speaker, that in Barrie Innisfil, we have a tremendous amount of experience with respect to AEDs. And it goes back, and I want to spend a little bit of time talking about Chase McEachran, Mr. Speaker. And for those of us in this country who don't know Chase, Chase was a hockey player from Barrie, a prolific goal scorer who at the age of 5 scored 130 goals while he played for the Vaughan Kings minor Pee Wee AAA team in the Greater Toronto Hockey League. In 2005, at the age of 11, after being injured playing a pickup football game at school, he went to the emergency room where doctors found Chase's heart was beating up to 150 times a minute. He went by air ambulance then to Sick Children's Hospital in Toronto and underwent a cardiovert in which doctors returned his heart rhythm back to normal with a small electric pulse. And while Chase was able to return to school and to continue playing hockey, but this time under doctor's orders while wearing a heart monitor. It was at that time, Mr. Speaker, that Chase started a campaign to make AEDs mandatory in hockey arenas and schools everywhere because he realized that heart problems just didn't affect older people. Chase, in fact, wrote to Don Cherry, and he got Don Cherry involved, writing the hockey commentator a letter asking for his support. And what has become legend, Mr. Speaker, Don Cherry actually brought it up on Coach's Corner. Sadly, before the campaign had a chance to fly, Chase collapsed during gym class and was rushed to hospital where it was discovered that he had suffered severe brain damage due to a lack of oxygen. And after a heartbreaking 6 days, Mr. Speaker, on a respirator, his parents made the decision to take him off. Now, as a result of that tragedy, the Chase McEachran Memorial Fund aims to have an automatic external defibrillator, or AED, in public places such as community centers and arenas. And it's a legacy from this tragedy that Chase's parents and his father, John, have carried on in Chase's memory. And since 2006, Mr. Speaker, over 12,000 AEDs have been put in these places because of the Chase McEachran Memorial Fund. And in fact, just 2 weeks ago, May 16th, I attended a CPR and AED training session in Barrie at Georgian Chevrolet that acted as not only a free training session that was put on by Mr. McEachran and others, but it also was there to benefit the Chase McEachran Memorial Fund. And this Sunday, there is a golf tournament at Angus Glen to help support the fund. But can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, an 11-year-old boy having that great of an impact on this country and having 12,000 AEDs placed? Now, I also, and that does deserve a round of applause, deserves a round of applause from all places, all members of this House. And I also want to highlight as well, Mr. Speaker, the significance of the Simcoe County Public Access Defibrillator Training. And since 2006, Simcoe County paramedics have trained 11,485 people in first aid, CPR, and the use of an AED since the start of our program, with 1,307 people trained in 2015. 14 public access defibrillator saves have been made since the program started, and in 2015, the latest statistics show that 3 people have been saved by public access defibrillators. So to suggest that this isn't a priority, I think, is misguided for this government. Now, I will say, and I did hear the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary speak about tax credits and the fact that they wouldn't be supporting them. But when you look at some of the impacts that tax credits have had, particularly on the issue of life safety like this, I think there shouldn't be any doubt that this is something that this government should be considering. Certainly on this side of the House, we support it. But one of the things that I want to focus on tax credits and the significance that they have to people in this country, Mr. Speaker, and that is the fitness tax credit. And one of the things that I don't think any of us should really be going against is the fact that health and fitness of our children is paramount to the future of this country. And from 2006 to 2015, $1.13 billion in tax credits have been claimed by Canadian families, just with the fitness tax credit alone. That has meant that middle-class families, Mr. Speaker, have been able to put their kids into sport and receive tax credits. I know in my situation, I've spoken about this before in this House, with 4 children, it has made it that much easier for me to put my kids into fitness activities. And then on the arts side, between 2011 and 2015 tax years, Canadians have claimed $190 million in arts credits. And so those credits have been wiped out, Mr. Speaker, and yet they directly impacted Canadian families. This particular private member's bill would not only impact Canadian families and potentially save some lives, but what it would do, Mr. Speaker, is add as an incentive for people to train in first aid, in CPR, and in the training of automatic external defibrillators. Now, it's my understanding as well in some of the talks that we've had, Mr. Speaker, that right now only 18% of Canadians are current in their first aid and CPR training. And so if there's any way at all that we can ask that they can be incented to continue on with that training, Mr. Speaker, I don't see that as an issue. And, you know, the bottom line here is that we want people to act in the event of an emergency. We want them to be able to sit there and render assistance until first responders are able to come. You know, oftentimes in first aid and CPR training, we talk about the golden hour, the golden 15 minutes where you can actually make a difference in somebody's life by starting CPR and first aid, Mr. Speaker. And just yesterday, I'm proud to say that in Barrie, Ontario, the first outside automatic external defibrillator was delivered. And it's so important that people not only know first aid, it's so important that people not only know CPR, but also to give them the ability to train on AEDs. Absolutely. And this private member's bill would do that. And we on this side are very supportive of this. And I thank the member from Cambridge for bringing it forward. I think it's critical. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I would like to let her know that she only has 3 minutes before the end of private member's business today. All right, then I believe with a bit of luck, I'll have the following 7 minutes in when this comes back for debate. So for the moment, I will just bring up one of the 3 points that I find interesting in this bill. But it's a point where I'd like to ask the member for more specifics when this bill comes before committee. So this bill talks about a tax credit of $200 for which the person is eligible, but also the children in that person's care. But I would like the member to clarify this because it would be good to know if this tax credit is indexed to the number of children. So is it $200 for myself and my children, or would it be, for example, $600 if I have 2 children in my care? So I think that that's a point that needs to be clarified. And this would be something that would encourage large families to ensure that all of their children follow first aid training. So, for example, if a family with 8 children could perhaps see a better result than somebody who lives alone. So I think the member needs to look at that and clarify that point when this bill is studied before committee. I think that it's extremely important that children follow first aid training, particularly from a young age. I've had the opportunity to work as a nurse in intensive care and in the emergency room, and I can tell you that children who know what to do in an emergency are very valuable when their parents are in a difficult situation. Recently, I've seen videos that were shared by some of my first responder friends, where a child was able to put their mother in a safe position after an emergency and then was able to call the emergency services. So even for a very, very young child to have basic first aid knowledge, it can be very good, very interesting. So that's the first point that I would like my colleague to clarify. So whether or not this bill gives a tax credit which goes up according to the number of children. So is it $200 per person, or is it $200 per for the courses for the person and children in their care? So if you allow me, I hope that I will have the opportunity to finish in the 7 minutes at the second round of debate. As mentioned, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue will have 7 minutes when this bill returns to the House. The time set aside for private members' business has now expired, and the order drops to the bottom of the order paper.
Ending Order 38. A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House now do adjourn. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to stand tonight to speak to an issue I asked of the Minister of Democratic Institutions a few weeks ago during question period. Specifically, I was asking whether the government would support my private member's bill, the Candidate Gender Equity Act, when it comes up for a vote at second reading. Before getting to my questions for the government, let me start by going over the details of Bill C-237 and the reasons why I put it forward. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Canadians felt pride when the Prime Minister announced his cabinet would be Canada's first gender-balanced cabinet. We really can't lose sight of the fact that women still only hold 26% of the seats in this House of Commons, and this is the closest we've ever been to gender parity. This means that almost 3 out of every 4 MPs is male, and Canada now ranks 61st in the world when it comes to the proportion of women in our national legislature, according to the Interparliamentary Union. While we were ranked 21st in 1991, we've fallen behind countries like Iraq, Afghanistan, and El Salvador. So it's a poor record, Mr. Speaker. And this is more than mere statistics. These numbers mean something. Mr. Speaker, the politics of presence is essential for any well-functioning democracy, and the decisions made in this place directly reflect the perspectives of those who propose we vote on decisions in this House. If our Parliament was equal and more diverse, our democracy would better represent Canadians and their aspirations. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I put forward the Candidate Gender Equity Act. Academic research shows, some that I've actually published myself, that women face significant barriers and unfair biases in these processes used by political parties to select their candidates. Mr. Speaker, it's not the voters that are the problem, it's the parties that are the problem, and that's what C-237 would do. It would incentivize parties to recruit more women candidates and move toward parity in their candidate lists. They do this by, we'd incentivize using existing public subsidies that parties receive from taxpayers. So if a party's post-election rebate, it would be gradually reduced if they didn't have at least 45% women candidates, increasing, and then this, of course, the subsidy would be reduced as they move further from parity. I was disheartened that the minister said that the Trudeau government would oppose this bill, at least now. However, today, Mr. Speaker, where the government has accepted our opposition day motion, our suggestions for how we might change the committee on studying electoral reform, I'm perhaps hopeful that maybe the minister will also change her position on this bill. I'd like to outline a few things, Mr. Speaker. First, this act that I put forward was formulated with experts and drawn from laws from other countries. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, Ireland passed a similar law in 2012, and under this law, they increased the number of women candidates in the election by 90%, and believe it or not, increased the number of women in their legislature by 40% with just 1 year of this single law. Second, Mr. Speaker, this law can work under any voting system. So we will be changing our electoral system here, from what I understand. This law would work under any voting system, so it doesn't constrain us in that sense. Third, what's most important is this is not a quota. I've heard from this side of the House, other side of the House, this is a quota. It's not a quota, and in fact, in no way interferes with the internal workings of the party, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an important measure, and I look forward to the response from the other side. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share with the member some thoughts in regards to his private member's bill and specifically to his question. It's important that we recognize that gender equity is laudable and a necessary objective, Mr. Speaker, and one of which we support wholeheartedly. In working towards this goal, however, we must select the most effective way in achieving it. As all members know, the government has, with other parties of the House, formed a special committee. The member has actually just made reference to that committee, in which it is mandated to examine a variety of reforms to our electoral system, including into our electoral systems such as preferential ballots and proportional representation. In other words, Canada's electoral system for the next election is still unknown. I believe that under these circumstances, it is premature to impose a legislative quota at best, designed for the first-past-the-post system. With respect to the bill, it limits both the independence of parties with respect to their choice of candidates, but also with respect to their position on gender equity. For example, an all-women party aimed at increasing gender representation would be penalized and limits opportunities for potential candidates. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I've had the opportunity to serve on election readiness committees, get involved in many different capacities of my own political party, and there are a number of ideas that are there. And at the end of the day, what we want to be able to see is that gender parity, and I think that a lot of it depends in terms of leadership. We have seen through our current Prime Minister significant gains, and I believe at the end of the day we will continue to grow in this area. I was very proud of the fact, as I believe all Canadians were, that we had gender parity within the federal cabinet the first time, and I think it's been acknowledged around the world in terms of that, Mr. Speaker. There have been some very significant gains. From a very personal point of view, in the last provincial election, my daughter, 24 years old, was elected to the Manitoba legislature. The Manitoba Liberal Caucus, albeit small, made up of 3 MLAs, has 2 members from female gender and John Gerard, Mr. Speaker. I know from personal experiences in the past, we've had some very strong personalities of female gender involved in politics, and I don't think that we, at this stage, as it's been pointed out, if you take and reflect on the resolution that we supported and passed today, well, it actually hasn't been voted on, but I'm anticipating will in fact be voted on in favor, where we will see what will hopefully be a very exciting number of months ahead of us looking at electoral reform. And I would really encourage the member to do what he can in terms of advocating what he believes is important to not only to himself but to his constituents and the broader community as a whole, recognizing that he's brought forward a bill that might already be taking some of these initiatives into potential consideration. I don't think I want to prejudge what the committee is going to be looking at or the scope per se. I think there are some objectives. There were 5 that were, for example, listed off by the government. But I think that there is an opportunity for the member to further explore his idea. At this point, we're just not convinced that the bill that he's referring to is, in fact, the best tool to do so.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Speaker, and I thank the member for his parliamentary secretary for his comments. Thing is, numbers don't lie. Only a quarter of this House is of the seats in this House are filled by women. That's the most we've ever had. We're 61st in the world. So all I've asked, I put forward a bill that I know all bills, private members' bills, I think the most important thing to do is for them to get to committee. And that's what I'm asking for, is a vote to get this to committee. I'm happy to build concessions into this bill. For example, in Ireland, these kind of measures have been phased in. And like I've said, Mr. Speaker, I have had I've asked the House of Commons Law Office whether this bill is constitutional. It indeed meets all the requirements of the Constitution. It doesn't interfere with the way parties select candidates. And in fact, it is the only way forward here in this House. So either you're for this bill and for gender equity, or you're against any gender equity measures. And how will the Prime Minister be a feminist if he doesn't put forward gender equity measures, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's a fair assessment to say that if you're for gender equity, you have to support this bill. I don't think the Prime Minister needs to take a gender equity lesson from the member per se, given the many different things he has done in a relatively short time span to promote and encourage gender equity, as I stated, right from the Cabinet itself, which is a significant achievement in its own right. Mr. Speaker, the bill creates financial and political incentives to refuse the nomination of qualified candidates on the basis of their gender. We recognize that. In that respect, the bill limits both the independence of parties with respect to their choice of candidates, but also with respect to their position on gender equity. For example, an all-women party, as I indicated earlier, aimed to increasing gender representation would be penalized and limits opportunities for other potential candidates. The second concern that we have with the bill, Mr. Speaker, relates to the transgender candidates, as there is no mention of non-binary.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, you know, everybody loves the underdog. Think of great movies like Rocky, Rudy, or Will Smith's The Pursuit of Happiness. Or think of the great legends of David and Goliath, or Robin Hood. Speaking of Robin Hood, our Liberal opponents are always telling us that we need big government to take from the rich and give to the poor. But why is it that big government always seems to send the money in the opposite direction? Think about the Bombardier bailout, which would take $1 billion middle-class tax dollars and give it to a company of billionaire owners and millionaire executives. Or there's Ontario's so-called Green Energy Act, which forces low-income families to pay inflated electricity bills that subsidize millionaire insiders with green energy contracts. Or there's government-mandated taxi cartels that allow millionaire taxi plate owners to rip off cab drivers and their passengers. You see, those who have the money to lobby government and game the rules of government always win with bigger government. The underdogs, by contrast, have to fight their own battles, and we need to fight along their side. That means fighting for immigrants who are qualified engineers and doctors working minimum wage because bureaucracy prevents them from getting a license to practice in their profession. It means fighting for small businesses who pay too much taxes. It means fighting for lower taxes for low-income people so that work always pays more than welfare. And speaking of welfare, we should get tough on welfare for the incompetent millionaire CEO who's back at the trough seeking yet another bailout or handout from working-class taxpayers. This is what it means to stand up for the underdog, for the people who work hard, pay their taxes, and play by the rules, and too often are forced to shoulder the burdens of wealthy insiders who take advantage of big government to profit and enrich themselves. And so I ask the government today, Will they stand on the side of Canada's underdogs by keeping their promise to lower taxes for small businesses from 10.5% to 9%, allowing those businesses to create jobs and opportunity for all Canadians? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
To thank the honourable member for his statements, I should say. Very surprising statements. I have a lot of respect for the honourable member, and he knows it. But, Mr. Speaker, that's the government that's working for middle-class and Canadian family. He talks about stepping up. We're stepping up for 9 million Canadians by reducing their taxes, and we're stepping up for Canadian families with the Canada Child Benefit. We're helping 9 families out of 10 in this country and lifting 300,000 children out of poverty. So really, this is the government which is stepping up for Canadian families and Canadian middle class. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for Carleton for his dedication to the advancement of small businesses in his riding and across the country. And he has made a number of speeches in this House, which we've listened carefully. We're all committed to supporting, in this House, to supporting small businesses. We have shown it in many occasions. As he said himself, and I'll quote him now, to create an awesome company, it takes treasure and talent. But young companies often do not have the necessary measure to pay for the talent, so they use stock options. Mr. Speaker, our government has always stated and understood that stock options are a legitimate and valuable form of compensation for many Canadian startups. The member will know that our government is committed to grow this sector across all sectors of the economy. We want to ensure that innovators and startups maintain the ability to use this form of compensation. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to consulting with Canadians and listening to them. The issue was one which I discussed with many Canadians, particularly entrepreneurs, over the course of the pre-budget consultation I undertook with the Minister of Finance earlier this year. And, Mr. Speaker, I recall in particular a discussion that we had in Quebec City with young entrepreneurs who just started startups. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we listen to them. We listen to Canadians. Nous avons parcouru.
We crossed the country to ask Canadians directly to tell us what measures the government should take to support the middle class. We met with Aboriginal leaders, with CEOs of businesses and cultural leaders, with a view, Mr. Speaker, to listening to Canadians and launching discussions in order to find practical solutions to the problems they're facing. The consultations were held online and were an enormous success. There's one thing that the previous government did not do. We consulted Canadians several times. We had a rate of response online that was wonderful. We had more than 300,000 people who visited our website, and we saw more than 5,200 separate observations presented by Canadian taxpayers and Canadian groups. Throughout the consultations, Canadians confirmed that they want a government that will strengthen the middle class and help those who are working so hard to join it. I'm proud of what we presented in our 2016 budget, and I thank my colleague for the opportunity of discussing these measures today. As far as small businesses to flourish, the economy must grow and people must buy their products. In conclusion, by investing in growth and supporting the middle class, it will allow us to strengthen the backbone of the Canadian economy, because we'll be strengthening the economy and putting more money in the pockets of Canadians. The budget of 2016 does more than offer immediate assistance to the middle class. It will serve to build an economy to the benefit of everyone today and for tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that the member is willing to take my suggestions on treating the underdogs of society with more fairness. And so I have some suggestions I will make very pointedly. Stop giving welfare and bailouts to the super rich. Right now, the government is considering giving $1 billion to a company of billionaire owners and millionaire shareholders at the expense of working class people. The government is considering, in conjunction with the provinces, convoluted climate change policies that will take money out of the pockets of everyday consumers and enrich Liberal insiders, like it did in Ontario, where Liberals have made fortunes on the back of the working poor. And the government is considering other bureaucratic schemes that take from working families and give to the super elite. Mr. Speaker, will the member work with me to put an end to the insider economy so that we can get back to the free market economy?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm quite surprised and somehow disappointed to hear an honourable member suggesting that we should not support the aerospace industry in our country. Particularly when you come from Quebec and you think about Bombardier, Mr. Speaker, and the 60,000 and more people who work for Bombardier, Mr. Speaker, it's quite shocking to hear that from a member who understands business and who understands what business is doing for a country. But, Mr. Speaker, let me reassure the member that if he wants to work with us to find measures to support the middle-class families, the ones like the ones we supported by reducing taxes, and the member, that should be music to his ear. We reduced taxes for 9 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I would expect a member like him to be so pleased. We reduced taxes, put more money in the pockets of Canadians. Think about what we did for the Canada Child Benefit. He should be very happy. We're supporting families, Mr. Speaker, putting more money in the pocket of family. Families in Canada will receive on average $2,300 more, Mr. Speaker. If the member wants to work with me to support Canadian family, to support Canadian business, and to support the middle class, we'll work with him anytime.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to participate for the first time in the adjournment proceedings and what we call the late show. And so I will learn how this unfolds over the next few minutes. I'm happy to see that the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Veterans Affairs, a member across, is here tonight, and I'm hoping she'll be able to give me good answers in a moment. I'm here to speak about concerns of Canadians in general, not just veterans, and you'll understand why in a moment. Recently, the Minister put forward new measures for financial allocations for or benefits through C-12 for veterans. And it's a bill, unfortunately, that doesn't exist anymore because now these have been, measures have been put into C-15, the Budget Implementation Act. So these are the increases for disability benefits, and it is part of the permanent disability allocation as well as the earnings loss benefit. So we have said that it's laudable to increase some of these benefits, but it's not necessarily the best decision that the government took in some of these. Veterans wanted more investment in mental health clinics, for example, and in help assistance to the families where, so for the wives, say, of our military to transition to civilian life. And my point is that the disability benefit is retroactive to 2006, and we're talking about $3.7 billion that will be spent on these three particular things. So we can focus on that particular money that will be spent, and I'll relate a story something that happened last night in my riding. There's a person who came to see me in my riding. This person makes about $100,000 per year. She was in the military, and she's had a loss of hearing. And even though she won't be doing it, if she was to apply for a disability benefit with the military, she would be eligible for a $5,000 to $10,000 check. And I think everyone can agree here that a person who earns $100,000 a year doesn't need that check, and her loss of hearing doesn't prevent her from working. But imagine how many times this kind of situation will be repeated in the months to come. All of these Canadians, all of these individuals who, without thinking about their comrades, will apply for these amounts of money under disability benefits for physical problems that don't necessarily prevent them from working. whereas there are urgent needs in other areas for veterans, which I referred to earlier. So my question's very simple to my colleague from Canada Carleton. I would like to know how much she estimates will be the total of money spent retroactively for physical injuries, for hearing loss, back to 2006. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Speaker, I'm very pleased my colleague opposite called for this adjournment debate on this particular topic. Any opportunity I get to explain what the government is doing in order to support our veterans, that's good with me. Listen, I understand that there are lots of issues out there about the financial security for our men and women who have served in the Canadian Forces. And we've had stakeholder meetings and policy group meetings and advisory group meetings, and you know what I keep on hearing? And it's just news to my ears. It's wonderful. They say, people are saying there are gaps, there are problems, and what they want is they want us to look after the ill and injured veterans, and they want us to look after the families of ill and injured veterans. You know, we in 2016, this budget plan that's going through, we are providing access to very critical benefits that will improve the long-term financial stability, security, and independence of ill and injured veterans and their families. We announced an enhanced access to the permanent impairment allowance, an increase to the disability award, in line with what was asked by the Veterans Ombudsman. We are taking advice from right across the spectrum. This is people that have been talking to veterans for years, people that have been talking to the ombudsmans, both the military Canadian Forces Ombudsman and the Veterans Ombuds. We will make sure that all veterans benefit from an increase. We know that the disability award needed to be improved. It's been something that has been in committee reports now, I think, for almost 5 years. And these actions that we're doing right now will make a positive difference in a lot of lives of Canadian veterans. And we also signaled our intention to increase the earnings loss benefit. And it's going to be fully indexed so it keeps pace with inflation. You know, in the past, these benefits were not indexed. If you looked back in 2011 when we talked about earning loss benefit, that baseline was set to $42,000, just over $42,000. Now we're resetting that baseline to $44,496. And on top of that, we're increasing the amount that they're eligible from 75% to 90%. That reset means that everyone is going to come away with at least a $2,000 a year improvement in their financial security. I mean, and the earnings loss benefit is just one of many supports available to transition from military to civilian life. Yeah, we do need to do a better job of communicating with veterans and telling them the benefits and support that they deserve. Some help can be done immediately. And I agree with the member opposite. I want to see those things happen. The mental health wait times had ballooned to over 8 months. That's one thing that we are working on. Do we want a center of excellence on mental health? Yes, we do. Some things take a little bit longer to put into place. When we talk about hearing loss, it's a pain and suffering award. It's a disability award, and it can range anywhere, you know, depending upon the severity of it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying that we all want the same things. We want to work together. We want to make the lives of veterans better, and there's lots more to do, but we're on our way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. That's quite right, Mr. Speaker. We want to work together, and I always believe that the issue of veterans should not be a partisan issue. which is why I was happy to see that the minister had drafted C-12 as a separate bill, but that's no longer the case now. And I want to say to my colleague that she unfortunately did not answer my question, which concerned the monetary allocation that will be given retroactively back to 2006 for hearing loss. And Canadians are wondering if this was the right thing to do. We could have ensured that it wouldn't be retroactive and take that $3.7 billion and put a lifetime award in its place. So these are concerns that have been spoken of by groups representing veterans. I'm meeting veterans in person, and that's what they're talking to me about, is a lifetime allowance. They're not talking about the earnings loss benefit and other such awards.
To the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, you know, there is so much work to do. There is a lot of work to do. The earnings loss benefit, the disability award, the permanent impairment allowance, mental health, offices, caseworkers. I'm proud of what we've managed to accomplish to date. Is it all done? Oh, no, it's not anywhere near being done. And in terms of the retroactivity of these, I think this was based on recommendations that came out of the Ombudsman's office. I think people have been waiting for this disability award increase for a while. They expect it. I know that we'll have to make some decisions about what gets priority spending. And that kind of discussion, if you want details, we can probably provide you details if you give us a specific question. But we acknowledge that we need to work together to make this happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted, and the House is therefore adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.